first time I experienced complete freedom. I worked super hard to survive and made sure I got into an awesome college. I knew now that the best person to rely on for my future was me.
Ever since I was a kid, there was only one thing I wanted to do. Hands up! You can't escape me now, you villain! Oh my god, Sarah, act like a girl, will you? I am acting like a girl! My stepbrother pulled my cape off. You can be the victim, you can't be the hero! I don't wanna! I wanna be a hero! Go play with your dolls like a proper girl and leave us alone! That was my very first memory. But later, I had other enemies. My mom and my stepsister Ella. What are you doing? Something I should have done a long time ago. You're a 14-year-old girl, Sarah. It's time you acted like one. Look at Ella. She's such a perfect, well-mannered girl. My sister and I might have looked alike, but we could not have been more different. Her room looked like some stupid unicorn had puked glitter everywhere. Oops. These were one-of-a-kind autographed posters. They cost a fortune. I thought I was gonna pass out. But just then, Mom grabbed me and started painting my face in makeup. After she was done, she pushed a mirror in front of me. I didn't just look horrible, I looked just like Ella. Then Mom thrust a pile of disgusting, frilly clothes into my hands and told me Ella had kindly given them to me. At dinner, my stepdad patted me on the back. You look like a lovely doll, as all girls should. The next day at school, as soon as I got to class, the girls glared at me. The class bully even whistled at me and told me to come and sit with him. Another guy jumped up and told him to shut it. Just then, Preston came in. As soon as he realized I wasn't Ella, his jaw dropped. I told him about my makeover, and he simply said, I'm not complaining. I told him to shut up and share his book, and immediately, the guy who wanted me to sit with him jumped in. He slid his book across the table and said he'd tutor me. Man, I'm the teacher's assistant for this class. I've been tutoring you for months. I don't need your help. Go away. Then, thankfully, the math teacher walked in and told us all to settle down. Then he asked us to solve a question on the board. All the boys sank in their seats. Weaklings. This was such an easy one. The boy next to me whispered, Calm down. You don't need to be smart when you're so pretty. The girl sitting in the corner called me a show-off. The teacher looked confused. Ella, you want to solve a math question? I rushed to the board. Being smarter than everyone else was so thrilling. But a girl stuck out her foot and I tripped over. As if that wasn't bad enough, my dress got caught on a nail and ripped. I ran out of the class. This was the worst day of my life. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Preston. You'll show them all one day. I'll always be there for you. What? What was happening? I was so confused. As soon as Preston pulled away, I ran out of there. That evening, I decided I'd clear the air with him. Sure, he was my best friend and all, but he knew there was nothing like that between us, right? Just as I was thinking this, the door flew open. There stood Preston with flowers and a box of chocolates, and was that a love note? Oh no. I tried to drag Preston inside the room, but he didn't seem to care. He simply gave me a box. I opened it. It was a collector's item! Dating him didn't seem like such a bad idea now. Will you be my girlfriend? Before I could reply, Mom jumped out from the shadows. Yes! Yes, of course she will! She isn't going to find anyone else! I looked up at Ella, half expecting her to laugh at me, but she just stormed off to her room. A year went by, and even though I was still annoyed with my makeover, it had really made me popular. Half the guys in school were drooling over me, and the other half over Ella. One day, a rich kid came up to me and said he and his buddies were arranging a special party for his friend who loves superheroes. My friend has a crush on you, and we want you to be the damsel in distress. I'd rather sell my soul to the devil. His dad is a millionaire. We'll pay you $500. She'll do it. I turned to see Preston grinning from ear to ear. By senior prom, I'd acted as the damsel 10 times, and Preston and I were still dating. On the evening of prom, I was sitting in my room. I was just about to put my book away and get dressed when Mom entered the room. No daughter of mine is going to prom wearing that! She said that Ella wasn't going to the prom at all. It was up to me to make her proud by wearing Mom's dress from her prom. I gave it to Ella years ago because I never thought you'd be asked to the prom. Go get it from her. Loud music was blaring from Ella's room, so I went in. She was sitting on her bed and pointed to her bathroom. Mom left it in there. I went into the bathroom, but suddenly she pushed me inside and locked the door. The last thing I heard her say was, Preston is mine! He will always be mine! I hammered my fist on the door, hoping someone would hear, but no one did, at least for an hour. When the music abruptly stopped and I started to yell again, finally, Mom opened the door. I rushed to the prom and found Preston and Ella slow dancing to some random song. I literally roared as I ripped Ella out of his arms and smacked her across the face. How dare you! Preston is my boyfriend! To my shock, she started telling Preston that this is what I wanted. She said she never wanted to date you in the first place. It's me who really loves you, babe. You had a fantastic evening with me, didn't you? Didn't you? Preston just stood there looking dazed for a minute. Then he finally turned to Ella and yelled, Ella, this was a horrible thing to do. I love Sarah. Then he grabbed my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. Ella stormed out furious. As I kissed him back, I realized that for the first time, I was completely sure I loved Preston and could trust him forever. But my joy was disturbingly short-lived. I woke up the next day to Mom's screams. I jumped out of bed, afraid that someone had died. She was sitting in the kitchen, crying her eyes out. I asked her what was wrong, and she pulled away from me.
You horrible, horrible child! You traitor! Did I raise you like this?
I asked her what had happened, and she finally showed me.
You want to go so far away to study how to design stupid machines and guns? What about Preston? Just marry him like any sane girl would.
How did she find it? I'd hidden it. There was only one person who could have done this. Ella. I was surprised you hadn't told Preston either. Preston! I knew Preston would be thrilled for me. We had planned to apply together. He could convince my mom too. I grabbed the letter and ran to his place. To my surprise though, when he opened the door, he looked devastated. I'm so sorry, babe. I'm just so sorry. I had no idea what he was talking about. What happened? What's wrong? I didn't get accepted to the college we applied to together. When Ella called this morning, I knew I'd have to tell you. I still didn't understand what he meant till he clarified. We agreed to go together, remember? I know you can't go if I don't, right? For a minute, I was in shock and then asked if I could go alone. Suddenly, he was yelling, I thought you loved me! I told him I did. After all, just last night, he had proof that I could trust him. Prove it. Rip up this letter and forget about it. Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities for us at our college. When Ella found out that Preston and I were going to the same college, she ran out of the house and literally never came back. A week after she left, I came home and found Mom passed out on the couch. I rushed her to the doctor, who said that her heart was broken and she needed to be taken good care of. When she woke up, she started crying.
He's gone. He took all our savings and ran away with his son. He didn't even say why.
After my stepdad left, Mom became my responsibility. I had to join a college close to home to constantly check on her. At first, I thought she'd lay off the advice, but boy was I wrong. As soon as she recovered, she started nagging me to make sure Preston was always happy.
Don't let him leave you, Sarah. Take care of him like he's a baby that needs constant protection.
But I got really busy with studies and didn't pay too much attention to what she said. Weirdly enough though, Preston slowly started skipping class after class because he was working. And when I complained to Mom, she made me do all his work.
He's just being a man and focusing on earning. You should be grateful and help him out.
But not long after, Preston came home and started yelling.
The house was a mess. You're never around to do chores and I have to eat out every day.
I was furious. I was always busy with his assignments, and it's not like he ever gave me any of the money he earned. Just as I started to yell back, he broke down in tears.
I'm so sorry. I've been fired. My stupid boss thinks my jokes aren't funny. Can you believe it? Me? Not funny?
Oddly enough, I could. But after that, Preston just couldn't get another job, ever. When I told Mom I'd have to work, she said she knew just the job for me. The next day, I found myself in her friend's store. As soon as I stepped in, my boss jumped over to hug me. Then she took me on a tour around the place. She said I was supposed to help customers find outfits. The very thought of staying hours on end in this place horrified me. But with my mom's bills and my college fees, it seemed like the only option. Besides, Preston would be thrilled. I called Preston and said I had great news for him. Then I took Preston out to treat him to a very fancy meal at his favorite restaurant. I've got a job!
That's nice. What's the surprise?
Suddenly, I lost it. All the years of anger boiled over. How insensitive could he be? I jumped to my feet and threw a glass of lemonade at his face. Your lemons have gone bad, sir. I told him I was done with his selfish, self-centered, good-for-nothing butt. Then I stormed out. But when I got home, I was stunned to see my mom waiting for me. As soon as she saw me, she started screaming at me, saying I was the worst girlfriend ever.
Poor Preston. He even rejected Ella for you. And you? What did you do? You humiliated him!
She said I absolutely had to beg for his forgiveness because he had already told her he would never take me back. I laughed and said I didn't need him anyway. Then I went to bed, feeling oddly thrilled. The next morning when I woke up, I realized I was late. I ran out yelling at Mom that I was late for work. As I ran into the store, I ran straight into a customer. Ow! I tried to apologize and was surprised to see that I found the face vaguely familiar. I was right because immediately the guy laughed and said, Supergirl Sarah! He introduced himself as Chad and reminded me that we had been in school together. Before we could talk more, a pretty young girl came over and dragged him away to continue shopping, and he yelled, "She's my sister!" Chad kept looking at me and smiled as they shopped, and every time he did, I felt butterflies in my stomach. Suddenly, Preston barged into the store screaming, "Sarah, my love, where are you?" The minute he saw me, he got down on one knee. "My darling, I forgive you for being rude yesterday, and I will take you as my wife. I will cherish you forever. Marry me!" My mom jumped out from literally thin air and started cheering and saying I absolutely had to accept. She said if I didn't accept, I wasn't welcome in her home anymore. He almost put the ring on my finger without waiting for a reply. I snatched my hand away. I pushed Preston out and tried to get back to work, but he refused to listen. "Just lay off her, man." I turned to see Chad glaring at Preston, who looked shocked at first and then angry. "Oh, so this is why my lemons have gone bad, huh? You dumped me for this guy, didn't you?" In minutes, Mom started yelling at me. When I finally managed to kick them out, Chad was also gone. I snuck home later than usual to avoid Mom, but when I saw the light on in Ella's room, I was really shocked. Ella hadn't been home for over a year. I pushed open the door and there she was on her bed, making out with Preston. I couldn't believe my eyes and started yelling at them. Preston just shrugged and said my mom had given them her blessing since I cheated on him first. "Yes, I did. After what you did to this poor boy, I told him to ask Ella to marry him. And she, like a real sweet girl, still loved him enough to agree." I couldn't believe my ears. Mom was crazy, and she was driving me mad too. Besides, since perfect little Ella was back, I decided I was done with this family. The next day, I moved out. To my surprise, when I got to work, I found Chad waiting for me outside. I was so embarrassed about yesterday that at first, I turned away and pretended not to see him. But he jumped in front of me and simply started talking about when we were younger. He even reminded me of when I wanted to be a superhero and my stepbrother wouldn't let me. Not much has changed. It won't till you make it change. As soon as Chad said that, everything seemed to fall into place. It seemed like I had the motivation I was looking for all my life. I needed things to change, and I would change them. I walked into the store and told my boss I was done. Chad then encouraged me to find a job relevant to my field. And then right after I graduated, Chad and I got married. He finally told me he had loved me since we were kids. Preston just got there first. Years passed, and we had a daughter, Rose. I thought life would be peaceful now, but I was wrong, yet again. On Rose's 6th birthday, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, I found Mom standing there. With her was a boy who looked around Rose's age. Mom started to cry as she told me that Ella had gotten tired of Preston and had run away. Preston then kicked the two of them out. "He said we were too expensive to keep." I let her inside, and when she saw Rose, she started crying harder as she pulled her in for a hug. "Your mom was the best child I ever had. She never complained. I was so unfair." Well, to get to the point, Mom lived with us after that. And when Preston found out I wanted to adopt his son, he came to my house to take him away and swore to stop me. But after a long and painful custody battle, Chad and I officially adopted Emmett, Ella's son. A few years later, Mom left us, and despite all the drama and pain she brought into my life when I was a teen, in the end, she began to see the error of her ways. In fact, her last words to me were, "I hope Rose grows up to be a strong and independent woman like you, Sarah. That will bring me peace forever." Now Rose is 13, and as we snuggle in bed, watching videos on her favorite channel, I look at her and remember Mom's words. I'm doing my very best.
Hi, my name is Sasha, and I'm a popular singer with the wealthiest parents in town. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Selling out concerts weekly and dealing with fans around the world might sound fun, but you know what's even cooler? Partying. All night long. In the middle of my show, I escaped with my boyfriend Theo to go to the biggest island party ever. But when he pulled over to a helicopter pad, my excitement turned to panic. I thought we were going to use a yacht. You know I have a phobia of heights, right? It's a 5-minute ride. You're just being melodramatic. Get over it. Get over it? Enjoy the party without this drama queen then. Babe, come on. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I just ignored him and stormed off. As I walked back to the city, I noticed a person in a hooded jacket following me. I grabbed my stiletto and yelled at him. "Why are you hiding, dude? Are you scared? Don't worry. I don't bite." To my surprise, he just threw a magazine at me and ran away. What the chocolate fudge? I picked it up and realized that it was my magazine, with a death threat drawn all over my face. Unfortunately for him, I was fearless. The threats kept coming over the weekend. My parents had always wanted to hire a bodyguard for me, but I didn't want some boring old guy to keep following me around. But this time, they wouldn't take no for an answer. When I finally saw my bodyguard, I almost passed out. He was the most exquisite specimen of a man I had ever seen, and he looked just a few years older than me. Hey, handsome. Are you sure you're a bodyguard and not my next boyfriend? To my surprise, he didn't smile a bit. Rude. You look too young for this job. How can I trust you? Suddenly, a ball from our neighbor came hurling right at me, and he instantly caught it with one hand. Trust me, I'm really good at my job. You can check my records. Your father has everything you need. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's go. He opened the car door for me, and as I slipped in, I accidentally brushed my shoulder on his chest, and oh my, it felt harder than a rock. When we arrived at school, Theo didn't look so happy to see me with my young bodyguard. He pulled me aside and said, "Look, babe, I know I insulted you the other night, but getting back at me by flirting with another guy, how could you? He's my freaking bodyguard. I'm still mad at you for what you did, and now you're accusing me of cheating?" Suddenly, Damon stepped in. Is there a problem here? Stay out of this, man. Theo tried to push him aside, but Damon pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. What the heck are you doing? Let go of me, idiot. Hey, stop it. Damon finally released my boyfriend after a minute. As expected, Theo went psycho. I immediately blocked him before he got his butt kicked by Damon. That's enough, Theo. He's just doing his job. Why do you need a bodyguard when you have me? I'm your boyfriend. I'll protect you. A small spider suddenly landed on his shoulder, and he ran screaming. Protect my butt. As I walked down the hall with Damon, girls were literally drooling all over him. He looks more like a model than a bodyguard. He can be the father of my children. He's way more attractive than Theo. I really want to feel his biceps. These girls sounded so desperate, but they were right. When I reached our classroom, my best friend Tessa came up to me with my favorite coffee. Hey girl, so I brought you your... Damon suddenly snatched it and started sniffing it. He then took a sip and waited for a few seconds before saying, "Clear." As he gave it back to me, Tessa was glaring at him. Excuse me, did you really think that I'll poison my best friend? Just doing my job. Tessa then dragged me to a corner. So you're giving up your privacy just like that? I can see that he's very attractive, but something about him screams bad news. He even sounds like a demon. You have to get rid of him ASAP. Oh, come on, girl. It's just his first day. Let's see. But Tessa was right. I didn't have a second of privacy. Damon followed me around every freaking second. He stood behind me in all of my classes and even in restrooms. It was so awkward. At home, he'd just stand outside my door, and I never saw him sleep. And worse, he had this permanent ice-cold expression on his face that gave me chills. I had a recording event one night, and when I reached the studio, a guy came rushing toward me. He was about to draw out something from his back pocket when suddenly, Damon grabbed his arm and twisted it. Drop your weapon. What? I just wanted an autograph from her, man. Damon let go of the poor guy, and it was so embarrassing. What's the matter with you? I'm a popular singer, so you have to get used to my fans. Just doing my job. Calm down, Sasha. Calm down. The next day at school, Theo kept following me around to apologize, but I still ignored him until he said, "My producer cousin is throwing an exclusive yacht party with some A-listers this weekend. She's a fan of yours, and she'd be ecstatic if you came." He had my attention now. Parties were my weakness. Not so fast, sweetheart. Hang out with me tomorrow? Okay, fine. Theo requested not to bring Damon to our date tomorrow, so I talked to him in private. My job is not to leave your side for a minute. So sorry, can't do. He was so firm about this, so I finally gave up and let him come with us. We went to a private movie theater and watched a super sad movie together. Minutes into the movie, Theo and I were already crying our hearts out, while Damon had no reaction at all. What was he, a robot? After the movie, we went to a fancy restaurant and I was having a good time with the lobster until Theo started forcing himself on me. Just one kiss, babe. Come on. Not now, Theo. We're in a public place and people are staring. But he was persistent. Just then, Damon grabbed him and threw him away like a piece of paper. Theo was furious. He grabbed a chair, but before he could hit Damon with it, I pushed him away. Stop it! Right now! Your stupid bodyguard started it. Why don't you tell him to get a life and go home to his mommy? No, Theo. You go home. I immediately called him a cab, and when he was finally gone, I turned to Damon angrily. I I know he was being a jerk, but I can handle my personal life. You don't have to interfere every freaking second. He was disrespecting your personal space. Your job is to keep me safe, not to meddle in my personal matters. Know your boundaries. Apologies. It will never happen again. I actually didn't mind that Theo got the thrashing he deserved, but Damon always being around was just getting on my nerves. A few days later at a concert, I was performing my newest single, and everyone was singing along with me. It felt amazing. Some of them even started climbing up on the stage to join me. Suddenly, Damon jumped in and pushed them off stage. What in the world? He then lifted me and carried me to the backstage, in the middle of my freaking performance. I finally had enough. My parents are paying you to protect me, not to annoy me and screw up my concerts. Your life is in danger, ma'am. You have to treat everyone as an enemy. That is ridiculous. Whoever sends those stupid threats is probably just some harmless loser. Better to be safe than sorry. I complained to my parents about his behavior, but they praised him for it. But he's ruining my career and even my personal life. He's just doing his job, honey, and that's to make sure you're safe all the time. They were hopeless cases, so I resorted to Tessa instead, and she came up with a plan. Test his patience, annoy him, do everything you can to make him quit. You're good at that, you gorgeous brat. I love the sound of it, girl. You're the best. Of course I am. I stayed up at 4 a.m. that night to disturb Damon in his sleep, but to my surprise, he was already up. I need you to get my favorite Starbucks coffee. That's not part of my job description. Do it, or I'll make your job harder. Fine. What's your order? 1 iced venti caramel macchiato with 6 shots of mocha, 1/4 non-fat milk, 1/8 almond milk with medium whipped cream, and a caramel drizzle with a rose design on top, in a biodegradable takeaway cup with a pink straw. Got it. What? I was just messing with him, but to my surprise, he immediately left, and holy mother of toads, he came back with my exact order. How? Anything else? That's all for now. Later that day, I went to the mall and went on a crazy shopping spree, making him carry all my bags to tire him out. But he was like a machine. I entered a clothing store, and as I tried on all the prettiest clothes, I kept asking for his opinion, but he wasn't paying attention. Hello? Aren't you gonna give me a compliment or something? Giving an opinion about your outfits is not part of my job, ma'am. Any normal guy would have been drooling at me by now. He must be a cyborg. To get back at him, I faked a sprain and forced him to carry me on his back, but he was still as strong as a freaking tank. Finally giving up, I went to the bathroom with everything I'd bought and escaped through the window. After making sure that I'd lost him, I went to an orphanage and gave out all the clothes to the kids. While I was having fun with them, Tessa sent me some pictures of Theo kissing a blonde girl in a restaurant. At this point, I didn't even care. Theo was trash. I immediately sent him a message and told him that we were done. He was the worst boyfriend anyway. He started calling me immediately, so I just blocked him. Problem solved. Later, I went to a local club to celebrate my breakup, and while I was dancing my heart out, I was shocked to see someone watching me from the bar. Damon! Of course he tracked me down. A cute guy tried to dance with me, and suddenly, Damon came and pushed him away. Hey, listen, buddy, I'm sick of this. If you're gonna keep scaring all the other guys away, you dance with me. I don't mix business with pleasure. Dance with me, or go sit quietly in a corner while I find someone. Before I could poke the guy next to me, Damon suddenly grabbed my hand to dance. Just then, the song shifted to a slow, romantic one, and he pulled me in closer by the waist. It's not so bad, is it? If you say so, ma'am. You can say my name, you know. If you say so, Sasha. He had the faintest smile on his face, and my heart skipped a beat. We slow danced as he looked deep into my eyes, and suddenly, his face was so close to mine. Just then, he pulled away from me, like he'd had an electric shock. We need to go home. But it's still early. Safety reasons. Ugh, he was so annoying. When we got home, I saw a box sitting on my bed, and when I opened it, lots of rats jumped out and started running all over the room. Damon saw a little note inside, and for the first time ever, it scared me. For real. Someone broke into your room. This person means business. We have to be more careful, ma'am. He suggested that I shouldn't go to school for the next few days for safety, and I agreed. One night, my manager called and reminded me of my concert in Paris the next day. It was my biggest one yet, and I had to go.
I don't think you should be making public appearances till we find out who's trying to hurt you.
No, I'm not gonna let some creep scare me and make me decide what I should do. This was planned in advance and all the tickets are sold, and I'm not canceling. Damon was forced to allow me, but on one condition. We had to share a hotel room so he could keep a constant eye on me. When we were finally in Paris, I rehearsed my songs all night while he was constantly looking out the window. The next morning, I found him still asleep on the couch when something on the floor caught my attention. A picture of a beautiful girl in his wallet. She looked around my age. I quickly put the wallet away, feeling something weird. Was I jealous? No, of course not. Why would I care if he had a girlfriend? Hours before the concert, while my makeup team was working on me, Damon suddenly snatched me away.
Can't you just postpone this? It's too dangerous.
I told you, I can't.
Please, Sasha, just listen to me. I care about you, you know?
Oh, do you? I thought I was your only client. Just do your job, which is to keep me alive, and let me do my job, which is to entertain people. And actually, I prefer it when you call me ma'am. You got me?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
During my concert, I tried not to think of Damon and the death threats, and it was going so well. In the middle of my performance, I saw Damon in the crowd, and he was smiling at me. He looked so lovely. No, snap out of it, Sasha. He has a girlfriend. While I was singing my fourth song, I suddenly spotted a hooded figure in the crowd, and he was aiming something at me. No, no, no. I froze in panic, but just then a strong pair of arms grabbed me and carried me off the stage, and I looked up to see Damon's tense face.
Stay here. Don't move.
He returned a few minutes later, saying he'd lost the hooded figure. I was still shaking in fear, and he gently picked me up and we returned to the hotel. He tucked me into bed and sat on a chair close by. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, feeling safe as he watched over me. Sometime later, I felt him fixing my blanket and gently caressing my cheek as he left. Why did he do that? And why was it giving me a heart attack? When I woke up the next morning, I peeked into the kitchen and smiled when I saw him dancing while cooking our breakfast. It was the first time I saw him looking so human. I felt shy when he turned to me. I didn't have any makeup on.
That's the first time I've seen you without makeup, and you look even more beautiful than usual.
Is complimenting me part of your job now?
Maybe.
I knew it. No one can ever resist my charms, not even my emotionless bodyguard. I wonder what your girlfriend would say about this.
I assume you're talking about the picture of the girl in my wallet?
Gosh, was he actually awake that time? He revealed that it was his sister, and they grew up in the orphanage together. He lost her because he'd failed to protect her, and that's why he became a bodyguard.
She'd always wanted to go to Paris and go up the Eiffel Tower.
I suddenly felt brave. Let's go there then, for her.
After what happened yesterday, there's no way I'm allowing you to go anywhere. Also, I know from your file that you're afraid of heights.
I'm not scared when I have you around. I'll be fine, I promise. He finally agreed, but later as we were climbing onto the escalator at the Eiffel Tower, he must have noticed I was nervous.
Are you sure about this? We can just go back, you know.
No, I can do this. When we reached the top, I squealed and covered my eyes.
You made it to the top. You have to see this view now.
I don't know if I can. How about you take a look, and we'll go down?
But I don't want you to miss this, Sasha. I've got you. Do you trust me?
Yes I do.
Okay then, open your eyes when I say so.
I kept my eyes shut as he led me forward, and then suddenly, I felt his arms wrap around my waist.
Now.
I opened my eyes, and I gasped. I was so close to the edge, and the whole glittering city was in front of me, and I'd never felt safer in my life. Damon?
Yes?
Have you ever fallen for a client? My smile instantly faded at his answer.
No, it would never happen. I can't do my job well if I'm emotionally involved.
So, it was just me who was feeling this. He was just being nice to his client. After a week, I had to go back to school for the final exams. I looked for Tessa so we could study together in the library, but I couldn't find her. I sat down to study alone and let Damon stand by the door so I could focus. Minutes later, he barged in and yelled,
"Sasha, look out!"
To my horror, the huge bookshelf behind me began to fall on me, but Damon leapt forward and pushed me out of harm's way, and it fell on him. He was in the hospital for a week, and despite my parents' protests that I needed to stay safe at home, I insisted on visiting him every day. One day, while I was in the waiting area, Tessa came to see me with my favorite coffee, but before I could take a sip, a hand suddenly slapped the cup away. We turned to see Damon and a cop beside him, who suddenly put handcuffs on Tessa.
What are you doing, you moron?
Damon, what's happening? Suddenly, he revealed something that blew my mind. Tessa was the one who'd pushed the bookshelf on me.
I'd been keeping an eye on her and studying her. That day, I saw her enter the library from the back door, and I knew she was up to no good. I'm sure your coffee is poisoned too.
My best friend was trying to hurt me? Tessa, why? And suddenly, Tessa turned into a monster.
Because I hate you. You have everything I've ever wanted. Beauty, talent, fame, wealth. Theo, life is so unfair. I would have gotten rid of you already if your stupid bodyguard wasn't such a pain.
She screamed as the cop dragged her away, and I was left speechless. Damon then pulled me into a hug.
Are you okay?
Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. Hey people, I'm Danielle, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I thought my mom was the coolest. Dad was always traveling for work, and we'd never gotten close. But I loved being with Mom because she was so unpredictable and fun. She didn't fuss over balanced meals or strict routines, and bedtime was always flexible, depending on how far our living room fort was coming along, or if we hadn't finished our movie. She was all about letting me explore and being creative without caring about a messy house or dirty clothes. It's like she crafted her parenting style from a child's wish list, and it was awesome.
A child needs some discipline. We don't want people thinking she's being raised by wolves.
I don't think a lot about what other people are thinking, and a child needs to enjoy their childhood. You only get it once. But nothing topped the birthday party she threw me when I turned 10. She turned our backyard into a carnival with swings, food stalls, bouncy castles, and a petting zoo. The whole neighborhood was invited, and everyone was having a blast, till things turned a bit chaotic. We suddenly had goats headbutting kids, llamas chasing neighbors down the street, and alpacas uprooting everyone's lawns. And to make things 10 times worse, Dad turned up early to find the house looking like a tornado had swept through. It didn't help that we also got a massive fine from the city council for unauthorized livestock. Dad was beyond furious, and after a huge fight, he told Mom he'd had enough and wanted a divorce. He moved out the next day, and soon after the divorce was finalized, we found out he got remarried. Mom didn't take all these changes well and got really depressed. Dad sent some money for child support, but it wasn't much, and we suddenly found ourselves going from fairly well off to, well, kinda poor.
It used to be so much more fun to share lunch with you when you had takeout pizza or pasta. Your homemade meals are awful.
I know.
How can you eat this every day? If you can make your mom happy by letting her think her food is good, it's easy to eat her awful lunches.
In more ways than one, I found myself being the adult around the house while Mom was in her downward spiral. She was a high school dropout, so she wasn't qualified for many jobs, and if she got any, she never lasted too long.
Mom, I understand the customer was being rude to you, but you shouldn't have hit him in the eye with fried chicken.
He deserved it. Otherwise, you know I'm not a violent person.
You got fired from the shoe store last month because you had an argument with the manager and threw a stiletto at him.
As Mom drifted in and out of jobs and moods, I was taking care of things around the house and even managing the finances. By 8th grade, I'd started doing small jobs for the neighbors to earn some extra cash. But when I was in the 9th grade, Mom got a job as a singing telegram. Yep, she got paid to dress up in the wackiest costumes, from a tap dancing banana to a rapping dinosaur, and deliver messages in song. Happy birthday, dear Max. It's time to wear your party hat, even though you're getting older. At least you're not as old as that. Betty, you give me diabetes, 'cause you're so sweet. Say yes to marry me, and I'll kiss your feet. They weren't always happy messages, though.
Don't worry, Mike, you're not about to die, but you are getting fired, so pack your things and say bye.
For the first time, Mom seemed to be doing something she enjoyed, and I was happy for her. One evening, she was going to a fast food restaurant to deliver a birthday message, and she asked me to come along so we could eat there later. I walked watched in amusement as she sang and danced. But just then, I heard loud laughter at the table behind me. It was a bunch of popular girls from my class with their queen bee, Mila, and they were laughing at Mom. Gosh, how pathetic would you have to be to take up a job that has you acting like an idiot in public? It made me really angry, but I couldn't help feeling embarrassed too. I didn't want to be seen by them with Mom. I slid under the table, crawled towards the fire exit, and escaped, and waited in the car till Mom came, saying she'd been looking for me everywhere. But I just pretended I wasn't feeling well and wanted to go home. And when career day came around and everyone was asked to bring in their parents, I made sure Mom just never got the notice for it. So imagine my shock when Mom walked into the classroom dressed up as a giant cupcake. And when she introduced herself as my mom, I wished a sinkhole would open up. How come you didn't tell me about career day? I found the notice under your bed while cleaning. I forgot. You looked uncomfortable with me being there. Well, you know what kids are like, Mom. They can be mean. If you were planning to come, you could have said you'd do something else. Why? I know some moms who came are lawyers and doctors, and their jobs are really important to them. But I also like mine, and it pays the bills. That's all a job is supposed to do. I don't define my worth by it. I was almost annoyed with Mom for choosing this moment to sound so wise and mature. Why couldn't she understand that high school kids were judgmental and wouldn't let me live it down? Which, of course, they didn't. Wow, you got the lowest grade in the math test. If you keep up like this, you'll end up failing high school and become a singing telegram too. You're signing up for dance club? Danielle, if you dance anything like your mom, don't even bother. One day, I was walking into class when I tripped on a school bag and face planted to the floor. Oh, wow, girl. You're just as embarrassing as your mom. I'd had it. I was about to pounce on her when the door suddenly opened and the teacher walked in with the most gorgeous boy I'd ever laid eyes on. He introduced himself as Antonio, and everybody swooned over the mysterious exchange student. Antonio, you can sit here. She pushed her minion right out of the chair next to her, then smiled at him innocently. But to my shock, the teacher insisted Antonio sit with me. As he walked over, he ran his fingers through his blonde hair, and his bright blue eyes mesmerized me as he gave me a smile. Oh, was I kidding? He'd never be interested in me. So I just got on with the day and watched the really pretty girls fall over themselves to talk to him, which was so embarrassing. Hey, Antonio, please zip up my lab coat. Oh, silly me. It has no zip. Can I touch your hair? Just for 1 second. It's for science. To my surprise, Antonio walked past all the other girls at lunch and asked if he could sit with me. And he actually seemed interested in talking to me.
Back home, I don't have any friends.
Really? You look like the sort who would have loads.
It's hard to trust people. It seems like most of them want to be friends for all the wrong reasons. Even here, I don't know how many of these people actually care to know the real me. You seem different, though.
Oh, I blushed and got so nervous that I spilled my milkshake all over myself. Rather than laughing, he coolly handed me a napkin. When our hands touched, we both pulled away nervously. So, tell me about the real you. He talked about how much he missed his country and his family.
We're really close, so it's hard to be away. How about your family?
Oh, well, it's just me and my mom. We're pretty close.
What does your mom do?
She's a singer.
Oh, really? What kind of singer?
Come on, think fast. A jazz singer. Really sophisticated and cool, you know? Antonio was super amazed by that. But then I suddenly realized he would discover the truth soon enough. So I lied to Mom. I've joined a club before and after school, and the timings won't suit you, so no need to drive me over and pick me up. I'll take the bus. I had to go to a cafe to kill time, before and after school, but it was worth it. Antonio and I were getting closer.
Want me to come around tonight to study? Where I'm staying, I don't get much privacy.
My mom's rehearsing with her cool and sophisticated jazz band. What about the library? We hit the books in the library one afternoon where something weird happened. These two men in suits sat right near us and kept glancing at Antonio. They were both reading, but one of them had his book upside down. I don't want to worry you, but those men keep looking at you.
Are you sure? Maybe they're looking at you because, you know, you're so pretty. It's still creepy, of course. We can get out of here and go to the mall. I have to buy a few things.
It wasn't a few things. Antonio was was spending an obscene amount of money.
What? These are presents for my family. I get an allowance, you know?
Suddenly, this guy appeared out of nowhere, took Antonio's wallet, and bolted like a cheetah. But just then, the same two men from the library popped up, chased the thief down, and tackled him to the ground. Those are the men from the library. They're after us. Run, Antonio, run!
It's okay. I know them. I will explain everything.
Antonio took me to the exchange house where he was staying, which turned out to be a freaking mansion with staff who bowed to him.
I must confess something. In my country, I'm a prince. My parents are king and queen, and those men are my bodyguards.
Yeah, and I'm the Empress of Egypt, Cleopatra. Nice to meet you.
It's true. I'm really not making this up.
It really felt like he wasn't joking around, and my mouth dropped open in shock.
I'm sorry, I lied. I just wanted to experience life without the royal spotlight for a bit. I was gonna tell you the truth eventually, but I was enjoying my time with you so much, just being a regular guy. I didn't want to ruin it, because, well, I kinda like you.
Wow! A prince has feelings for me! I kinda like you too. Antonio smiled brightly. It was like a fairy tale.
Now that you know the truth, my parents are coming for a visit tomorrow, and we're having a banquet. I'd love for you to come, you and your mom.
I couldn't invite Mom, not after the lies I told about her. She went on a world tour today. She's in Japan right now.
Oh, that's a shame. I really wanted to meet her.
The next night, as I got ready for Antonio's party, Mom peeked into my room.
Hey, honey, I have to work tonight. Are you going out?
Yes. I'm hanging out with some friends.
I'm happy to hear that. But lately, I feel like we hardly spend any time together. Any chance you want to tag along to work? We can do something fun afterwards.
I told you already, Mom. Hanging out with friends. Mom looked a bit sad as she nodded and left, and I felt kinda bad. But my mind soon shifted back to Antonio's party. I wanted to look my absolute best for it. The party was amazing, and everyone there looked super glamorous. Antonio introduced me to his parents, who were both lovely. Everything was going well when suddenly Antonio grabbed my hand.
I have a surprise for you.
The lights darkened and the stage lights lit up. Then, to my absolute horror, Mom walked on stage dressed as a queen with a fake crown and velvet robes. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could, hoping I could teleport to another planet. But, spoiler alert, it didn't work.
I found the cutest way to send a message. It's called a singing telegram. Ever heard of it? This message is for you.
Then, my mother started to sing an opera about love. Everyone cheered her on, but I wasn't even listening. I was hoping she couldn't even see me from the stage. But then, she got off and started walking into the crowd towards me. As she got closer, her voice cracked and she stopped singing mid-sentence.
Danielle?
You know her?
I guess, a little, yeah. She's my mom.
I thought your mom was a jazz singer in Japan on a world tour.
I looked at Mom as realization of what was happening dawned on her face. I'd never seen her look so sad and disappointed. Then she just turned and ran out. I'm sorry, I have to go. I ran after her as fast as I could, but she'd already left, so I took a cab home. When I got there, she had already changed out of costume. Mom, I'm sorry.
You are that embarrassed of me that you pretended I was in another country?
I know, it was awful, and
That was my last job as a singing telegram. It's over.
Mom, you don't have to.
Save it, Danielle. You got what you wanted. A normal mom. I'll never embarrass you again.
She wasn't the only one angry at me. Antonio was ignoring me in school the next few days too. And eventually, I had to climb the rope right behind him in gym class to get him to talk to me.
What are you doing?
I just wanted to apologize about that little mix-up.
Little mix-up? You lied to me.
Hello, Mr. I'm a secret prince?
Lying about that is different. And I told you the truth eventually. I liked you because I thought you were genuine, unlike the others, but I was clearly wrong.
His words hit me so hard that I fell off the rope. Ouch. I know I shouldn't have cared what people thought of my mom. A part of me just wanted to have a stable parent with a normal job. But what was so bad about the one who didn't? Growing up, I'd loved that she wasn't like other parents. Mom had just picked up a waitressing job at her friend's cafe, and I decided to dress up and apologize to her publicly as a singing telegram. But when I got there, I found her in a cat fight with her friend. Why won't you believe me? Why would I lie about my daughter dating a prince?
If he's a prince, he could literally date anyone. Why Danielle? You're saying my daughter isn't good enough for a prince? What's wrong with my Danielle? She's pretty and smart and the picture of grace.
I couldn't help smiling. She really was one of a kind. Mom, I've been a jerk. We both know it's true. I'm really sorry that I made you feel blue. You deserve the best day and night. Please quit this job. Let's make it right. As As Mom and I went smiling outside, I pulled her into a hug. You always let me do whatever I wanted. I'm sorry I wasn't as supportive.
I know I haven't been the ideal parent at times.
You're the parent I want. Let's go eat something, shall we?
Any chance your prince boyfriend would join us?
He's not my boyfriend. You aren't supposed to go around announcing he's a prince.
I don't think anyone believed me anyway.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess we'll have to see if he'll give me another chance. Either way, tonight I'd rather just hang out with you, Mom. It's been a while. Hey friends, I'm Ada, and I was the first computer programmer ever. I was born on the 10th of December, 1815, in a super rich family in London and lived with my governess, the servants, and a pet cat, Mrs. Puff, in a huge mansion in the countryside. My mom was a very famous social worker and was mostly away, but whenever she'd return home, I'd try my best to make the most of it. Mom, I made this drawing for you. Mom, I learned to ride a unicycle. Isn't it cool? Look, I can walk upside down. It was like everything I did was to impress Mom.
Ada, I don't want you wasting your time in these senseless things. Darling, you are made for greatness. I will have the best tutors in the world for you.
Mom was pretty bent on making me stop wasting my time, so she hired an army of tutors to teach me at home. I was being taught everything, from mathematics to astronomy, from literature to history. I was even learning French and Spanish. But I just couldn't sit through the lessons. They seemed so boring. Every time my teachers would start a topic, I'd want to go out and play, which I wasn't allowed to do because Mom had set all these rules for me to follow, a proper timetable, and even a meal plan. But then I found a way to make it work. I promised my teachers that I'd study if they gave me multiple breaks throughout the day, and they agreed. After every lesson, I'd go out and enjoy the weather, and it made learning fun for me. With the best teachers in all of England, I started to finally like studying, and my curiosity about things just kept growing. I'd lay my eyes on something and wanted to know how it worked. Why does the wind blow? If the earth is spinning, why don't we spin with it? Why aren't we dizzy? Where does the rain come from, and why is the rainbow always an arc? Why is it not a circle? One time, I wrote a poem about rainbows and read it to my mom. I thought I did a pretty good job, but Mom looked royally pissed.
Ada, what is all this? Poetry? I hate it. I am giving you this lavish life, far away from all the worries and troubles of the world, and you waste your time writing poems of all things? I hate poems. I'm going to get you new tutors. Looks like you have too much time to waste. Saying that, she went to her room where I was never allowed to enter because she always kept it locked. Mom thought I was some dumb kid who couldn't pick a lock and enter her room. As a matter of fact, I had known what she was hiding in that room right from the start. My dad. Actually, pictures of my dad. I had heard the servants often talk about him. My dad was a very famous poet. He was basically the first celebrity of England. He was sort of like a rock star of his time and had a massive fan following. People from far away would come to listen to his poetry, and that didn't sit well with my mom. My mom hated his work, and they'd argue so much that when I was just 2 months old, he moved away and never looked back. Mom didn't want me to be like him, and that was the reason she wanted me to always be super busy with studies. But Mom forgot I was my own person. Yeah, I had started to love science and mathematics, but I also loved something else that I don't think my mom ever experienced. Having fun. Like, everyone knows how fun it is to play in the mud and run like crazy in the rain, but for Mom, it was a big no-no. She would constantly be telling me to sit, stand, eat, and even breathe like a proper lady. One time, when I was about 12, we had a party at our place, and Mom made me wear the most uncomfortable dress ever. It was so tight that it just made me wonder how women could breathe in it. As everyone danced and enjoyed themselves, I just wanted to get some fresh air. So I went to the garden, and it was then that I saw it. A nest on a tree. It was about to fall. I quickly got into action and climbed the tree. Thank God Mom wasn't there. But then, out of nowhere, I heard her yell. Dear God, Ada, what in the world? You are wearing such an expensive dress. Ugh, it's ruined now. I held this party to introduce you to Augustus, the best math teacher in all of Britain, and this is how you behave?
But Mom, the little birdie's nest was about to fall. I had to fix it. This nest was more important than this stupid dress or anyone else.
You see, my lady, why I was refusing to tutor your daughter. Math, science, these are not the fields women should worry about. I suggest you teach her how to cook, clean, and yes, some manners too.
Saying that, the man left, and Mom, wow, she literally went berserk, and I got the lecture of a lifetime. And it was then that it happened. I felt a shooting pain in my head, and then everything turned dark. When I woke up, I was in my bed, and it turned out I had a headache called a migraine. I was put on bed rest for not just 1 or 2 days, but for a whole year. Just in the first week, I felt like I was gonna go crazy from boredom. I had solved tons and tons of puzzles, played all the board games in the house with the servants, read so many books, and I was still bored. But then one day I saw something amazing. The nest that I had saved had chicks. I was so happy over the coming weeks. I saw each chick, one by one, leaving the nest, and it was because of them that I fell in love with flying. I poured my heart into researching how to fly and called the subject flyology. I gathered supplies and even built wings. I so wanted to try them on and see if I could fly. But Mom, she thought it was a waste of time thinking about a machine that could never be made. In reality, if Mom could only see the world now. When I turned 14, Mom introduced me to my new teacher, Mary. She was a mathematics genius, and it was because of her that my love for the field of mathematics just grew. One time when Mary was done with her class, she forgot her advanced math book at my place. Since back in the day we didn't have TV or smartphones, I was just bored, so I started solving the equations. And the next week when Mary visited, she was stunned.
Who helped you? There is no way you did it yourself. This is practically the hardest math question.
Hardest? It was easy peasy. Hearing my answer, Mary went deep into thought, and when she visited me the next week, she had a gentleman with her who looked familiar. It was Augustus, the man who thought women couldn't do math, and now he wanted to be my teacher? But I didn't. I was about to tell him to leave, but couldn't because Mom was going all gaga over him. She really wanted him to be my tutor. So in the end, I agreed, but I made sure to push his buttons every now and then. So, I have a question. It's a math question, very hard.
You asked one silly question just 5 minutes ago. Fine, ask away.
Why can't a nose be 12 inches long?
What kind of question is this?
Because then it would be a foot.
But it was funny.
I guess I needed to cut some Augustus some slack. He was a nice guy and taught me everything I needed to know about math. I know I was his favorite student. He never said it himself, but I did find his letters in Mom's drawer one time in which he told Mom that I had the potential to be one of the greatest mathematician minds in the world. One time when I was 17, Mom and I were invited to Mary's house for a ball. She was getting engaged, and to be honest, the party was boring. Like, there was no one I could talk to. All the girls my age wanted to talk about were boys, babies, and baking.
Oh my. Look at your 9 o'clock.
No, 3 o'clock. That guy is totally checking you out. Wave your fan. Say hi to him with your fan.
Ah, sweet lady, you look so pretty tonight. My thoughts about you keep multiplying by 10. I hear you love numbers. So, how about we dance?
Cringe. I need something to eat. I feel like I'll faint if I don't eat something fast. Saying that, I hurried to the food table, and just as I grabbed the last donut, someone else took it. And when I saw who it was, I felt like a deer in the headlights. It was Charles Babbage, a science genius who had been building a giant calculating engine, or as you call it today, a computer. Oh my God, a big fan of your work. I was wondering if you could
dance? No, thank you.
What? No, not dance. I wanted to see your machine. I've heard so much about it. I want to work with you.
Work? With me? That's cute. Please excuse me.
What huh? Well, I was determined to see his invention, and when I told Mom, she pulled some strings, and Charles had to finally invite me to a showing of his machine, which was still not complete. The moment I laid my eyes on it, I was in absolute awe. The man was a genius. His machines had like 25,000 parts, and once complete, could perform all types of complex calculations. The man was working on the very first computer, and I wanted to learn from him. It's marvelous. I have never seen anything like this in my whole life. How about you teach me about this marvelous machine and I can help you make it better?
Oh, wow. You think you can just make it, better? I have spent years and years working on this, and you think you can make it better? No way.
Are you always such a jerk, or do you just show off when I'm around? Ugh. And by the way, why do you have to repeat the same steps over and over again for a simple addition? Saying that, I turned to leave, but I guess what I said made perfect sense to him, and he stopped me in my tracks.
The repeating steps again and again. It was on my mind, but no one, not even the best scientists, could understand that part. But you did. You really want to learn from me? Help me make this machine better? Fine. I'll have you as an apprentice. But only if you first translate the manual book for the machine from French to English.
OMG, was this really happening? Oh, yes, it was. I was pretty glad Mom had me take French classes when I was a kid. It took me 9 months to translate the piles and piles of notes. As I understood his designs more and more, I added my own notes on how to make things better. By the time I was done translating, I had over 30 notebooks. But it was all worth it, because I realized Charles's machine, when finished, could even print, create graphics, play music, all along doing complex calculations. The man had hit the jackpot. But when Charles saw my notes, he looked confused. I was so sure I did everything right. Did he find some mistake? Were my calculations wrong? Did I blow my chances of working with the Charles Babbage? Look, I can do it again.
Do it again? Nonsense. Ada, this is extraordinary. Everything you've written makes so much sense. With you by my side, I am so sure this machine will be a success and even better.
Charles was so happy with my work that he started calling me the magician of numbers. He even got my notes printed and distributed to all the mathematicians and scientists in England. It was incredible. Just like Charles, I didn't go to school, college, or university, and here I was, standing shoulder to shoulder with the greatest minds of all time. After that, there was no stopping me. I officially started working with Charles, and he not only became my mentor, but also my best friend. Soon, we decided to make a new machine called the Analytical Engine. While working with Charles, I developed the first algorithm ever. It could calculate advanced algebra equations. Together with my algorithm and Charles's machine, we were creating the world's first mechanical computer. A few years later, I got married and had 3 children, but I still worked with Charles, even from home. Every day I'd write letters to him since he lived nearby. We were exchanging letters like 6 times a day. It was totally like texting. One day I was home with my kids when I got the worst news ever. Mom was sick, so I visited her. I stayed with Mom for a week, and it was during those days that I told her about what I had been working on. I wasn't expecting it, but Mom, she looked so happy, and then she said the most amazing thing ever, something I never thought I'd hear her say.
You make me feel so proud every day with your courage, kindness, and hard work. Ada dear, I am sorry for being tough on you when you were a kid. I came from a family where women weren't allowed to study, and I wanted you to have every opportunity to be educated. Ever since you were a kid, I knew you could do far better than your dad or me, and I am so happy I was right.
Mom, everything I am today, it's because of you. I love you. Once I returned from Mom's place, I got back to work, but then our big project came to a stop when Charles was out of money to build. He asked me to visit Queen Victoria and ask her to fund our project, but how could I? The woman basically hated me. Yeah, I had beef with the Queen after I stepped on her gown at a party and didn't recognize her. Oh God, this was gonna be so hard, but I had to do it. For Charles, I went to see the Queen and explained everything to her. I wasn't expecting it, but she agreed to help me. I was ecstatic, and when I broke the news to Charles, he was thrilled.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Ada, how can I ever repay the favor?
How about you make me the CEO of Babbage's machine?
CEO? You can be chairman, president, anything you want, because it's a fact, Ada. With your code, this machine will reach new heights.
I was coding computer programs before there were even computers and before it was cool. 100 years later, the work I did with Charles was finally recognized and became the basis for the invention of the first modern computer and the basis for the machine you are watching me on right now. In the late 1970s, the United States Army created a programming language called Ada to honor my work in the programming field. Every year, on the second Tuesday of October, people around the world celebrate women who work in STEM on Ada Lovelace Day, so don't forget to celebrate it next year. Ada would love that, don't you think?
It was midnight, and there was a creepy silence all over the place. I opened the main gate to find him standing there with a stupid smile on his face. I dragged him inside. Get in here now, and don't talk. Don't whisper. Don't even breathe, or else. His smile disappeared, and he followed me up the stairs. I held him by the arm as he walked behind me. He stopped and whispered, "Hey, why don't we use the elevator? We're going to use the stairs to reach the 8th floor. Are you out of your mind?" I punched him in the shoulder. "I swear to God, if I hear you say another word, I'm going to scream and tell the neighbors that you're annoying me. They will beat your butt up. Don't mess with me. Now shut up and follow me." He looked terrified, but stayed calm. But not for long. When we reached the 6th floor, he said, "Can you at least hold me?" "Hold you? Are you crazy?" "Yes. Hold me in your lovely arms." "Ew, you're so disgusting." And then I pushed him away. His back hit the neighbor's door, and someone yelled, "Hey, who's there?" We looked at each other terrified. "Run!" And we both ran like scared rabbits until we reached my apartment. "Why did you push me? That was such a dumb thing for a brilliant girl to do." I pulled him inside and whispered, "Listen, if anyone knows you're here, we're going to be in a lot of trouble." He nodded. "Here, take this letter. Read it after 3 days from today." The letter looked dirty and worn out, as if it was written a decade ago. He could see my confused face when I was about to ask, "Why is it—" "I'm thirsty." He didn't wait for me and opened the fridge himself. "Why is the fridge empty? You're not poor, right?" "Just shut up and follow me." We walked to my bedroom. I opened the door to see my mom sitting on my bed with the scariest eyes I'd ever seen. She got up and walked towards me. It was dark, and Mom was holding a flashlight in her hand. She glared at me, and then she noticed Adam behind me. "Adam! Oh, my son! Oh, my God! I can't believe my eyes!" And she started hugging and kissing him for the next 5 minutes. Then she turned to me, looking really mad. Adam said, "Why is Mom talking like that?" "Oh, an oracle told her that she should never talk to me except on Wednesdays, because that will bring me good luck and I will marry a handsome billionaire." "Mom, you know we should keep him a secret." Then Mom turned to Adam and said, "Leave, now!" No, Mom, he can stay. We must not tell anyone he is here. But what are we going to do about Mary?" Mary was my older brother's wife, and she was really chatty. "Oh, Mary, how is she? And how are her 2 beautiful girls?" "Driving us crazy, and now she's pregnant. I don't know when your loser, good-for-nothing brother is going to find a job and move out of our house." After a long discussion, we decided that we would keep Adam in my room till morning, and once Mary left for work, we would send him to stay at his friend's place. Then Adam asked why the room was dark, and Mom says she knocked over the lamp because she had panicked that I had run away with a stupid boy for good. Ugh, Mom and her theories about girls. So annoying. "Oh, hi there. My name is Sarah, and I'm from Egypt. I live in a neighborhood full of young girls. No woman has given birth to a baby boy in 20 years in our neighborhood. And no single guy has moved to live here in 20 years as well. My mom thinks this neighborhood is cursed. So imagine what the women here will do when they find out that my single 25-year-old brother had just come back from the States." In the morning, Mary was screaming at her kids to get ready for school. I was standing in front of my room guarding it when Mary walked towards me. "Move aside. I left my scarf in your room last night. I need to get it." "What on earth were you doing in my room, taking off your scarf?" "I don't have time for your stupid arguments, Sarah. Move, now." I said no, and we both got into a small fight. She was way stronger than me and pushed me away. She opened the door and I gasped. The room was empty, and Adam wasn't there. She looked around for 5 minutes, and just when she was about to leave, my dumb brother got out from under the bed. "I got your scarf, Mary." "Huh, you totally fell for it." "What?" Mary turned around, looking really shocked to see him. Then she hugged him tight. "What did you do? Why did you tell her you were here, stupid?" "Well, I don't know. I just missed my Mary. Come on, she's one of us." But this Mary had 4 sisters, and they lived on the 1st floor in our building. She would do her best to make sure that Adam would meet her dumb, annoying sisters so one of them could have a chance to marry him. I couldn't handle 2 Marys in my life. "Isn't it time for you to go to school, Mary? I'm sure your students can't wait for your class to begin." She glared at me and got up to leave. "Oh, Mary? I swear to God, if anyone finds out that Adam is here, I will tell your principal who steals pencil cases from the students. She looked furious and left. I was about to attack Adam for telling Mary he was here when Omar, my oldest brother, and Mary's husband came in. Oh, Omar! Good morning! Adam's here! Adam and Omar stared at each other for a moment, and man, I could feel the tension. What was going on? Hey, brother. Hey, brother. And Omar went back to his room. That's it? No hugging? No kissing? I didn't want to think about this for now. I had a huge problem to deal with at the moment. Just then, the doorbell rang. I opened the door, and a police officer asked me about Adam. I was shocked to see him. I lied and said he wasn't here. He said that Adam should come to the police station as soon as possible. If he doesn't show up in 2 days, he will face legal consequences. And with that, he turned around and left. What did Adam do? I asked Adam, and he said he would explain later. The letter? The police? This guy was filled with secrets. I decided not to go to school that day and stay home to see what I could do to save my brother from all the crazy women in the building before it was too late. I decided to disguise him as a girl, so we could leave without being noticed. And man, I did a great job. He looked like a real lady. We headed to the door, and when we opened it, Mary's sister was standing there with a stupid smile. Here, this is your birthday present, my lovely, lovely Sarah. But my birthday was 2 months ago. Plus, you don't even like me. Oh, you silly girl. Please leave now. I don't have time for this. She looked pissed and left. That was awkward. Hey, you think she knows I'm here? I'm going to kill Mary. Then the doorbell rang again, and there were Mary's other 2 sisters, holding presents. I closed the door in their faces. I took Adam's hands and ran to my room. They found out about our secret. What are we going to do about this now? Don't worry, brother. Your brilliant sister has a solution for everything. Everyone is going about their stupid morning routines as usual, and they won't notice when we leave. Then Mom barged in looking terrified. Mom, what's going on? What are all the neighborhood's girls doing at my door? They are all over the stairs. The line has reached the gate. We looked at each other in horror. What am I going to do now? There is no way my son is going to marry a girl from this cursed neighborhood. I have a bride for him. Your mama has good taste and will get you the most beautiful girl in the world. Mom, he's the one who's going to decide this. Can you leave now? Mom looked super angry. She turned to Adam again. And you tell this witch that when the time comes, I will choose a suitable boy for her too. Can we discuss this on Wednesday, Mom? Mom finally left. I looked at Adam and he was holding a picture in his hand. Who is this? I was terrified. How did he find it? He was going to kill me now. No one? I mean, he's a boy, as you can see. Adam looked shocked. Is he your boyfriend, Sarah? Oh, shoot. Please don't hurt me. Adam stepped closer, looking serious. He held me by my t-shirt. Then I heard a sound from behind me. What's going on here? And who is that boy in that picture? I almost passed out when I saw Omar standing there. Nothing. It's my friend's picture. And they both glared at each other. Then Omar left. Adam promised to keep my secret. Just then, Mary and her kids got back, much earlier than usual. They were holding many presents. Oh, I couldn't even leave the building with all these crazy girls out there, so I just came back here. So you couldn't keep your mouth shut, huh? Oh no, I only told my youngest sister since she is Adam's type and will make him a happy man. She looked at Adam and said, all these girls got you all those presents, but I'm sure you will only like my sisters. I stopped her. I swear, if you weren't pregnant, I would have kicked your butt right now. Adam said, guys, we need to stay calm so we can clearly think about what we're going to do now. Then a stone was thrown out our window and a letter was wrapped over it. I unfolded it and it said, Dear Adam, we're rich. With love. From the girl with the blonde curly hair who waved at you when your mom opened the door 10 minutes ago. P.S. We had a moment. Oh my god. Was she tempting him into marrying her? Then another stone was thrown. Then another. And then one more. They just couldn't stop throwing stones. Oh my god. My brother was the only single guy in this neighborhood and not in the entire world. What's wrong with them? Okay, guys. I think it's not safe to stay in the living room. Everyone should stay in their bedrooms. Yes, me and the girls will stay in Sarah's room because Omar can't handle their noise. And Adam will stay with Omar. Adam and I yelled at the same time, no way. Mom agreed with Mary. She, Mary, and the kids moved to camp in my bedroom, while Adam went to stay with Omar. This was too much. How was I going to talk to my boyfriend now that everyone's around me? Minutes later, the neighborhood's girls started banging on the door like crazy. Sarah, open the stupid door! I have a chance with Adam! Another girl said, Sarah, if you don't open the door, I swear I'm going to tell your mom about your little secret. And then the whole crowd started pushing and kicking the door like monsters. Omar's daughter started crying and everyone started to panic. Except for Omar and Adam. They both were busy screaming. Omar pushed Adam out of his room. Take your spoiled, successful son away from me, Mom. It's not my fault that you're such a loser. You can't hate me for that. I hate you for being born. And now you're getting all this attention that you don't even deserve. Adam was about to punch Omar in the face when I stood between them and he almost hit me. Enough! We have enough drama going on right now. The girls were still screaming and pushing the door. My phone rang, and I answered immediately. It's Dad. He said he can't get in because of the huge crowd out there. Mom heard the news and passed out. Ugh, she is always like that. So dramatic. Just then, Omar's daughters started screaming and crying. They were hungry, and so were the rest of us. Mom asked Omar if he went to the grocery store like she told him to, but he gave her a cold look, which meant he didn't. That loser kept the money for himself. The fridge was almost empty. I had a great idea. I opened the window and screamed, "Girls, we need 8 hamburgers here with french fries. Once we are well fed, we will have a family meeting to decide who Adam's fiancé will be." As if. And the girls were like, say no more. "Don't forget, lots of ketchup, please." But suddenly, we heard police sirens coming closer, and Dad was sitting on the back of the truck with a speaker. "Move! Move!" The policeman managed to make everyone leave the place, and I could see my dad's furious face. But when he entered the house, his face lightened up when he saw Adam, and they both hugged and kissed. Dad whispered to Adam, "Everything is all right now, son. I talked to the police officers. You're clean." And winked at him. What was going on with Adam and the police? I looked from the window, and I saw the crazy girls starting to gather again. One of them yelled, "We're not leaving!" These girls are impossible. I decided to sneak out to meet with my boyfriend before it got really crowded. When I got to the gate, the whole neighborhood's girls were camping there. Literally. And Omar was there behind a food booth selling fast food and water to them. Oh my God. Just then, a group of girls came running to me and begged me to give their love letters to Adam. I wrinkled up my nose and walked away to the back of the building, making sure no one followed me. When I got there, I ran to my boyfriend. We were talking and having a great time until, "Girls, she is here!" Suddenly, I nearly went blind when a huge spotlight turned in our direction out of nowhere. I felt like a deer caught in a car's headlights. The girls were screaming and running towards me. The noise was so loud that all the neighbors had opened their windows and were now enjoying the commotion. Suddenly, Mom yelled, "What are you doing down there with that boy, Sarah?" I was terrified, and my boyfriend ran away. The coward. "Mom! You talked to me! I'm not going to marry that billionaire. Happy now?" Then suddenly, Mary opened her room's window. "My water broke!" Everyone gasped in shock. A few minutes later, Omar was down at the gate, holding Mary in his arms. "I don't have time! It's coming out!" One of the girls screamed, "I'm a nurse! Girls, follow me!" And they put Mary in one of their tents. Mom and Dad also followed and waited outside the tent. Oh no, Adam was now alone. I quickly ran up there. I found him sitting on the floor, crying. He looked at me, and my heart went out to him. "It's about the letter, Sarah. It's..." Suddenly, we heard noises from behind us. The crazy girls were running towards us. I had to run to the door to lock it, and I managed to do it on time. I turned around and Adam wasn't there. Where did he go? I panicked. I called out to him so many times, but I heard nothing. I looked in all the rooms, and he was nowhere to be found. I remembered the letter and ran to my room. I opened it and started reading. Oh my God! I rushed out of the apartment and ran downstairs, calling out Adam's name in horror. All the girls were looking at me. "Find me, Adam!" Everyone was running around like crazy, and Mary was still screaming in that tent. It was insane! Seconds later, a girl got out from behind the bushes, carrying Adam around her neck and yelling, "I found him!" The girls were all celebrating and jumping around them. "Put me down, for God's sake!" I ran to them and helped Adam stand on his feet. Mom got out of the tent and glared at me. "Shame on you. Can't you just make me proud like your brother Adam? I can't wait for the day to see him happily married to a girl of his own choice. Oh, and see his lovely children." "Mom, I'm already married, and I have a boy." Mom gasped. She and all the girls looked like they were about to pass out. Then one of the girls stepped closer and slapped Adam and said, "I can't believe you did this to me. I don't even know you," and pushed her away. Mom said, "Is she, I can't even say it." "Yes, Mom. She is American." Mom put her hands on her head and was about to fall on the ground when I held her in my arms. "Mom, love doesn't recognize cultures or any differences. The heart wants what it wants." Then we heard the baby's first cries. Mom said cheerfully, "The baby is out. My third granddaughter is here." She glared at us. "I'll deal with you two later." And she ran away to the tent. When she got back, she was holding the baby, and her face looked pale, as if she had seen a ghost. "Are you okay, Mom?" It's a boy!" Oh my God. I ran to Mom and hugged her, and so did Adam, and she hugged us back. One of the girls said, Yeah, well, I know this is emotional and all, but get lost, Adam. Let's go, girls. No, we're not leaving, idiot, one of the girls yelled. This is the first boy we've had in 20 years, and I'm going to kiss his foot. And all the girls lined up behind her and kissed the baby's foot to be blessed by him. I asked Adam why the police wanted him, and he said it was just something related to his wife and son's immigration papers. Wait, had my dad known the truth all along? Dad winked at me and joined our hug.
Hi, I'm Miranda from Michigan, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, Mom and Dad were over the moon, but my brother Jamie was the happiest. Mom told me he wouldn't leave my side for a second and refused to let anyone hold me except him. Once when I was 4, I was sitting on a swing when an older boy pushed me and I landed in the mud. Why did you do that? My new dress is all dirty now. All the kids started laughing, and suddenly I started wheezing and had trouble breathing. Just then, Jamie came running and shoved an ice pop down the boy's shirt. He ran off screaming. Are you okay, Miranda? What's happened to you? He immediately rushed me home. My parents took me to the doctor, and I was diagnosed with asthma, and it got triggered every time I got stressed. Since that day, Jamie's life mission was to protect me from anything stressful. When we were little, I loved Jamie's overprotectiveness, but as I got older, it started annoying me, especially since Jamie made it clear to every boy in school that I was off limits. In 9th grade, when a boy finally asked me out, I was super excited, but just as I was sneaking out of the house, I bumped into Jamie.
Where are you going dressed like that?
Who are you, my mother-in-law?
I told you to stay away from guys. You'll end up miserable.
Jamie, I know you think you're looking out for me, but it's getting really annoying. I slammed the door in his face and left. But my first date was awful. The guy was a new admission and he kept talking about his fancy old school. At one point, he started wailing loudly about how our school was a garbage dump and everyone here was so tacky. I walked out in the middle of our meal. But when I got home, I found Jamie waiting for me. I told him the date was amazing. I wasn't gonna tell him that it sucked. My friends thought having an older brother was awesome since I got to hang out with his best friend and our school's heartthrob, Sheldon. But I thought both of them were pigs. They talked about wearing the same underwear for days and held burping contests and made me the judge. Ew! And they were always getting into trouble at school for bunking classes and were even caught smoking once. They made me swear I wouldn't tell Mom. I had to keep their stupid secrets. But one afternoon when I got home, I saw Sheldon's car in our driveway, and he was cleaning its windshield with his t-shirt. I couldn't stop staring at his gorgeous, toned body.
Like what you see, eh?
Gosh, that was so embarrassing. I wasn't staring at you.
Hey, wait. I wanted your friend's number. You know, the one with the curly hair.
And why would I give it to you? I know how you treat girls. You're a serial heartbreaker. Some girl is crying in the school bathroom every week over you.
Well, they just all fall for me too fast. It's creepy. And I haven't found the right one yet.
I don't know why, but the way he was looking at me was making my heart flutter. Luckily, Jamie came out just then, and I ran off to my room. The next day when I went to the school cafeteria, I was shocked to see Jamie and Sheldon talking to the guy who'd asked me out. The poor guy looked terrified. I was determined to give those two jerks a piece of my mind later, but as I was walking back from school, I saw a heavily pregnant woman on the roadside all alone, looking distressed. Hey, are you okay? She told me she was about to go into labor. I quickly called an ambulance, and even though I was kind of freaking out, I went with her. When we finally got to the hospital and she was admitted, it happened. My heart started racing and I had trouble breathing. I fumbled through my bag to find my inhaler when I saw Sheldon walk in. He took one look at me and quickly found my inhaler from my bag. When I finally calmed down, I realized I was in Sheldon's arms and he was gently patting my back. I felt a strange fluttering in my tummy. This is Sheldon, for heaven's sake. You've known him since you wore pigtails to school. Why are you here?
My sister just had a baby girl. I'm an uncle now. Want to meet my niece?
Sure. I didn't know much about Sheldon's family. I knew his family was loaded, but he still spent more time at my home than his own. As soon as we entered his sister's room, I was shocked to see she was the same woman I'd helped. Sheldon couldn't thank me enough as he dropped me home. When we got there, Jamie was coming back from his evening run. Seeing him, I remembered he'd been bullying my date.
and I felt so angry again. Why do you keep poking your fat nose in my business, Jamie? You both break every rule, but you can't even let me date in peace? What are you talking about? Don't act innocent. I saw both of you talking to that poor guy in the cafeteria. Do you think it's my personal mission to keep you single? It's just that I know dating a jerk will stress you out. You know what? I think you stress me out more than anyone else. I don't think you care about me. You just want to control me. And with that, I ran to my room. A few minutes later, I heard a knock and Sheldon walked in. That was unfair, Miranda. You know how much Jamie loves you. But that doesn't give him the right to interfere in my personal life. I know he can be a little overbearing, but trust me, you're lucky to have a family that cares about you so much. Not everyone has that. Then suddenly, he took my hand in his. My dad's hardly ever home, and my stepmom can't wait to get rid of me. Why do you think I'm always here? Does Jamie know about this? Yeah. He never told you? At that moment, I felt really proud of my brother. He was that kind of person who would never betray his friend's confidence. Just then, I realized my hand was still in Sheldon's. Are you really into that cafeteria guy? No, he's a complete moron. Thank God. You know that rock band you love? They're having a concert this weekend. Jamie isn't interested, so would you like to go with me? I'd love that. When I told Jamie about our plan, he didn't think too much about it since Sheldon was practically family. And I made an extra effort to get dressed that day. It didn't go unnoticed. When Sheldon came to pick me up, he gave a low whistle. Don't be a jerk, I'm not your girlfriend. Yeah, and that's a shame. What did that mean? We had a blast at the concert, and then went to a cafe since we were both starving. Whoa, slow down, Tiger. Jamie would kill me if you choked on that burger. Wait, you've got mustard just there. Oh, I can be messy. Cute's more like it. You're nothing like the girls I've dated. Because I don't wear makeup or because I'm eating too much? I don't know. You're just different. When we were going back home, Sheldon asked me if we could make a small stop on the way. And I was really surprised when we ended up in a nursing home. I followed him into a room where a weak-looking woman was lying in bed, but her face instantly lit up when she saw Sheldon. Sheldon stroked her hair and read to her until she dozed off. Then we gently tiptoed out of the room. Sheldon, was that your mom? Yeah, but she doesn't actually recognize me as her son now. She's been unwell for a long time and lost her memories. I'm just a friend who comes to visit. It makes her happy. I felt a lump in my throat thinking about how much Sheldon had to go through. When he dropped me at home, I was about to get out of the car when he stopped me. Miranda, I have a small gift for you. He took out a silver bracelet from his pocket with hearts hanging from it. This was my mom's. I want you to have it now. What? No, I can't take this. Please, I insist. I know you're my best friend's little sister, but lately, I'm seeing you as so much more. You know what I mean? Yes, I think I like you too, that way. But there's one problem. Jamie? Yeah, he'd kill me if he gets to know about us. Don't worry, he doesn't want me to date random guys, but I know he trusts you. We'll tell him when the time is right. With that, I leaned in and kissed Sheldon on his cheek. But when I entered the house, I found Jamie glaring at me like an angry bull. I just saw you kissing that backstabber in the car. What? He's your best friend. And yeah, we have feelings for each other. I thought because you know him so well, you'd actually be happy. That's the problem, Miranda. I know Sheldon too well. He's never serious about any girl. I'm telling you, he's bad news. He's a fantastic friend, but a hardcore playboy. But what we have is special, Jamie. He even gave me his mom's bracelet today. The one with the hearts. Suddenly, my heart sank. Yeah, he gives them to all of his girlfriends. Don't be stupid, Miranda, and trust me on this. Sheldon will let you down. With that, Jamie stormed off. But I knew he was wrong about this. Sheldon really cared for me. Jamie started avoiding me and Sheldon completely after that day. And anytime Sheldon tried to talk to him, he walked off angrily without listening to a word. Gosh, he's being so awful. But I really do hate seeing you two fight. Don't worry about it. He has to come around. I know he will. Being with Sheldon was amazing. But some weeks later, I was getting to see less and less of him because he always had football practice after school. And then one day, I walked into the school hallway to find Sheldon by the lockers talking to a blonde girl. He whispered something in her ear, and then he slid a bracelet on her wrist.
What are you doing? Sheldon turned to me with a completely indifferent expression.
I was gonna tell you, I just didn't find the right time. I met Casey here at football practice. She's a cheerleader. I think we work better together.
You didn't find the right time to tell me?
Come on, Miranda. You know my history. I just think you like me more than I like you. Can you please not have an asthma attack right now? It's so melodramatic.
He stepped forward to take my inhaler out of my bag, and I slapped him hard. You're such a jerk. Don't come near me. I pulled out my inhaler as I ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could I have been so wrong about Sheldon? And later at home, as I cried in my room, Jamie came and sat on my bed. I guess you heard. Please, just whatever you say right now, don't say I told you so, because I just can't deal with...
Sheldon and I got into a huge fight, and I told him to never come near you again. I'm sorry you're going through this.
No, I'm sorry for not listening to you. I should have believed you. A week later, things were back to normal between me and Jamie, but I missed Sheldon. As pathetic as that sounded, I missed his silly banters with Jamie and his goofy smile. Heck, I was still wearing that stupid bracelet he gave me. That weekend, I was watching MSA videos and sulking in my room when Jamie walked in.
You're still crying over Sheldon?
Yes, I am, and it's your fault. You always treated me like some porcelain doll when you should have been my friend. Look at me now. I'm so bad at judging guys, and I dated 2 jerks.
But I told you to stay away from both.
And why would I listen when you're always telling me what I can do? And now, I don't think I'll ever fall in love again.
Wait, you loved Sheldon?
Of course I did, but he turned out to be a lying jerk. I hate myself for being stupid, and I hate you more for not letting me grow up. I was so mad that I threw the bracelet Sheldon gave me. Jamie picked it up, and suddenly looked like he'd seen a ghost.
Oh my God, Miranda, I messed up, big time. Sheldon told me the bracelet he gave you was really his mom's. He said something about her initials engraved inside.
Wait, I thought you two weren't talking. That's when Jamie told me that Sheldon had come to see him after the concert and had confessed his feelings for me. He didn't want to keep it a secret from Jamie.
I was so pissed at the both of you that I told him to back off or lose me as his friend forever. I kept refusing to listen to him. Miranda, I think he hurt you on purpose, just so you'd fall out of love with him. He did this because of me.
It all started making more sense now.
You must hate me.
Yeah, a bit, but not really, you doofus. You just have to stay out of my business now.
I promise.
Take me over to your stupid friend's place now. Jamie and I drove over as fast as we could to find Sheldon sitting outside in the garden by himself. I ran up to him, and before he could say anything, I punched his arm really hard.
Ow! Are you here to beat me up now?
Did you break up with me because you're just a big jerk, or because of Jamie? Because Jamie is okay with us being together, so tell me.
What? He is? Of course that's why I broke up with you. And I'm so sorry. I just felt like I was making you two hate each other, and Jamie was hating me, so I needed you to not like me anymore. I'm not dating anyone, Miranda, because I only want to date you. I love you.
I love you too, moron. Hi, I'm Juliet from LA, but thanks to my mom, I had to change my identity and become Jessica. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom is French, and she moved to the US before I was born to become a successful actress, and she did get super famous. Her life was always in the spotlight, and that included me. I always loved the attention, and when I joined school, everyone knew me and wanted to be my friend. It was awesome, until one day, it wasn't. I was in the 5th grade when Mom took me to the opening of a fancy French restaurant. But when the head chef brought our food, I almost threw up. What is that?
Frog legs and baby snails, mademoiselle.
Ew, gross. Could I just have some French fries, please? The chef gasped like I'd killed his mother.
You insult me. I make the best French food in the world.
So I asked for French fries.
I don't make French fries.
I'm going to McDonald's. You suck. I jumped off my chair and started running out to my car. Suddenly, I tripped and crashed straight into a waiter, and we both landed flat on our faces. I turned around to see everyone staring at me, and Mom looked mad. Okay, this was embarrassing, but who cares if some strangers saw me, right? Wrong. The next day, it was all over tabloid magazines and the internet. Pictures of me on the floor with my butt showing. And in school, I was the butt of every joke. Literally. I was hating school now, but I found a way to escape soon. Mom was going abroad to film a movie for 6 months, and I begged her to take me along. And well, I just never returned. I traveled the world with my mom and had private tutors. And when I turned 13, I got into modeling myself. Once when I was 15, I was lounging in a pool chair when suddenly a puppy leapt at me and I screamed as it started chasing me. I ran indoors and crashed straight into someone, a rather cute, nerdy-looking boy. I muttered an apology and was walking away when he called out,
Hey look, it's Beyonce.
"Oh my God, where?"
I don't really know why I said that. Hi, I'm Michael, a huge fan.
We actually ended up having dinner together, and it was the best time I'd had in ages. He was funny and clearly smitten with me. Later that night, I realized what was missing from my life. A boyfriend. Maybe it was time to go back to high school and get one. It would be easy for a famous teen model, right? Wrong. When we got back to LA, Mom had some shocking news for me. Turns out she had a new life plan, and that was Tariq, an Arab billionaire who was obsessed with her. They were getting married, and she was leaving her whole life behind, including me. What? How could you do that? Oh, you know, Tariq doesn't want any kids. But how will I live on my own? You'll be living with your aunt. You're young, with years of fame ahead, mon chéri. I have to think of myself now. My looks aren't going to last forever. That was the worst thing that ever happened to me. Nope, wrong again. 2 days after their wedding, I woke up to hundreds of tags on Instagram. Apparently, Tariq was a diamond smuggler, and both he and Mom had been arrested in an airport. After that, my life was a mess. I couldn't go anywhere without being hounded by reporters.
How does it feel to be a criminal's daughter? Did you know anything? Did your mother just abandon you and leave you with that crook?
It looked like any chance of going to high school and having a normal life was ruined. But then I decided I wasn't gonna let all this stop me. There was one solution. I talked to Aunt about it, and she agreed. She hooked me up with hair and makeup professionals and a plastic surgeon. After dyeing my hair, learning how to put on makeup, and getting a nose job, I was unrecognizable. Now I was just a nobody named Jessica. Without my fame to fall back on, I was feeling lost on my first day of school. Just then, I saw a pretty girl standing by the notice board, and I walked up to her. "Hi, I'm Jessica, and, why are you talking to me? I'm new here, and I was wondering if you'd help me find my class?" "I'm new too. How should I know?" "Right. Well, thanks anyway." "Okay, I'll be your friend. You don't have to beg. I'm Ashley, and I'll help you. You're welcome." Ashley was kind of weird, but I was just glad to have a friend. And as we hung out more, I realized the tough mean girl thing was just an act. A week later, I signed up for a charity bake sale in school. As Ashley helped me set up my stall, she popped a cookie in her mouth. So yum. I'll buy all of them. What? That's like 200 cookies. It's for a good cause. Here, take my money. What's wrong with my cookies, Ashley? Nothing. But I took a big bite of one and spat it out. That's disgusting. Did I use salt instead of sugar? Ashley burst out laughing, and so did I. You bought them all because they're so terrible? That's actually really sweet. Unlike your cookies. You got some crumbs. As Ashley brushed them off my mouth, I suddenly felt butterflies. What the heck? And that's when a flying basketball hit me right in the face, and I blacked out. I opened my eyes to find myself in the nurse's room, and 2 faces around me. One was Ashley, and the other was Michael?
Thank God you're awake. I'm so sorry. Jessica, right?
I wasn't imagining it. It really was Michael, and even cuter than I remembered. But he didn't know who I was, so I was really surprised when he said,
I feel terrible. Could I make this up to you by taking you out for dinner sometime?
As we exchanged numbers and he left, Ashley looked really annoyed. Jessica, you don't even know the guy. I'll get to know him when I date him. What's the matter, Ash? Nothing. Whatever. I started seeing Michael, and I was quite enjoying it. Except that ever since he came along, I could feel Ashley being distant, and that was bothering me. One evening when Michael dropped me at home, he suddenly drew me close.
Jessica, I really like you. I think I'm falling for you.
And then he kissed me. It was my very first kiss, and it was lovely. When I went to my room, I nearly screamed. Ashley was sitting on my bed, looking livid. Jeez, you scared me. So you avoid me in school but break into my room? What's your problem anyway? I don't want you dating Michael. Why? Do you like him? No, you idiot. I like you. Oh, that does make more sense. I know you're with Michael and I'm happy for you, blah, 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 but I just had to tell you. I guess we'll only be friends then. But she came closer and suddenly she was kissing me. It was my very first kiss with a girl and it was lovely. Just then, someone tapped on the window and it was Michael looking mad.
You forgot your scarf. Want to tell me what's going on here?
As the two stared at me, I sank down on my bed. Guys, I'm so confused. I like you, Michael, really, but I like Ashley too. I know you two won't wait around for me to decide.
Oh, I will. I'm not giving up on us so easily.
Yeah, me neither. Why don't you date both of us for 2 weeks and then decide, Jess?
Wow, they were both willing to fight for me? This was amazing. And I agreed.
May the best man win.
Or woman. My first date of the week was with Ashley, and she'd planned an amazing picnic. She fed me chocolate-covered strawberries and read me poetry. It was so romantic. Just then, someone came and sat down next to us.
Fancy bumping into you guys here. I was just on my run.
Then why don't you run away and keep going till we can't see you?
Relax, I'm leaving. Oh, Jess, I gotta tell you what I've got planned for our date. It's epic.
He whipped out 2 tickets from his pocket for a Beyoncé concert. I shrieked and hugged him, but quickly pushed him away when I saw Ashley's face. The next night, I was having a blast at the concert with Michael when someone touched my shoulder. It was Ashley.
You're crashing our date. Wonder where I got that idea from. But this isn't about you, dude.
Jess, I got my dad to pull some strings, and I have backstage passes. We can actually meet Beyoncé. OMG, what?
Well, what about me?
I don't know. Go home. I'll have Jessica dropped. Don't worry. I felt sorry for poor Michael, but I wasn't missing a chance to meet Queen Bee. The next few days went the same way. They both kept planning amazing dates for me and kept ruining them for each other. One night, Ashley and I managed to have a romantic dinner without Michael dropping in, and she was kissing me goodnight at my door when suddenly the locket I was wearing got tangled with hers and fell off. Before I could pick it up, she did and saw the picture inside.
Jess, why do you have a picture of this famous actress and her kid?
I should have lied, but I just didn't want to. That kid, it's me, and she's my mom. I told her how hard things got after Mom's arrest and how I just wanted a fresh start. She looked stunned, but then she hugged me tight. Your secret's safe with me, Jessica. Or can I call you Juliet? I think I'd like that. She was about to kiss me again when suddenly Michael sprang out of nowhere.
Hey babe, I just dropped by with some cookie dough ice cream. Your favorite.
She just had dessert. She doesn't want your stupid ice cream.
Why don't you let her speak for yourself? Are you her lawyer?
Why don't you get a life and stop crashing our dates?
Why don't you jump off a bridge?
Enough! I'm so tired of this. You're so busy fighting each other, no one's even looking at me. This is not what I wanted. Figure out a way to make this work, or I'm done with you both. I snatched the ice cream from Michael and stormed off. They were being so annoying. But the next day, that was the least of my problems. Aunt woke me up to see the news, and I watched in horror. My secret was out. It was everywhere, and hundreds of reporters were gathered outside of our house, wanting to talk to me. What a nightmare. But what really hurt was that there was only one person who could have leaked that information. Ashley. How could you do this? I trusted you, and you took less than a second to betray me. How much did you get paid for this, Ashley? I swear, Juliet, I didn't do it. There's no one else who could. Stop lying, and don't ever talk to me again. Later that night, once all the media people had left, Michael paid me a visit.
How could you lie about this, Juliet? You should have told me who you really are.
Why? I didn't want to be that person anymore, and I just didn't want to tell anyone.
Obviously, you told someone. It just wasn't me.
Michael, please.
Forget it. You lied to me. We're done.
In a day, I'd lost both my boyfriend and girlfriend, but I was too angry to care. Michael was only thinking of himself and not what I was going through. And Ashley, I'd never forgive her. One day, as I was wondering what I'd do next, I got the most unexpected call. Oh, Juliet, I've missed you. Mom, where are you? Mom then told me she got out of jail, got a divorce from Tariq, and settled in Paris. I'm so sorry for leaving you and for everything I've put you through. I read all the news, but I must say, you're even prettier with your new nose job. Why did you call me, Mom? Come to Paris, mon chéri. I know lots of agents here, and they would love to sign you. Don't hide away and waste your talent. You were meant to be a model. I was still so mad at her, but I had to think about it. I was done with this place, and to be honest, I did miss my career. Maybe Paris was exactly what I needed. I still don't trust you, Mom, and don't expect that I'll forgive you anytime soon. But I did pack my bags for Paris, and I ended up loving it there. I joined the high school, and my modeling was picking up once more. Then one day, I read the most surprising news. The plastic surgeon who'd done my nose job was being sued for leaking the identities of many clients to the press. Oh my God, it was him, not Ashley. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, and I opened the door to find Ashley.
I was sunbathing my Barbie dolls in our front yard when suddenly, a ball went flying from somewhere and hit me on my head. A boy from across the street walked up to me and said, "I'm sorry about that. I'm Xander." I felt like my world had stopped the moment I looked up at his handsome face. "What's your name?" I'm Quinn. Do you want to be my king?" Before he could answer, Mom dashed out of the house in panic. When she saw the scratch on my knee, she turned to Xander like a raging bull. "What did you do to my precious little daughter, you little jerk?" Xander ran back to his house looking horrified. "Don't ever talk to that boy again, okay?" "But I want to play with him, Mommy." "Basketball is a physical game. It's okay for boys, but you'll ruin your perfect skin. You play with your dolls." "But they don't talk to me." "Just go to sleep, sweetheart. Your bed is safer than those stupid boys." "You're so mean, Mommy. I don't like you." Starting that day, Mom homeschooled me and forbade me from playing outside. Now all I could do was watch Xander from my window every day as he played basketball with his friends. One day, he looked up at me and smiled. And at that, I swore to myself that I would marry this charming boy when I grew up. Hi, my name is Quinn. I'm an only child of a crazy overprotective mom. And this is my story of how I let my crush's smile destroy my life. Please hit that like and subscribe button before I continue. When I turned 15, Mom finally allowed me to go to high school where Xander was also attending. I was so over the moon. He was gonna be mine now. He was popular at school for being rebellious. He would skip classes just to feed street animals and fail his exams because of partying all night. Every boy in school kept asking me out for a date, but I only wanted Xander, only him. We were graduating soon, so I needed him to ask me out already. It was my last shot. One day, I peeked from the classroom window when I saw Xander skipping class again. My best friend Jessica joined me and said, "Why are you so into him? Don't you see? He's fake." "What are you now, my mom?" "Plus, this is so romantic." "You call his rebellious behavior romantic?" "Ugh, you won't get it. You don't know why I want to be with him. You'll never understand. What I really know is that you're so not his type. He likes cool and bad girls, not someone who lives in the library." "No, I am bad and cool. And I can do crazy, exciting things. Will you stargaze with me and my dolls tonight?" Jessica looked at me in horror. Just then, I saw a girl hopping onto Xander's motorcycle. Chloe, our school's famous gangster girl. "Wait till I get your boyfriend from you, you witch!" Just then, I decided I'd do anything to get him. Not even Mom could stop me now. The next day, I tried to change my style. I wore shorter clothes, put on some dark makeup, and constantly chewed gum. Mom almost fainted when she saw me. "Sweet Jesus! Why did you turn into a goat?" "Mom, why do you have to be like this?" "What do you mean?" "Overprotective and a bit crazy. It's not like someone is going to eat me up." "I have to protect you. Look at you. You're so beautiful." "So? If I wasn't beautiful enough, you would be different?" Listen. You're a smart kid and you know what I mean, okay?" "So I'm smart enough to understand what you mean, but not smart enough to take care of myself?" "I think that's it. I'll always protect you, and you can't do anything to stop me." "We'll see about that." And with that, I left. Everyone at school looked so confused. "Oh my God, who are you?" "I look cool, right? Maybe I need to get my nose pierced too. And oh, maybe a tattoo." "You don't need to try that hard. Just try to be less perfect, you know?" Just then, Xander passed by and winked at me.
Great looking, Quinn.
Oh my god, it was working! My popularity increased when I finally joined Xander in his group. Thank God for Jessica. She was always covering up for me in front of Mom. But the principal called Mom and told her about my failing grades.
How did you go from a genius to an idiot?
Mom, all this smartness doesn't make me happy. I want to feel loved.
What is this nonsense?
Mom, don't you want to see me happy?
Yeah, of course. But I also want to see you perfect.
Perfect? I'm just a kid after all.
No, you're my kid. And my kids are unique. Do you hear me?
Mom, don't you think it's time for me to have a boyfriend? That will make me perfect. A perfect girl with a perfect guy, don't you think?
What? A boyfriend? But I told you before. You're smart and beautiful and don't need a boyfriend. Boyfriends are for bad girls.
Well, maybe I just want to be a bad girl. Didn't you think about that before?
Oh my God, what's happening here?
Nothing, Mom. It's me being a girl for the first time in my life. I left her speechless and went to my room. Hanging out a lot with Xander and his friends made me a bit distant from Jessica, and she was upset about it. But I couldn't do anything about it. I had to be with Xander. I needed to get him. One night, I took Jessica with me to a party. I wore my prettiest dress, hoping that Xander would finally ask me out. But he was all over Chloe. And worse, Jessica and I were the only ones fully clothed. Jessica was furious.
Why didn't you tell me that it's a pool party?
I had to get Xander's attention and climbed up at the top of the giant slide. I raised both of my arms and screamed, "I'm a bad girl! Woohoo!" Then I jumped. I pretended I was drowning to get Xander's attention. He jumped in and saved me, and God, it felt amazing. One night, I decided to surprise him with his favorite pizza. From his bedroom window, I noticed his bed arranged romantically with scented candles. Did he prepare it for me? I sneaked in through the window and immediately hid in his closet. To see him walk in with another girl. Who was she? Another witch? To my surprise, they started making out. Oh, what a future husband stealer! I was so mad I barged out of the closet to pull her hair, but I tripped over something, knocking a candle over, which caused a little fire in the room. The girl immediately called 911 as we all panicked. Moments later, a fire truck, a furious mom, Xander's parents, and neighbors all gathered. And I had never been more embarrassed in my whole life. The night was a disaster, all for a pizza. The night after that, Xander sneaked in through my window too.
Do you want to go on an adventure with me?
Was that even a question? But I suddenly remembered something. Why don't you ask your girlfriend?
Oh, you mean my ex?
I immediately threw on my hooded jacket and hopped on his motorcycle with him. It was a dream come true. Minutes later, we arrived at the principal's mansion. I followed him as we climbed up the gate and we tiptoed to the back where there was a huge pool. To my surprise, he pulled me into the pool with him.
Let's have a little fun before teaching that moron a lesson for trying to fail me.
Xander swam closer and closer to me while staring right at my lips. My heart was about to burst out of my chest. Before our lips could finally touch, the lights inside switched on. Panicking, we jumped out of the pool and he started pouring red dye into it. We were both laughing our butts off as we fled the scene on his bike. Suddenly, a taxi blocked our way, and to my surprise, Mom came out of it.
You're seriously choosing that boy over me?
Mom, were you stalking us? Oh my God, you're crazy!
No, you're crazier for destroying your life with that boy. I've investigated him, and he's totally bad news.
I'm your daughter, but you don't own me. Now get out of our way.
No, you have to come home with me.
She started dragging me away from Xander, but I pushed her away. And with that, I told Xander to drive, not minding my psycho mom's protests behind us.
That was so cool, Quinn.
After ordering pizza, Xander took me to his favorite spot in the city where a very expensive sports car was parked. Is that yours?
Yup, that's my bad boy. Do you like it?
Yes, I love it. We sat on the hood of his car and looked down at the buzzing city while eating pizza. Call me crazy, but this was what I'd always imagined our first date was going to be like. I still felt like I was dreaming.
It was really nice to see this fun side of you, Quinn.
My heart started beating so fast the moment he held my hand. Jessica had been calling me again and again, disturbing us. She was so annoying.
Look, I've been meaning to tell you this since we were freshmen, but now I finally have the guts.
Oh my God, would he finally ask me to be his girlfriend?
Quinn,
His speech was cut off when I heard the loud blaring of police sirens coming closer.
Hop on the bike, quick!
I was so confused. What's happening, Xander? I held onto him tight as we immediately started driving away like a criminal straight out of a movie. But the police were faster. It ended with him getting arrested in front of me. Jessica sent me a message saying that Mom needed me. But Xander needed me more at the moment. Xander, why are they arresting you? What did you do?
I'm so sorry you had to see this, Quinn.
But what is it that you were going to say to me earlier?
Oh, just tell Jessica that I have been crushing on her since forever, but she has been a total snob.
He wanted to tell me more about it, but the officer had already shoved him in the car. So, he liked Jessica all this time? My best friend? At that moment, I felt like the universe had slapped me out of my fantasy. I couldn't believe how stupid I'd been to believe he was my soulmate. Jessica called again, and this time, I was so furious that I finally answered her. What do you want, Jessica?
Why aren't you answering my calls? Your mom is in the hospital.
What? Blood instantly drained from my face. I couldn't stop crying as I went to the hospital as fast as I could, and I almost had a heart attack upon seeing the doctors and nurses standing around the bed, looking so frantic. I rushed towards the door, crying even harder, but Jessica blocked my way. What happened to her?
She had a heart attack from too much stress, and
just then, I passed out. The first thing I saw when I woke up was Jessica, and she wasn't looking sad. Mom! Where's Mom? Jessica dragged me to Mom's room, and I was so over the moon when I saw her radiant face. She was okay. Mom! Thank God you're okay. I missed you. I'm so sorry for everything. I love you.
I'm sorry for being so controlling too, sweetheart. I'll be better. I promise.
Our tearful reunion was cut short when the news from the television caught our attention. It was Xander, and he was getting imprisoned for 5 years for stealing a car from a rich man.
Oh, look. Isn't it Xander? Your future husband?
Xander who? I heard he's a jackass. Mom became energetic all of a sudden.
Oh, thank God she finally woke up.
I just hugged them both as I giggled in happiness.
It was the happiest day of my life. I was finally going to his concert.
We were trudging back home when I met you in the car. Saw nothing, heard no nothing, and my heart, whoa.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and this is my crazy story of spying on my crush and finding out his biggest secret, and the love of my life. After the concert, as we made our way home, my friend stopped in the parking lot to take pictures. Hey, get off! That's Russell's car! I noticed she'd left a speck of dust on it, and I started to clean it off. Oh gosh, Stacy, get a life. It's not like he'll ever notice you. I turned around to see Maya, the school queen bee, looking down on me. I told her she was wrong. We're totally friends. Are you now? Then I don't suppose he'd mind giving you his jacket, would he? He wouldn't mind at all. Great then. Ask him to lend you the one he was wearing tonight and bring it to school tomorrow. Or else. With that, she was gone. Oh no. What was I going to do? Stupid, stupid, stupid. I was so mad at myself for playing right into Maya's hands. Just then, I saw it. The key to my reputation. My only salvation. I knew what I was going to do. The trunk of the car was unlocked, and I climbed in. From there, I got into the back seat and grabbed his jacket, and immediately I decided to smell it. It smelled just as I imagined, like expensive cologne and aftershave. I couldn't believe I was in the back seat of Russell's car. I would tell our grandkids about it. Just then, the car beeped. Horrified, I looked outside the window and saw Russell heading towards me. I had to hide. He was too close for me to get out. I had no other option but to crouch down and pray he would just take something and leave. To my utter horror, though, he got into the car and started to drive. Oh no, I was sure I would get caught now. Just as I was thinking of letting him know I was in his car, he got a phone call. Hey baby, I'm on my way to pick you up. Can't wait to spend the weekend with you. I felt my heart drop. Russell had a girlfriend. I should have known. Someone so perfect couldn't possibly be single. From the conversation, I learned he was going to a cabin just outside of town with his girlfriend to spend the weekend. Then something even worse happened. Russell put on some music and started singing. That voice was not Russell's. Well, it was Russell's, but it wasn't his onstage voice. His onstage voice sounded like all the angels had come together to throw a rockin' party. This This sounded like a walrus dying and giving birth at the same time. While I was still reeling from the discovery that Russell was nothing but a catfish, he received another call. This time, he didn't answer immediately and held his breath. I could tell, even from my hiding place, that he was tense. When he finally answered, the voice at the other end sounded robotic.
You got my money?
The turnout at the last event wasn't as big as I'd expected. I'm a little short. I need some time to figure it out.
You have until Tuesday.
In the back seat, I was freaking out. I'd only wanted a stupid jacket. I did not want to know my future husband was a catfish who couldn't sing to save his own life, and he was involved with criminals. Finally, Russell started slowing down and pulled the car to a stop. Thank God. Maybe he'd leave and I could get out. Just then, he reached over to the back seat to get his jacket and jumped when he touched me instead. Not quite the electric moment I'd imagined our first touch to be. Who the hell are you and what are you doing in my car? Before I could even say a word, he glared at me. Stay down and don't even breathe. The car door opened and his disgustingly gorgeous girlfriend hopped in. Then he started making out with her. This was just getting better and better. After what seemed like forever, he started the car and his girlfriend asked him to sing for her. Babe, we've been over this. I've told you that singing for you makes me feel cheap. I don't want to ruin the beauty of what we have. What nonsense. Finally, we reached the cabin. I was thrilled when they got out, but my problems weren't over. Just as they got out of the car, someone else got inside the car. The person started singing along to the songs that had been playing before, and I almost passed out. It was an angel's voice. This was Russell's onstage voice. Who was this guy? Oh God, cramp in my leg. I let out a small scream and the car came to a screeching stop. Who are you? Why are you in my car? How many cute boys were going to ask me that today? And boy, this one was a hunk. I'm from Russell's school. This is all just a mistake, okay? Please don't tell anyone. He looked a bit worried. You heard me, didn't you? I won't tell anyone. I just want to go home. He nodded slowly and started driving again. We got to the cabin. He got out, and I waited for a minute before opening the door. As soon as I stepped out, I was pushed to the ground. Glaring down at me was Russell. Come inside. We need to talk. A huge bodyguard outside gave him a slight nod, but completely ignored me. The other guy, the real singer, was nowhere in sight. Russell led me to a private room and turned to me angrily. So, they sent you to spy on me. Who set you up for this? Russell, I have no idea what you're talking about. I wasn't spying on you. I was just trying to steal your jacket, but it was a dare. Maya dared me. He didn't look convinced. Just then, his girlfriend showed up and accused Russell of cheating on her, but he told her to shut up. She just stared at him in shock. Which one of you is involved in this? I need to know right away. I'm sick of this drama. She looked just as confused as I felt, but Russell locked the door. He said nobody was leaving the cabin until he knew who was blackmailing him. I told him I didn't know anything and begged him to let me go because my parents would be worried by now. His girlfriend started crying and asking him what was wrong. Then she turned to me. You witch, what have you done to him? He's never talked to me this way before. Just then, the door flew open and a man walked in. What's going on here? Russell jumped. Dad, it might be one of these girls. His dad quickly interrupted him and laughed. You didn't tell me we had guests over? I'll have arrangements made for them. He ordered the butler to have rooms set up for us for the night since it was too late to go back. A while later, while we were having dinner, Russell kept staring daggers at me. Apparently, he no longer doubted his girlfriend because she kept giggling and blowing kisses at him. Dumb bimbo. His dad turned to me and asked me how I knew Russell. But before I could say anything, Russell yelled, She knows! She knows! Immediately, the color drained from his face and he jumped from his seat. You good-for-nothing moron. You told her? Does the other one know too? He turned from Mr. Nice Guy into a monster in seconds. He started yelling at all of us and ordered me to go to my room. I had to get out of there first thing in the morning. As I ran out of the room, I bumped into someone and fell down. Oh, hi, it's you. He quickly shushed me and pulled me up. Hey, yes, it's me. But don't let his dad know you know me. He was still holding my hand, and I was pretty sure I wasn't imagining the sparks between us. Just then, Russell's sister burst in. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get away from him. Hey, chill out. She fell, and I was just making sure she wasn't hurt. I'll just show her to her room. I could feel her eyes drilling holes into my skull as I walked away quickly. On our way up, he introduced himself as Aaron. He said he was the son of the butler. Russell and I, we grew up together. We used to be great friends. Just as he was about to leave, the power went out and I screamed. I hated the dark. Aaron, are you still here? Oh my God, don't leave. I'm right here. He took my hand and led me to a nearby couch. We sat huddled next to each other in the dark. I really hoped the power wouldn't come back anytime soon. Suddenly, he started humming. I couldn't keep that question in anymore. Why would you let Russell take credit for your singing? Are you crazy? Do you not know how famous— He told me to keep it down and was silent for a bit. Even though I don't really know you, I like you and I think I can trust you. Then he told me that Russell's dad had been kind to his family all their lives, and in return, when he heard him singing, he asked Aaron to be Russell's voice. I guess I didn't really know what I was signing up for until much later. It kind of sucks that every pretty girl goes gaga over my voice, but falls for him. The power suddenly came back on, and we both nearly jumped when we saw Russell's sister standing in the doorway. How long had that creep been standing here? Aaron? You're needed downstairs, and Dad wants to see you first thing in the morning. When I went downstairs the next day, I saw Russell sulking on a couch and his girlfriend on another. As soon as she saw me, she jumped into his lap and started kissing him. Thanks for the morning makeout show, guys. Now, show me where I can throw up my breakfast. Where's your dad, Russell? Don't talk to him. Okay, psycho. Can you ask Russell where his dad is? Before she could scream anything else at me, Russell pointed towards the library. I knew I wasn't going home today. Russell's dad still looked furious. As soon as he saw me, he coldly said that they couldn't let me go just yet. You see, you know Russell's secret, and you were spying on him. Someone has been blackmailing him, and it could be you. I tried to protest, but he just wouldn't listen. He said he had called my parents and told them I was at their cabin and safe. Then he gave me till Monday to confess. After that, it'll be you and the cops. Till then, Aaron will watch over you. He sounded utterly crazy to me, but at least the last part didn't sound bad at all. Maybe Aaron would help me get back home. Just then, Russell's girlfriend skipped past me into the room. As she closed the door, I heard her say something that left me shook. This girl is perfect game. Russell will buy it in a minute. Who were they talking about? Me? Were they trying to make me game for something? Were they blackmailing him? Just as I was going to look for Aaron, I heard a scuffle. I went to check and I was horrified. Russell had Aaron pinned to the wall and was glaring at him. It's you, isn't it? Aaron was trying to break free and it looked like he was trying not to punch Russell. Let go, man. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hey, get off of Aaron. Suddenly, I felt someone pulling me by my hair. Ow! Get off of my man. Hey, back off. He asked me if I was okay, and just as I was catching my breath, Russell's sister barged in. What the hell? Why are you clinging onto Aaron for dear life every time I see you? This witch wants all the boys after her. Why is she even here? She's here because she was spying on me. Probably for Aaron. Oh my God! It was just a stupid dare. What is this madhouse? Russell's dad burst in next, and he looked like he was about to pop a vein. What is all this stupid drama? Russell, have you forgotten what a serious mess we're in? Break it up. Aaron, take this girl to her room. Once inside, Aaron told me the craziest thing. He said that Russell never wanted to be a celebrity. He was never okay with the idea of taking credit for someone else's work. It's his dad. He loves the money. He couldn't care less about his son's happiness. Suddenly, I found myself telling him about what I'd overheard between Russell's girlfriend and his dad. Aaron didn't look entirely surprised. He said he would expect something like that from him. Then he said we had to help Russell. At this point, I didn't even want to look at Russell. But when Aaron said he had to expose Russell's dad, I couldn't say no looking into his beautiful eyes. We decided on a plan. Before everyone gathered for lunch, I found Russell's girlfriend alone and demanded to know why she was doing this to her own boyfriend. She looked at me like I was crazy. I told her I knew everything and that I wasn't buying her dumb bimbo routine. Suddenly, she started to laugh and said, "You're a smart one, aren't you?" I'd been hoping she would admit to something, but she just shut up until Russell came in and then she jumped into his arms. Dang it, I turned off the recorder. I went looking for Aaron and found him in the kitchen. No luck. I couldn't record anything. It's okay. You're smart enough to catch her another time. Then he pulled me in for a kiss. I was thrilled and I kissed him back. I knew it. Russell jumped from behind the fridge. I knew the two of you were plotting something behind my back. We both tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen. He said he knew neither I nor Aaron could be trusted. Suddenly, I lost it. I flew across the room and slapped him. Will you please just shut up and listen? He nodded, stunned. Then Aaron and I told him about what we'd heard. He looked at us in shock and screamed. He ran to confront his dad and his girlfriend, while Aaron and I followed. I don't trust any of you. Not you, not you, not you, and certainly not you. He said he knew whoever it was in the room. Aaron and I swore we hadn't done it, while his dad simply asked, how could I ever possibly hurt my own son? Russell simply burst into tears. He said ever since his mom had left, his dad had treated him just as a money-making machine. Now that I'm turning 18, you thought you'd blackmail me, didn't you? Russell's dad hugged him and swore he only did everything for Russell. Oh yeah? Then what about what I heard, huh? His dad glared at me and said they were talking about a model they had signed up to perform with Russell to get a bigger audience at his next concert. Then I told him again how I ended up in the car. This time, he either believed me or just didn't care, and simply asked Aaron to take me home. Just as we were about to leave, he made a decision. Aaron, I'm quitting. From now on, you sing your own songs. Aaron smiled at him and reached for my hand. Suddenly, the door flew open. No, no, no. Aaron, how could you possibly be with her after everything I've done for you? I made him quit for you! Everyone stared in shock as Russell's sister came into the room crying. She said she'd been blackmailing Russell with the help of Aaron's dad. We were so mad to see poor Aaron cheated like that, so we decided to help him. His dad promised I could marry him if I helped. Now you have to marry me, Aaron. Well, after that, things settled down pretty quickly. Russell gave up singing and picked up what he really liked doing, fixing cars. Russell's sister finally gave up her dreams of marrying Aaron, even though it took a while. Thankfully, everyone kind of forgave Aaron's dad. Aaron himself stopped taking Russell's money and started singing in small cafes, and he was gathering a following of his own. But he kept telling them he'd already given his heart to someone else.
I'll get you out of here one day, Karen. You just keep up your painting till then. I'll find a way for us both real soon. I felt ecstatic. Maybe he could take me in, like that awful foster family had. I started daydreaming about it. Billy was a new friend I had made. He was one of the painters I had met in the parking lot. He told me his parents had gone to prison, and Sharon had picked him up off the street many years ago. He helped me with my language skills whenever we were free. He often told me about his family, and I would tell him about my home under the ground and Coco. One day, when Sharon wasn't around, we were sitting in the lounge watching TV. Billy suddenly stopped at one channel. Sharon and David were on TV, and she had my paintings in the background. By now, I knew enough English to understand every single word. There she was, saying she couldn't believe people had fallen in love with her art overnight. She sighed and said, "I'm so busy painting, I barely eat." When they started mentioning the prices, my jaw dropped. I had started to understand the concept of money by now, and it seemed she was making a lot of it. Just then, David took Sharon's hand and said he was so happy to be with someone as beautiful and talented as her. He couldn't be prouder of her amazing work. I was heartbroken and so angry. I couldn't believe David had made such a fool of me. Billy was furious too. He said he couldn't let these people go on like this, and we should make a plan to escape. I was ready to go. Billy said, "Soon, you and I will be out of here for good." "Yes, and Coco, of course," I replied eagerly. He slowly nodded. We were struggling to come up with our escape plan, but after a few days, an opportunity presented itself. David was away, and Sharon had badly sprained her ankle that morning wearing her ridiculously high heels. Billy snuck up to me and whispered his plan to me quickly. Sharon was sitting in the lounge with her leg up on the table when I burst in and collapsed on the floor, screaming and holding onto my stomach. Sharon limped over and asked me what was wrong, but I just kept screaming and pointing. Just then, Billy came running in and said in fake panic, "It might be her appendix. She has to be taken to the hospital immediately." Sharon cursed under her breath. She started limping towards her car keys, but Billy quickly said, "I don't think it would be safe for you to drive with that foot. I can take her." Sharon looked at him with some doubt. Billy gave her a small smile and said, "I've worked with you for years, Sharon. You can trust me." She smiled back and handed Billy the keys to David's car. Billy picked me up, put me in the car, and we took off towards the hospital. About 3 minutes down the road, he pulled over and we started celebrating. This was way easier than we had thought. That's when we saw Sharon furiously driving up behind us, sprained ankle and all. Billy saw her first in the rearview mirror. Well, 3 minutes is how long her trust lasted, and she looked mad. Billy turned the car back on and took off like a rocket. It was a wild chase for a while, with him taking turn after turn, hoping to lose Sharon. But she gained on us and tried to run us off the road. I could just feel her eyes burning into me. We raced through a red light with Sharon hot on our tail. Slam! Another car hit the passenger side of her car. Billy pulled over to the side of the road, horrified. She looked like she was uninjured, but her car was a wreck. We sped away from the scene as fast as we could. Sharon was even more dangerous than we thought. We called 911 and told them everything, all about her operation and the forced labor in the house. They said they would be going to the house to investigate, so we headed straight back to the house to meet them. In no time, the police showed up and raided the place. They saw everything they needed to know. As we were getting out of there, I saw Coco waving at me from across the road. Thank God! I had been wondering where she'd gone. I asked Billy to stop the car. That's Coco! I yelled excitedly. She's there! He looked around and said, No, she's not. She's right there, Billy! I said impatiently. Billy became silent for a few moments. Then he said, Karen, you've told me all about Coco, and I know you talked to her, but you have to know the truth. She isn't real. His words hit me as hard as the other car had hit Sharon. What was he talking about? What do you mean? Of course she's real! Karen, there is nobody there. I've never lied to you about anything. Why would I lie to you about this? Tears started pouring down my cheeks. She's been my best friend forever. I've known her for years and years. Billy asked me gently, Well, has she changed at all in all these years? That's when it hit me. My best friend was still as tiny as when I had first met her. I had grown so much taller and bigger, but she had always looked like she was 5 years old. I started sobbing, and Billy hugged me tight. He said he was my best friend now, and he would always stick by my side. I cried into his shoulder, and when I looked up, Coco was leaving. This time, I had a feeling she was leaving for good. Not long after that, David and Sharon were behind bars, and I received all the money from my paintings. I was rich enough to afford a small place for Billy and myself. We also realized soon enough that we liked each other as a little more than friends. Once word got out that I was the actual artist, I started getting phone calls to be on popular TV shows. Of course, my incredible life story about growing up alone in the isolated mansion came out as well. I became instantly famous. When I thought life was perfect, I received a letter in the mail. I didn't recognize the name. I opened it up, and it was a handmade card. And to my shock, the picture on the front was the image of a room I had painted in the mansion. I just stared at it and started to shake as I opened it up. Billy asked me what was wrong, and I told him to read it out to me. Dear Karen, your real name is Genevieve. I'm Hannah, and I took care of you when you were growing up in that mansion. As Billy read the letter out loud, I couldn't believe my ears. It turned out that my parents had both been artists as well. My mother was a painter, and my father was a mad architect. The isolated mansion was his greatest masterpiece. He had brought my mom to live there with him. Apparently, after I was born, my mom lost her artistic touch and was no longer the same as she once was. She became bitter and envious of other artists, and she blamed me. She just left one day and disappeared. My dad was heartbroken and desperate to find her. He would leave me in the mansion with Hannah to go look for her. But Hannah was not allowed to ever show herself to me. He wanted me to stay in isolation, hidden from the world. She just had to make sure I had plenty of food and water and that I was well. Hannah said there were cameras installed everywhere, and she would watch me often, talking to myself and painting in the mansion. His trips became more frequent, and he was staying away longer. Then one day, he just didn't come back. Hannah says she found out years later that he had died in a car accident. But then I had been growing up in isolation for quite some time, and Hannah decided to honor his wish and not reveal herself. But when she heard about where I was now, she wanted to tell me the truth about my past. I was already in complete shock after hearing the story. But what came next shook me to the core. Hannah said she wished she could tell me more about my mother. All she remembered was that she was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and her name was Sharon.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth, and I I'm something of a princess, but you can just call me Z. I was born into an almost royal family in England, and my parents were super rich. I had everything I could wish for. Well, almost. I didn't have any siblings, and I really wanted one. Once when I was 8, I was on a swing at the park when a kid pushed me, and I landed in a puddle of mud. Hey, why'd you do that? You're on the big kid swings, loser. Go play on the kiddie slides. I'm 8, you jerk. I think you're a liar. I charged towards him, but my nanny saw me just then and came running to stop me, and the boy ran off laughing. Later that night, I cried to my parents. If I had a sister or brother, no one would mess with me. We'd be such a great team. We'd kick everyone's butts together. Being an only kid sucks. Just a few days later, they gave me the best news ever. I was getting a brother. Wow, finally. I don't have to play with these anymore. I'm getting a little brother. Yay!
Big brother, darling. We're adopting a boy from an orphanage who we really like, and he's a year older than you.
Even better. But Shane was a very quiet child and didn't talk much in the beginning, until one night I sneaked into his room. But as soon as I got in, he jumped on me.
What do you want? Why are you here?
I just came to share some of my toys with you. He immediately got up and offered me his hand.
I'm sorry. I just thought, what? You bought all these toys for me?
Yeah, we're siblings now, and you can play with my dolls too. Suddenly, he was all smiles.
Mom was right about you. You really are nice, Elizabeth? Oh, sorry, Z, 'cause you're too pretty to be called Elizabeth.
We bonded real quick, and in no time, we were inseparable. And I made sure he never felt left out in his new family. Don't open your eyes yet. I have a big surprise for you.
Oh, wow, a puppy.
We named the puppy Caesar, and Shane became so fond of him that he even let him sleep in his bed. I loved Shane, but sometimes he acted really weird. Once when he was 11, Shane got really sick and had to stay in bed. But sometime later, I saw he was running after one of the servants, kicking him to the ground.
You thief! How dare you try to take my Caesar away from me?
Shane, let go of him. I pulled him away and the servant ran for his life.
Z, he tried to steal.
No, what are you talking about? I asked him to take Caesar out for a walk since you were sick. Shane looked really embarrassed and ran back inside. Later that night, I went to his room to ask him why he behaved that way.
'Cause Caesar is special, Z. You gave him to me, and I never want to lose anything close to me, ever again.
What do you mean?
It's just that I can't trust anyone, and I don't want to talk about it.
Well, that was weird. And if he didn't want to talk about it, I wasn't gonna force him either. Shane was really possessive about the things he loved. But other than that, things between us were great, and we grew closer over the years. One day when I was in 10th grade, the teacher introduced a new boy to the class, Jai, a really handsome Indian guy who looked like he walked straight out of a Bollywood movie. During the class, he came and sat right next to me, and I caught him sneaking glances at me, but he didn't say a word. When class was over, he finally spoke.
Hey, as you know, I'm new here. Do you mind showing me around the school? And maybe help me catch up on whatever I missed?
Well, usually I'm really busy, but today's your lucky day. So sure, come with me. I took his hand, and while showing him around the school, we both talked and laughed so much. When we reached the backyard, he saw little puppies and immediately took out some food from his bag to feed them. And that melted my heart. He was so nice, and we instantly clicked as friends. Within a week, Jai became really popular for his fashion sense and rich, handsome looks. He's wearing Armani jeans today. I sneaked into the locker room yesterday. The abs under that branded hoodie are great too. Those stupid girls drooled over him like crazy, but I wasn't gonna let them have him. So I asked him if he wanted to study with me in the library, and he agreed. My plan worked because no hot girls ever showed up in the library. Over the coming days, we just got closer spending time together, and I was actually falling for him. And judging by the way he looked at me, maybe he was falling for me too. Then one evening when I went home, Shane surprised me with his question.
So, who's the guy?
He's new. Wait, what? How did you know?
You can't stop smiling, and I'm your brother. I know everything. Now, spill the beans.
I told Shane about Jai, and he seemed really eager to meet him. Since Shane was in a senior grade, he studied in a different block, so they'd never meet in school. I planned a movie night for the three of us, and I knew Shane was gonna love Jai. But instead, I got the shock of a lifetime. Hey Jai, this is Shane and
Jai? Shane?
Suddenly, both Shane and Jai froze up like statues, staring at each other. You guys already know each other?
You thief! What are you doing with my sister? Trying to steal her too?
Shane, what are you saying?
He's a thief, Z. He stole my father's gold watch at the orphanage. No, I didn't. I didn't steal anything. This is crazy, man.
Shane turned red and tried to attack Jai. I tried to make him stop, but he didn't listen. So I pushed him and took Jai away. Gosh, what was up with Shane? Later, Jai explained to me that he and Shane used to be really good friends a long time ago in the orphanage, but then Shane's watch went missing and he was convinced Jai had taken it.
I tried to convince him that I didn't, but he wouldn't believe me. He made my life miserable at the orphanage. But luckily, I got adopted by a millionaire soon after.
Well, that did sound like Shane. He was so weird about his things, but he was my brother. So later that night, I went to talk to him about Jai, but instead of listening to me, he just got mad.
Why are you taking his side? Don't you believe me? He stole my father's watch, the one memory I had of my real family. He's a bad guy, Z. Stay away from him.
But Shane, he said he didn't steal your watch.
And you believe him, Z? You weren't there. No one believed me back then. And now you won't either? You're just like the others.
And then he pushed me out of his room. I couldn't really believe Jai was a thief, but the way Shane was so persistent about it, I felt a bit suspicious. So I decided to spy on Jai a little. The next day after school, I saw Jai leaving and decided to follow him. But he went into an old alley behind the school and rode off on a rusty bicycle. Riding a rusty bike when he said he was rich? Something was really fishy. I followed him in my car and he parked outside one of Mom's restaurants and went in. But minutes later, he came out wearing a waiter's uniform. And now I was 100% sure he was poor and had been lying about it this whole time. But why? Then suddenly I heard the manager of the restaurant yelling at him.
Is this the time to come? Why don't you just come after all the customers are gone? You're fired.
No, please don't do that. I really need the money. My mom is sick and I need to get some medicine for her. I can't lose this job. Please.
Oh gosh, he was working so hard for his family. No way a guy like that could be a thief. But the manager didn't listen and made him leave. And even though I was mad at him for hiding the truth from me, I decided I had to help him first. After Jai left, I went in and asked the manager to rehire him.
Oh, really? And who do you think you are to tell me that, little girl?
The owner of this restaurant, mister. And make sure to give that guy a raise or else you'll be fired. The next day when Jai came to school, he looked really happy. And I knew the manager took my warning seriously. But now, I decided I was gonna play along with Jai's lies until he felt comfortable enough to share it with me. Till then, I tried to help any way I could without making it too obvious. Soon after, it was my 17th birthday when Shane came into my room at midnight and placed a kiss on my forehead.
Happy birthday, sis.
Oh, Shane, thanks so much. Now, where's my gift?
You'll have to wait for that till the evening.
My parents were throwing a grand party for me in the evening. All the kids from school were invited, but I was the happiest when Jai gifted me a gorgeous Indian dress. This is beautiful. I'm definitely gonna wear this for the party tonight. At the party, everyone was just staring at me and Jai as we were dancing our hearts out on the dance floor. But then suddenly, the music went off and I heard Shane's voice.
Attention, everyone. Z, here's the best gift a brother could give his sister. Unmasking the fake people in your life to keep you safe.
Fake people? Could he be talking about Jai? Suddenly, all the lights went off and the big screen was filled with Jai's pictures.
Everyone, I present to you a liar, a cheat, and a thief. Please, clap for Jai. He rides a broken bicycle to school but tells everyone it's a limo. He lives in a small house with his poor mom but tells everyone it's a mansion.
Everyone started murmuring and staring at Jai, and he just dropped my hand and ran outside. And I felt so freaking angry that I just went and slapped Shane in the face. You're the worst, Shane.
What? But he's been lying to you.
I already knew it. I knew he was poor, but that didn't make him a cheater or a thief, Shane. It's not a crime to be poor, and you're completely insane.
Shane, I don't know what's wrong with you, son. I'm ashamed of what you just did. Why does nobody ever believe me? Jai lied, but no one believes me. He lied before and he's lying now. He's a thief, you hear me?
That is enough. Mom and Dad took him aside, and I ran after Jai to see if he was okay. But he'd already left, and he didn't even pick up my calls. The next day when I reached school, I saw his locker was painted with horrible names, and all of his stuff was lying on the floor, trashed. I searched for him all over, and finally found him sitting in the backyard, all sad. Jai, are you okay? I'm really sorry for what Shane—
Wait, why are you sorry, Z? You're not mad at me for lying to you?
I was in the beginning, but then I figured you must have your reasons.
Beginning? What do you mean?
I found out long ago. But listen, you being rich or poor never mattered to me. You're a good person, and that's all that matters, Jai. Tears fell from his eyes, and he just hugged me. But later that day, when I got home, something terrible had happened. Shane had left the house, and Mom and Dad told me he was never coming back. I tried to contact him, but nothing worked. And this just broke my heart. How could he just leave like that? For days, I didn't feel like doing anything. So I just stayed in my room and watched some awesome stories by MSA, and found out I wasn't the only one with a weirdo brother. But then one day, Jai came to my house looking for me and cheered me up. He took me out for walks and often stayed back at my place to study. So, how do you afford all those branded clothes?
Oh, that's all fake, knockoffs, and stuff from the thrift store that my mom gets me. It's all about wearing it with confidence.
How did your mom adopt you if she wasn't so well off?
Oh, she's my birth mom. She came back for me.
But why did you lie about being rich? He paused for a second.
Everyone picked on me for being poor ever since I was a kid. But when I got into an expensive school because of a scholarship, I just didn't want anyone to look down on me. I deserved to be there.
Well, I guess most kids in his place would have done the same. Weeks passed by, and then one day, I insisted on seeing Jai's place. At first, he was hesitant, saying it wasn't fancy enough for me, but I kept bugging him till he took me.
I'm gonna get you something to drink. You make yourself comfortable.
He left, and I noticed a picture of his younger self on a shelf. So cute. I picked up the frame to take a closer look, and just then, I noticed something half covered in wrapping paper. Was it something for me? But when I saw what it was, I was stunned. It was a gold watch with the same inscription in the back that Shane had described his dad's watch had. Oh my God, this was Shane's watch. Just then, Jai came in, looking at the watch in my hand. He dropped the tray he was holding. This is Shane's dad's watch, the one he said you stole, right?
Yes, it is, but I can explain, Z.
Explain what, Jai? Are you still gonna tell me you didn't steal it?
I did, okay? I did steal it. Shane always went around the orphanage showing off his dad's watch. But unlike him, I'd never met my dad, and I just felt jealous that he had something so nice and I didn't. So I stole it. But I was just a kid then, Z. I felt terrible later.
Oh God, Shane had been right all along.
And the way Shane acts, it's not his fault. After I stole his watch and no one believed him, the bullies at the orphanage often hid his stuff. And when Shane would complain about it, they'd put it back in place, making him look like a complete fool.
OMG, he went through so much, and I didn't believe him. I was such a horrible sister.
I'm so sorry, Z. I just couldn't admit I'd stolen it because I knew you'd never forgive me. But I've been feeling so awful. So I was just wrapping up the watch to send it to Shane anonymously.
Wait, send it to Shane? So you know where he is? He told me he'd been trying to track down Shane for a while, and he'd finally found his address. I immediately left for the address, and when I finally saw Shane, I just ran and hugged him. Shane, oh God, I'm so sorry. Jai admitted he stole your watch, and I feel so ashamed that I never believed you, and I slapped you. I was such a horrible sister. Please, please forgive me.
Z, hey, it's okay, chill. I forgive you, okay? Relax.
He calmed me down, and then we went for a walk.
I was definitely hurt that you didn't trust me, but I know I acted crazy at times and made things tough for you. And exposing Jai like that, it was wrong.
Ugh, don't mention him. He's a jerk. But hey, I have something for you.
Oh my God,
That's my father's watch. Jai had it all this time? Yeah, he said he could never sell it. I told him everything and he just hugged me. I begged him to come back home and he did. Then just a few weeks later at Christmas dinner, Shane walked into the dining room, along with Jai. What's he doing here? He came to me and apologized and refused to leave until I forgave him, which I did eventually. And it's time you forget.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food. The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glory.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Hi, I'm Alexa from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. I think I decided when I was born that I liked my mom way more than my dad. She and I were always super close. Mom owned a lovely bookshop in the neighborhood that had been in the family for generations. And ever since I was a little kid, it was my favorite place to be. But my twin sister Bailey was always closer to Dad, and I didn't know why. If there was a prize for the messiest, most irresponsible man on the planet, he'd surely win. And I was allergic to mess. Daddy, you left your muddy boots over my white shoes again! Are you saying something, honey? I can't hear you. Maybe you would if you stopped playing the video game. Shut up, you're so annoying. Can't you let us have some fun, you robot? I threw my shoe at Bailey when she said that, but I couldn't do the same to Dad, 'cause he was my dad. He just worked some odd part-time jobs, and the rest he spent at home playing video games and being messy. But once when I was in first grade, he really went too far. He took Bailey and me to the park, and while we were on the swings, he went off to play football with some boys. Bailey and I didn't realize how much time had gone by till it started getting dark. We looked around for Dad, but we couldn't find him anywhere. Alexa, I don't know the way back home. I don't either, but it's okay. We have each other. We'll be fine. I suddenly remembered the park was close to Mom's bookstore, and I took Bailey's hand and made my way there. Mom was just closing up, and she was shocked to see us. She took us home furiously, and we found Dad sitting on the couch with his muddy boots, looking totally unbothered. Hurry up, ladies. Don't let the big man starve. Dinner time. He didn't even realize he'd left us at the park? Mom and Dad got into the biggest fight ever, and the next day, Dad packed up his bags and left, saying he was moving in with his mom, and well, he never visited or came back. Bailey was super upset, but I was secretly relieved, and Mom seemed happier too. Good riddance. Men were the worst. Growing up, I even avoided talking to boys my age. I was certain they were just all messy and careless, like Dad. Like once in 5th grade, the teacher made a boy sit next to me for a class activity, and he was a complete chatterbox. Worse, he messed up the order of all my markers. Dude, can't you see that the pink cap doesn't go with the green marker? Ma'am, where can I find a no boys class?
It's not possible, Alexa. You'll have to learn to get along with everybody. Yes, even the boys. The boy grinned at me, and I grabbed a marker and scribbled all over his face. The teacher called my mom, and I got a bunch of lectures. But nothing could change my mind. Boys were icky, and I hated them. Soon after, I discovered something that really interested me: acting. I joined the drama club, and there I found myself fighting for the lead roles every year with a girl named Lily. I mostly beat her to them, and obviously, she hated me. By the time we were in high school, all the boys knew I wouldn't care to talk with them, so they stopped trying. But Lily wouldn't stop annoying me about it. Who are you gonna go to prom with? Your cat? Do you stay away from the boys because you know you're ugly and no one will like you? Once I walked into the locker room as she was changing and she shrieked, "OMG, are you trying to get a peek at me? I know you're into girls, but don't even think about me." Yikes, no. Even if I was into girls, I have good taste, Lily. But she spread rumors around the school that I secretly liked her and was spying like a creep when she was changing. Why don't you go and prove her wrong? Go on, just talk to a boy. I'd rather sprinkle cat litter on broccoli and eat that. Yuck, you're a savage and so weird. Yeah, Bailey was nothing like me. She was really popular with the guys, and she was always dating one. And I was always afraid she'd end up choosing someone exactly like Dad. Once she was getting ready to go out with a boy I knew was a jerk, but she wouldn't listen to me, so I had to do something myself. That evening, I opened the door when he knocked. "So, you're Mark?" "No, wait. She said he's hot. Are you Shane?" No. He comes on a motorbike every time." "You must be the rich donkey she was talking about." "What? She said that? And who are all these guys?" "I don't know. Maybe you should ask Peter. He and Bailey have been really close lately." He got pissed and left. And when Bailey found out, she was furious. "Now you're spoiling my chances too? Okay, what's up with you and boys? Don't you find them cute and fun? I find them useless and annoying. And I don't know why you're dying to be with one. You're too young anyway. Just stay away from them." But she'd never do that. One evening, I realized that I'd left some important notes in my locker, and I had to go back to school to get them. Just then, I heard a beautiful voice from the boys' locker room. I took a peek through the door and saw someone singing along with his guitar. It was Ryan, the quiet millionaire who joined school a week ago and had all the girls drooling. I stood there quietly and continued to listen until he stopped and looked right at me. "So, do you like it?" Oh God, he saw me! It didn't make my ears bleed, so I guess it was all right. "You're the famous man-hater, aren't you? I'm flattered to have you as a fan, but I'll have to give you my autograph another time. I don't have a pen right now." Oh, that's too bad. I want to cry, but I left my hanky at home. "I'd offer you mine, but it's full of boogers. Anyway, what are you doing here so late?" I got bored and decided to find my Prince Charming here at school. "And you?" "Same reason. I was waiting for someone as pretty as you to secretly listen to me as I sing." "So, is this the part where we fall in love and start dating?" No. I think we should get married right away and have kids." Suddenly, I noticed his boots. They were covered with mud. You know, there's a reason I stay away from boys, and I'm certain you're no different. With that, I walked away. This Ryan seemed really full of himself. And to my dismay, I found out a few days later that he was being paired with me as the lead in the school play. But he seemed more disappointed than me. "Ma'am, can't we choose someone else to play the heroine's part?" "What's your problem? Why are you trying to get me out of the play?" "Because I don't want to play the part with a girl who's allergic to boys. We'll have no chemistry." "I don't have to like you to be good at acting. I can fake chemistry." There's a kissing scene. You sure you're up for it?" "Yeah, I'm a professional, and we don't need to practice it. We can just do it on the day of the play." "Fine by me. I'm an expert anyway." We started rehearsing soon with Lily as my understudy, but her main role seemed to be flirting with Ryan, and he was just as annoying as any boy I'd ever met. He was late for rehearsals, he was always eating on set and making a mess, and he had to take 100 breaks. But I had to admit, he was a good actor and was perfect for the part. A few days later, we were doing a dress rehearsal, and soon after wearing my costume, my back really started to itch. I somehow made it through my part and then rushed to the dressing room. I looked at my back in the mirror.
at the huge, ugly burn mark I'd had since I'd been in an accident when I was 8 years old. The costume's material had really irritated my scar, and it was all red and itchy. I took a picture in the mirror to send to my skin doctor, and then quickly changed into my clothes. But as I picked up my phone again, I realized that I'd sent the picture to frickin' Ryan. Oh my God! Feeling panicked, I texted him that I sent the picture by mistake, but he never replied. I just slipped out and headed home, feeling really worried. I was certain that jerk would show it to everyone, especially Lily. But the next day when I went to school, no one was looking at me weirdly or talking about me. No one brought it up at all. Later, I spotted Ryan by himself in the hallway, and I walked over to him. Hey, listen, thank you for not sharing that picture with anyone. I know I'm an ugly freak.
What picture?
The one I sent you yesterday?
I'm pretty sure you didn't. See our chat? No picture here.
He looked up at me and smiled, and I found myself smiling back.
Wow, that's the first time I've seen you smiling. I don't think you should do that. It's not a great look on you.
I just rolled my eyes and walked away. Okay, he wasn't a jerk, but he was still annoying. But it was nice of him to pretend he didn't receive the picture to not embarrass me. When the day of the play finally came, I was super excited. Our performances were going really smoothly. Well, until the kissing scene.
What are you doing? You're supposed to kiss me now.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just getting ready.
It's just a kiss. Kiss me, Alexa.
Fine. I put my hands on his face, and my heart was racing. As our lips touched, I felt something I'd never felt before. And I was kinda disappointed when he pulled away and started saying his next dialogue. Back at home, Bailey couldn't stop teasing me about the kiss and our chemistry on stage, which I completely denied and slammed the door in her face. But I couldn't stop thinking about the kiss all night. Was I catching feelings for Ryan? But the next morning, I forgot all about it when I went down for breakfast and found Mom crying. Mom, what's wrong? What happened?
I'm going to lose the bookstore.
It turned out that Mom had taken a big loan a while back from an investment company to keep the bookstore running. But lately, she hadn't been able to make the payments on time. And now, the company was demanding that she pay it immediately. And the investment company belonged to Lily's dad.
I'll have to sell the bookstore. It's not been doing well for a while, and I'm just not making enough.
But Mom, you love that bookstore. Everyone in the neighborhood loves it. It's been around for 30 years. There has to be a way we can save it.
I don't think there is, honey.
I felt really heavy-hearted when I went to school that day. I was sitting alone on the bleachers at recess when suddenly Ryan joined me.
What's up with your face today?
And to my horror, I started to cry. I buried my face in my arms as I sobbed, and I felt Ryan putting his arm around me.
Hey, what's going on? Do you want to talk about it?
And I found myself telling him everything. When I was done, he handed me his hanky and looked at me.
I might have a solution for your problem.
What? What do you mean?
I guess you don't know that Lily's dad and my dad are business partners. They both own that investment company. I'll talk to my dad today and ask him to make the loan payments easier for you guys. I don't want you to lose that bookstore. It seems like it means a lot to you.
Do you really mean that? Will your dad agree?
He will, I promise.
I was so thrilled that I threw my arms around him in a bear hug. He hugged me too, and we just stayed like that for a while. Ryan, did you just smell my hair?
What? No, I didn't.
Why are you helping me?
Because I'm not a jerk.
Is that all?
Yeah, don't worry. I wouldn't fall for someone who's decided to hate boys for all eternity.
Well, maybe I don't hate you. Ryan's face suddenly lit up, and he drew me close and kissed me. And it felt amazing. True to his word, Ryan talked to his dad, and Mom was ecstatic when the company told her they changed their decision. And Ryan and I, well, much to everyone's surprise and Lily's anger, we started dating. I couldn't believe I had a boyfriend. Prom came around a few months later, and when Bailey and I reached school, I spotted Ryan from afar, looking so cute. I walked up to him and was about to kiss him when he suddenly stopped me.
Hey, Alexa, wait. There's something I need to talk to you about.
Okay, why the serious face? He led me out of the hall and then he spoke.
Listen, I hate that I'm ruining prom for you, but I just have to tell you now. Our company is facing some losses,
and Lily's dad is insisting that we collect all outstanding loans. So I'm afraid your mom will have to make the full payment very soon. I am so sorry. I felt the ground slip beneath my feet. Are you kidding me? You promised, and now you're just breaking it? Just like that? It's not my decision, Alexa. I don't own the company. Then maybe it wasn't your promise to make either. Did you just do it to get together with me? To win me over? And you never really meant it? What are you talking about? Of course I meant it. I tried to help you. Can't you at least see that? No, all I can see is that you gave us false hope. I would have been better if you hadn't. Why is everyone so disappointing? Well, maybe your standards are too frickin' high. Well, maybe I'm just better off alone. I stormed out of there in angry tears. I'd made a mistake, believing a stupid boy, and even a bigger mistake of falling for him. High school had come to an end, and Bailey and I helped Mom pack up the store over the summer. It broke our hearts to lose it, but there was nothing we could do. One day, as Bailey and I were going back home, we walked past a cafe where I spotted several kids from school, including Ryan and Lily, and she was clinging onto his arm. Bailey saw my face and said, "You don't know they're together, Alexa." I'm pretty sure that they are, and I really don't care. I went off to university to study drama and theater, and I was having an amazing time. I made loads of cool friends. Yes, even guys. And I realized I'd been foolishly stubborn to think they were all bad. Sometimes, I even regretted being so hard on Ryan and driving him away. He was just a high school kid like me back then, and it wasn't his fault that we lost our bookstore. Soon after graduation, I went back home to attend Bailey's wedding. Her husband seemed a lot more sensible than Dad, and she seemed really happy. And I was happy for them. Later that night, someone rang the doorbell, and I was shocked when I opened the door. Hello, Alexa? Standing outside was Ryan. Hi. What are you doing here? I've been in touch with Bailey. She said you were coming back for her wedding. I really wanted to talk to you. I stepped out onto the porch, and he said something completely unexpected. You know, I never forgot about that burn scar on your back. My scar? That's what you want to talk about? Yeah. I've never stopped thinking about how you saw yourself with it, or how painful it must be for you. I found an amazing skin surgeon, and he can fix it, Alexa. And if you agree to go for it, I'd like to pay for the surgery. But why are you doing this? I swear, I'm only doing it as a friend. I know I let you down all those years ago, and now that I can make some decisions on my own, I want to do this. I stopped being mad at you a long time ago, Ryan. You don't have to do this. I want to. Please, don't say no. After a lot of thinking, I agreed. I underwent the surgery a week later, and when I woke up, Ryan was by my side, smiling. The doctor said it went great. I can't thank you enough, Ryan. I really owe you. No, you don't. Well, I'll accept a cup of coffee. It's a date. Is it? Maybe. I sat up in bed and pulled Ryan towards me in a hug.
One night, I was deep asleep when a sound outside my window woke me up. Naturally, I was scared someone was trying to rob us, but it was actually something way more irritating. I opened the window and I saw my sister with her boyfriend. It made me feel kind of jealous, and I decided to be petty and tell on her. I quietly went to my mom's room and woke her up and started telling her that my sister was outside with some random guy. Nonsense, my mom snapped. Your sister is fast asleep in her room. I insisted, and we ended up going to my sister's room and saw that the bed was empty. There was a sudden bang downstairs, and both of us ran to find the source of it. It came from the kitchen, and we found my sister in there. There was glass all over the floor. She said she dropped a glass while getting herself some water. My mom was furious and started shouting at her. Do you know what time it is? You were out with your boyfriend, weren't you? Don't try to deny it either. Your sister saw you. My mom started calling her names and getting really mean. But my sister didn't change her story. In the end, Mom grounded her for a whole month and stormed upstairs without another word. My sister looked at me with such rage in her eyes. I thought she was going to attack me. She hissed and turned away. The next day, my sister wasn't any happier. Every time she passed me, she glared at me like she was trying to kill me with her eyes. I wanted to get away, so I decided to go to the grocery store with my mom. When we arrived, while she was busy finding all the stuff on her list, I decided to have a walk around by myself. I got a little distracted and accidentally walked into the back of a man. I was ready to apologize, but when he turned around, I saw it was my dad. I was sure he should be at work. Maybe he was on a break or something? Sorry, Dad. I wasn't looking where I was going. Dad looked a bit startled for a moment. He looked around in all directions nervously. It was really strange. But finally, he seemed to relax and smiled at me. No need to apologize, my princess. Hey, how about we head back home? Well, Mom's here. Should I go get her? I asked. No, he said pleasantly. It's fine. I saw her before, and she wanted me to take you home. She'll catch up with us. Maybe I'd been bugging Mom? I didn't know, but I followed Dad outside to the parking lot anyway. Except it all got even weirder. He had a totally new car I'd never seen before. Did you get a new car, Dad? Yes. I actually bought it this morning. Do you like it? Get in quick. Your mom won't be happy if she has to wait. What on earth are you doing? Get away from my daughter, you freak! I swear I'll call the police! I ran back towards my mom. Mom, what's wrong with you? Everyone's looking. I was just going home with Dad. I turned to talk to Dad, but he was speeding out of the parking lot. What was happening? My mom was furious, demanding an explanation about why I was getting into a stranger's car. She wouldn't listen to me when I tried to say it was just Dad. Then she dropped a bombshell on me. Honey, that wasn't your dad. Your dad's at work. That man didn't even look like him, Mom said. I stared at her, wondering if it was all one big joke. But Mom looked deadly serious, and I started shaking and crying. What was wrong with me? They looked exactly the same, I was sure! After we got home and talked about it, my mom was so concerned that she decided to take me to a doctor. The doctor gave me a lot of weird tests, and I had to talk to other medical professionals too. But it only took a few days for the psychiatrist to diagnose me. Prosopagnosia. What a mouthful, right? To put it simply, I suffer from face blindness. I couldn't tell different faces apart from each other. People could easily end up looking the same to me. I couldn't believe it. I'd never had this problem before, or so I thought. I started to wonder whether I had confused people in the past, and it just hadn't been an issue until I was in danger, like at the grocery store. Unfortunately, there was no cure, and I was told I'd have to learn to live with it. My mom told everyone the news. I could only stand there and try not to cry. My mom had taken the news really well, and was as sympathetic as she could be. The rest of my family? Not so much. My sister scoffed and rolled her eyes. I could have told you she was crazy. You didn't need to pay anyone, she said. My dad was the worst, though. He smashed his glass on the floor and wouldn't even look at me. He looked so disappointed. My mom told him to calm down and think about his daughter. And what about me? He roared. My daughter is abnormal. Do you know how embarrassing that is? I ran off crying, but I could hear the entire fight from my room. My dad was yelling about how he never loved me and always knew there was something wrong with me. My mom told him to shut up and that I was just special, but he was too stupid to notice. My sister didn't say anything, but I could hear her laughing. At least someone was getting a kick out of this. In fact, she seemed pretty happy about the whole thing. At least I had my mom, or so I thought. My dad and sister quickly ganged up on me. My sister cut her hair like Mom and wore her clothes to confuse me. And it worked. The next day, she walked over to me in her mom costume with an evil smirk on her face. She came close and whispered in my ear, Hey, idiot. Guess what? I love your sister more than you. I started to cry hysterically and asked her why. You've just always been such a disappointment to me, she said. She started to laugh in a way that seemed oddly familiar, but I couldn't place it. Before I had time to really think, Dad walked in. I told Dad that I was sorry for everything, but he just rolled his eyes at me. It's fine, I guess. I always knew you'd be a problem, he said. By the way, since there are no secrets between us anymore, I guess it's time we told you about our open relationship. Pointing at my mom, he said, No need to tell her when other women are here. We all agreed to it. Not that you could tell your own mother apart from some random woman off the street. He and my sister both laughed before leaving the room. These people were stupidly evil. Shamefully, I really thought it was my mom who'd spoken to me like that, and I felt so betrayed and hurt that I didn't want to speak to her again. Every time my mom tried to approach me over the next few weeks, I avoided her. I couldn't take her insulting me again. Mom worked every night, so not seeing her wasn't particularly challenging. And from then on, every single night, my dad brought a new girl home. He made me stay in my room and told me my mom was totally fine with it all. Of course it was all a lie. My sister would even put on her mom disguise and tell me that she didn't mind the random girls in the house. I felt trapped in a nightmare. I just accepted things as they were. Even though I was angry at my mom back then, I still had guilt deep inside me. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't quite figure it out. My mom had never been mean to me before, and I just couldn't fully believe she'd be okay with Dad bringing girls home. I needed to know the truth. I confronted my dad about it and told him he should stop. He got annoyed and told me I didn't understand. He asked me how I could even tell they were different girls since I was face blind. I can still tell voices apart, I said sadly. If you say so, he said before walking back to his room to go to bed. I felt defeated at first, but then something dawned on me. I may not be able to trust my eyes, but I could trust my ears. I just needed to listen to voices more carefully. With a little practice, I could be normal again. I was jumping for joy when I saw something that nearly broke my brain. Why are you jumping, honey? One of my moms asked. There were 2 moms in the room. I must have gone white as a sheet as one of the moms told me I should go to bed and get some rest. Then she left. The mom who stayed behind started laughing. I see you just noticed my little haircut, you idiot. It was my sister. It was you the whole time? I shouted. Was it? Maybe sometimes. It's not like you can even tell the difference, my sister said. I was going to fix this whole mess. We all sat down and ate breakfast the next day, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't tell them apart. Their voices were different for sure, but I couldn't pin a voice to a person. My sister definitely had a distinct laugh, but her regular speaking voice wasn't much different from Mom's. And when I couldn't tell who was speaking, I couldn't train myself to know who was who. But then I thought, sure, their voices were similar, but their personalities weren't. That was it. My sister was rotten to the core, you see. And not just with people. My sister was also very mean to animals. She hated puppies and she hated kittens. Not like my mom and me. I decided to borrow the neighbor's puppy for a few hours. When I walked into my house, I could already tell my plan was working. One of my moms looked over with disgust and walked out. The other ran right up and started petting the dog. I took the next few hours to memorize my mom's voice as she played with the dog. The longer I listened, the more I could identify unique things in her voice. I could hear the difference between her voice and my sister's, not to mention the girls my dad brought home. I decided to sit down and have a conversation with my real mom. I told her all about the woman and the mean comments and told her if she knew about any of it. I didn't, she said with a serious look on her face. The next day, I was surprised to see her sitting on the couch with my sister, looking nervous next to her. She told me that she decided to stay home for her night shift. It was only about 20 minutes before Dad walked in with his new date. My mom was so angry, she screamed at the woman to leave and started shouting at my dad. She threw a few things at him and told him to get out and never come back. My sister started crying and apologizing, saying that Dad had forced her to go along with everything. I didn't believe a word of it and told my mom that my sister had enjoyed tormenting me. My sister, who usually thought she was so cool and scary, was reduced to a blubbering mess on the ground, begging my mom not to kick her out. My mom agreed, but on one condition. She picked up a bag of stuff from behind the couch and told my sister to follow her. My mom took my sister into the bathroom, and she came out with a green mohawk. Perfect, my mom said. Now Susan will always be able to tell us apart. My sister was humiliated, but it was true. I would definitely know who was who now. This should have been a happy ending for me, but my mom did have one flaw. She would never be able to live without a man in her life. And it wasn't long before one showed up. As expected, my mom brought home a new guy a few days later. And he really was something. He wore tattered old clothes and had a tattoo of a chicken wing on his shoulder. I had no idea what my mom saw in him, but maybe my sister knew. See, whenever my mom went on her night shift, my sister and my mom's new boyfriend would disappear for hours. At first, I thought it was great to be left alone. Then, I realized it was very suspicious. I told Mom about it, and she kicked him out and sent my sister to live with my dad at the motel he'd been staying at. A few weeks later, Dad came back, full of apologies and begging to be taken back. My mom crumbled. I guess she really couldn't survive without a man, so she agreed to work on their relationship. I asked my dad where my sister was, and he just looked confused. "What are you talking about?" he said. I felt super bad. She was a mean person, but there were worse people in the world, like the man who tried to kidnap me. I didn't want her to get hurt. I decided to look for her myself. I told my mom I was worried, but she only seemed to care about my dad now. I wondered about my mom's ex, the weird guy with the chicken wing tattoo. Maybe it was something to do with him? I went to the police station, and an officer told me we could go to the man's house and see if my sister was with him. I tried to explain my face blindness problem and that I wouldn't actually know if the girl was her. And what if she didn't want to admit who she was? The officer wasn't sympathetic and told me to deal with it on my own in that case. He said that runaway kids weren't his problem. "Go play Sherlock Holmes if you want," he said, and walked away from me. Luckily, it was pretty easy to find the guy's address. His house was exactly what I expected it to be. It was a total mess, and there was loud music booming everywhere. There were also lots of women inside. The door was unlocked, so I let myself in. There were so many women with strange haircuts and outfits, I didn't know where to look. I shouted for everyone's attention, and they all looked at me. "Hey, Rachel, if you're here, I'm sorry, and you can come home now. Forgive me, please, sis. Say something," I pleaded. One of the girls approached me and said, "What are you talking about, idiot? There's no Rachel here. Can you just leave?" I went back home and asked my mom for help again because I couldn't find my sister anywhere. That's when my mom finally snapped. "Honey, I've tried to be patient with you. I just can't take this anymore," Mom said. "Take what?" I asked, confused. "All these games. It's not funny. You almost cost me my marriage, and for what? Now all of this?" Mom explained. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You don't have a sister!" My mom yelled, holding her head in frustration. What was she talking about? Of course I did. I pulled out my cell phone and checked my sister's number. She hadn't answered before, but maybe I could leave a voice message? Except now it said the number didn't exist. I ran over to my room and looked for any of her stuff, or photos, or something, but there was nothing. Her room was totally empty. I turned my computer on and searched frantically for her social media accounts, but they were all gone. I even ran into my mom's room and pulled out the family photo albums. She wasn't in a single picture. I was crazy, wasn't I? I'd been crazy the whole time. Or maybe there was something else happening here. Whatever it was, it had to be something dark.
Hi, my name is Barbara, but people call me Barbie because I look like one. Please like and subscribe before I continue. Dad was a billionaire who owned a multi-industry company. Growing up, my twin brother Ford and I were used to getting everything we wanted. But for him, it wasn't enough because he wanted everything for himself. On our 5th birthday, Dad gave me a Barbie doll while he gave Ford a toy car. But he wasn't happy.
My car needs a driver, so give me that doll. Over my cute body.
He got back at me by scratching Dad's new Lamborghini and blaming it on me. I was grounded for a month. He also loved to make fun of the brown birthmark on my face.
Maybe that's why you stink, because there's permanent poop on your cheek. Stop saying I stink when I don't. Everyone might think it's true. Too late. I've already told everyone about it.
I tried complaining to Dad, but he was always too busy to care. But one day in the 5th grade, I discovered a way to cover up my birthmark by using loads of makeup. I told Ford that I had it removed by a doctor, and he was so stupid he actually believed it. He was always a pain in the butt, until he started dating this gold digger Tiffany in high school. He got too busy to annoy me all the time, thank God. In 10th grade, my boyfriend Zach and I decided to celebrate his birthday by going away to Greece for the weekend. We were about to take off in Dad's private jet when suddenly, the pilot came out of the cockpit and said we had a problem. I looked out the window and saw Ford arriving with Tiffany. What are they doing here? We're celebrating our anniversary in Hawaii, so all of you, get out. Breaking news, dummy. I came here first. I don't care. Get lost. You get lost. I was about to push him, but I screamed when Tiffany suddenly pulled me by my hair. The boys tried to stop us as we fought, but we ended up landing in the cockpit and falling on the navigation controls, damaging them completely. As soon as the news reached Dad, he called us both for a meeting in his library. I thought he was gonna kill us, but what he said totally took us by surprise. I'm thinking of leaving my company to someone capable. And obviously, that's me, Dad. This dumb brat spends thousands of dollars on clothes and makeup every single weekend. Hello? You literally buy whatever your girlfriend pouts her lips for. Enough. You're both too dumb and spoiled. I'll give you a month to prove yourself, or I'll leave the company and all my fortune to a stranger instead. Prove ourselves? In what way, Dad? Figure it out, and make me proud for once. It was gonna be tough, but there was no way I'd let Ford win this. The next day, I visited Dad's company's headquarters to study the performance for the past year, and I found out that Dad had been planning to develop a new mall, but he was having a hard time getting approval for its location from the mayor's office. Wait a minute, what if I dated the mayor's son, Leo, so he'd help me win his dad's approval? Leo was a senior in school, and Dad would be impressed if I was dating a smart future politician. There was only one problem, my boyfriend. I needed to get rid of him. The next day at school, we were having lunch together when he suddenly sneezed, and I started crying hard. What's wrong, babe? The way you sneeze, I really hate it. It's giving me a stroke. And the way you breathe, it's so heavy I could hear it from miles away. I've been suffering silently, but I just can't take it anymore. Just work on yourself and maybe we can give it another chance soon, yeah? Are you freaking serious? Goodbye, Zach, for now. He kept throwing tantrums all day, but I ignored him and started working on my current target, Leo. Aside from being a genius, he was also famous for being too serious. I'd never seen him smile. I stalked him and found out that he always stayed in the library. Boring. One day he was sitting alone and I walked up to him and pointed to the thick book beside him. Could you hand me over that physics book? This is a chemistry book. Oh, yeah, sorry, I got confused. Physics and chemistry are similar words.
No, they're not.
Oh, what's that you're reading? You're into literature too? I love Michael Jackson. Do you know about him?
Yeah, of course I do. But I like Shakespeare more.
Shakespeare? That's a cool name. Before he could say something, his friend suddenly called him. Just when I thought we were connecting. As Leo walked by, Zach suddenly appeared and pulled me into a corner.
Why are you flirting with this guy? I thought our breakup isn't official yet.
Don't take it personally. I just need him to help me get his father's approval for my dad's project.
And when you win that inheritance, you'll get back with me, right?
Sure, whatever.
I'll wait for you.
Don't hold your breath. A few days later, I heard that Leo was running as a president for the student council again. But what shocked me was Ford was running too. So that was his first move to prove himself and impress Dad, huh? And the next day at school, Ford challenged me to run against him. And why would I do that?
So we can settle who's better. Obviously, it's me, but I badly want to see you cry.
Do you really think I'm that dumb? You never play fair. I told you, she's scared. Since you're begging for it, then fine. See you at the elections.
Nice. Any last words?
Send my regards to Satan. Oh wait, that's you. And with that, I stormed off. But if Leo was also running, I didn't have any chance to win. He had already won 3 times in the past. I immediately talked to him about this. I also want to run for school president, but with you on the list, I don't think I stand a chance.
So you want me to back out?
Yeah, leave it to me this time.
Why are you running?
Basically, I hate my brother and he's running and I want to beat him myself. But I need your support.
And what do I get in return?
You can date me, I guess. To my surprise, he smiled at me and said,
Sure.
Wait, are you serious? He just winked at me and walked away, leaving my heart fluttering with that smile. I was so confused. It was time to put our names down as candidates the next day, and I was surprised to see Leah was running as my vice president instead. What are you doing?
Supporting my girlfriend.
So he really was serious about it. I couldn't believe making him fall for me was this easy. I decided I'd wait a few days before I started talking about the mall project so it wouldn't look suspicious. We started hanging out together, and sure, he was serious, but he was also sweet and funny, not boring at all. He even introduced me to a super cool channel on YouTube called My Story Animated, and when I saw their videos, I actually found them exciting and relatable, especially about those billionaire girls. On the weekend, he asked me out on a date, and I said yes. While driving, someone suddenly called him and he turned to me.
I was supposed to lead Dad's charity drive at a hospital tomorrow, but they moved it to today, and they need me there. I'm so sorry.
Instead of sulking, I smiled and volunteered to come along. Seeing all those sick people who couldn't afford treatment made me realize how lucky I was. And the way Leo talked to these people made my heart melt. Later that night as he drove me home, he suddenly took my hand and kissed it.
You must be really tired.
I'm fine. Actually, I had a great time.
The date isn't over yet. I've got a surprise.
He took me to a closed restaurant and revealed that his mom owned it. So, how are we supposed to eat?
Watch me.
To my surprise, he started working in the kitchen himself and ended up with the most delicious meal ever.
I can't believe I'm with someone like you, a goddess.
Yeah, I know. Thousands of guys wish to be you, so you're very lucky. My heart went wild when he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
You're really funny and pretty.
I stared back at him and just found myself leaning in closer for a kiss. I felt like I was on cloud 9. It was the least fancy date I'd ever been on, but it was the best time I'd ever had in my life. Soon, we made our relationship official, and Zach wasn't happy.
You broke up with me because of him, didn't you?
No, Zach, we just didn't work out. I'm sure you can find someone better.
You're gonna regret this.
Zach was too dumb to do something that could actually ruin me, so I just ignored him. When the election campaign started, Ford and Tiffany were spending Dad's money like crazy. They covered the whole school with pictures of their stupid faces and threw the biggest parties every single night. Ford also promised everyone he'd turn the whole school into a teenage paradise. making him win by a landslide. I lost so badly. He kept on bragging about his victory at dinner, and Dad looked impressed. I think I'm gonna win this too. And when I take over everything, the first thing I'll do is make you miserable. Say goodbye to all your credit cards. Don't be too confident. Maybe you'll be the one who ends up crying. I really doubt that. Ford made me so mad. I had no choice but to finally use Leo's connections for Dad's mall project. I brought it up, and to my surprise, he immediately talked to his father about it. A few days later, I introduced him to Dad over dinner, and he looked stunned when he learned that Leo was the mayor's son.
You should have informed me earlier. I would have told the chefs to make something fancier. I'm fine with anything, sir. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
They seemed to be getting along really well, and Dad then finally brought up the project.
Oh, Barbie mentioned it to me the other day, and I've already talked to my father about it. He's looking forward to meeting you.
Dad looked super happy, and once the project was finalized, he even threw a party to celebrate it.
You made this happen, my dear Barbie. You've shown me how valuable you can be.
Ford was smoky red with rage. I gave him a smirk as Dad made a toast for it. Later that night, I thought about a plan to give back to Leo. He'd told me about an orphanage he had set up, and I decided I'd donate books and laptops to the kids there. I talked to Dad about it, and he was happy to support me. The next day at school, I was waiting for Leo at the canteen to talk about it, when suddenly, Ford came and took my plate of spaghetti and rubbed it in my face.
I told you not to mess with me.
As I angrily rubbed it off my face with tissues, I suddenly realized people were staring at me in shock. Oh no, all of my makeup was gone. Oh look, there's poop on her face.
Breaking news, everyone. My sister's been hiding this gross birthmark under her makeup for years. Look, Leo, she's even deceived you, just so she could be your girlfriend.
I tried to hide it, but it was too late. Leo had arrived and was staring at me. I was about to run away when suddenly he grabbed Ford by the collar and pushed him up against the wall.
She's still the most beautiful girl in the world to me, but you sure are the biggest jerk.
I heard everyone actually agreeing with him, but Ford started laughing like a maniac.
Okay, the poop mark didn't change your mind, so how about this?
To my surprise, Zach showed up from behind him and started playing a recorder with an evil grin.
Why are you flirting with this guy? I thought our breakup isn't official yet.
Don't take it personally. I just need him to help me get his father's approval for my dad's project. Blood drained from my face as we all listened to the whole conversation. I couldn't believe my ex-boyfriend teamed up with my evil brother. I tearfully ran after a furious Leo. Leo, please, let me explain.
Explain what? That I was just part of your stupid plan? I can't believe I actually fell for a spoiled brat like you.
Yes, I planned it, but then I started to have real feelings for you.
Yeah, right. Please, don't ever talk to me again.
He ignored me completely after that, and I lost all my motivation. Ford took it as an opportunity to redeem himself. He spent tons of money on billboards across the city advertising Dad's clothing stores with himself and Tiffany as models. The sales actually went up. A few days later, Dad informed us that he'd finally made a decision. I was sure Ford had won, but I didn't even care by now.
I decided to give everything to...
Ford had already gotten up with a proud smirk.
Barbara, congratulations, darling. I'll see you in my office tomorrow for the signing of the papers.
Wait, what? Suddenly, Ford went psycho.
You can't do this to me, Dad. I've worked so hard for this. It's not too late to change your mind. I based my decision on how you spent my money the past month. You wasted $10 million and never did anything meaningful. Barbara proved her interest by learning about the company. And she even made a huge project happen. You're talking nonsense, you stupid old man.
And then I just snapped. I flung a glass of juice at his face. You can insult me all you want, but don't you dare talk like that to our dad, you jerk!
You're gonna pay for this.
Before he could hurt me, Dad called his bodyguards to take Ford away. He grounded him in his room, and I could hear him destroying things all day. He was scaring me. The next day, I fell asleep in my bathtub, and when I woke up, I realized that my phone was gone. I got up to find it, but the door was locked, as well as the windows. Just then, lots of bugs started to crawl in from somewhere. I screamed, but no one seemed to hear me. Help! Someone, please, open the frickin' door! The bugs were getting nearer and I passed out. Dad's worried face was the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes again. I was in the hospital.
My darling, Barbie, thank God you're okay.
Dad, Ford tried to hurt me.
I know. Your brother's gone. I sent him away to a boarding school in Russia.
I was surprised and relieved at the same time.
Maybe I shouldn't have made you two compete. It was a stupid decision, and it made Ford crazy. Even you started dating someone you don't even like.
No, Dad, it's the complete opposite. I really like Leo. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. Suddenly, Leo showed up from behind Dad.
And you're the best thing that happened to me too.
Leo, what are you doing here?
I heard you were in the hospital, so I had to come see you. And your dad also talked to me about your plan with the orphanage. The kids would really love that.
Does this mean you've decided to forgive me? I'm so sorry, Leo.
Barbie, I understand the pressure your dad put you through, and I think it was a smart plan. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have even noticed me.
I've always noticed you. I just thought you were too serious for me.
Yeah, I'm indeed serious. About you.
Okay. I think you deserve another chance to get to know me.
I love you.
I love you too. Hi everyone, my name is Judah, and I live in Seoul, South Korea. I was only 4 years old when I learned that something was very wrong with my mom.
Other kids always hug and kiss their parents. Why can't we do that, Mommy?
Ugh, don't call me that. She turned to walk away, and I had to take my shot. I ran to her and grabbed her in a tight hug.
Just go like this, Mommy. It's easy.
She literally ran away from me. Don't touch me. I'm wearing Chanel. She didn't really want anything to do with me. She used maids, butlers, and money to keep me away from her my whole life. At first, I thought something was wrong with me, but my cousin Hadi totally disagreed.
Judah, you're my best friend in the whole world because you are perfect. Your mom is just a witch.
I was so jealous. Hadi's parents were amazing. Even though they were really poor and lived all the way in America, they tried to visit every other year. They video called me all the time, and I loved them. One day, Hadi called me with some amazing news. My dad's company just blew up overnight. We're finally gonna be rich. That's amazing. What's more amazing is that I can afford tickets to see you. Ask that witch if I can stay over. I went out to talk to Mom, but she was sitting there with some strange men. Judah, here you are. Come meet the boy I want you to date. You what? He owns diamond mines. Diamonds! You can date him now and get married after college.
No way! Have you gone insane?
Don't you dare insult me in front of everyone.
Don't you dare try to ruin my life!
Hadi is right. You're a witch. Her guests laughed and she turned red. You ungrateful little... Go to your room. I did go to my room. I also called up Hadi and made my first and best evil plan. I can't take it anymore. I'm running away from home. Now that your parents are rich, can I live with you? If they say no, I'll hide you in my room. Get over here. Thankfully, Aunt and Uncle loved the idea and welcomed me there with open arms. They didn't even tell my mom, and I could escape without any drama. I finally got away from my crazy mother, and the best part? I was gonna live with my best friend. Hadi and I literally jumped and screamed the entire first night. On my second night, reality hit me. I was in a new country. I didn't know the language, and I was gonna start at a new school. Yikes! What if everyone hates me? What if they think I look weird? They won't. I'll translate everything for you. And I'll do your hair and makeup. She did my makeup for practice, and it made me want to cry. She literally painted my face and used tape to pull my skin back. She even put tape on my eyes so I had a crease. See? All we need to do is dye your hair blonde, like me, and you'll fit right in. I stopped her. I had gotten away from Mom to be myself and love myself. I was gonna be fine in my own skin. Turns out, I was more than fine. I walked into school for my first day, and a boy stopped me in my tracks. Whoa, I've never seen any girl like you. "You're beautiful." "He thinks you're pretty." "Oh my God." Then the boy got down on one knee and asked me out on a date. "He's asking you out, but you just got here. You don't need to pick the first guy in line." We ran away before we screamed with excitement. I'd never been asked out like that before. The first day was already fun, but only because Hottie was by my side. Without her, everything was suddenly impossible. I didn't understand a word anyone was saying. One boy was trying to warn me about a spider on my shirt, and I didn't get it until it crawled on my face. Ugh! I didn't even know how to ask the teacher if I could go to the bathroom. I just walked out of class silently, and she started yelling at me. I was almost in tears before someone told her I couldn't understand her. One day, Hottie was auditioning for the cheerleading squad, so I went with her for support. We were dancing together for practice when suddenly the cheer squad walked up to us. "Wow, you're an amazing dancer. Who are you?" Hottie introduced me and the girl asked me to join the cheer squad. "But what about the auditions?" "No need for those. We like Judah. Tell her to join us." Obviously, I turned them down right away. I wasn't gonna snatch Hottie's place. She pretended it didn't bother her, but I know that it did. At home, Aunt and Uncle were trying way too hard to be nice to me. They asked me endless questions and they kept buying me over-the-top gifts. Uncle even bought me a car. "You gave Judah a car before me? We can get you a car too, sweetie. You should have thought of me first." Hottie stormed away and locked herself in her room. I had to slip like 50 apology notes under her door to get her to come out. They just feel bad for me because of my terrible mom. Come on, don't be upset. She came around and I thought things would get better until one day when Derek, the cutest guy in school, walked up to us at lunch. Oh my God, I have such a huge crush on Derek. Have you told him that? I dropped major hints the last time we were in class. Maybe he's finally gonna ask me out. We squealed in delight till he came within earshot. Then Derek walked right past Hottie and stood in front of me.
Wow, you're really cute. I've never seen you here before. Are you new?
I had no idea what he said, but Hottie turned white as a ghost. Derek started saying more things I couldn't understand, and then he just patted my head and left. What was that? He asked me out on a date. You? But I feel like he was talking to me. He was just being shy. He said he wants to take me out to dinner. Oh, wow, that's amazing. I jumped, but Hottie didn't join me. In fact, she started acting so weird. She refused to sit with me at lunch anymore, and she started walking home from school alone. When she went out for a date with Derek, she told some random girl at school all about it instead of me. I barged into their conversation and pulled her away. What's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? Why can't we have our separate lives? Hottie, you're my best friend. I want to be with you. So I can keep being your translator all the time? I love you. But Judah, I need some space from you right now. Just be on your own. Fine. I don't need you either. Just watch me. I joined online classes for English and started taking a book of translations with me everywhere. I was gonna learn this language and yell at Hottie in English for being such a jerk. I got better fast. English wasn't as hard as it looked. I could even hold decent conversations on my own, and I made a few friends. We were in the cafeteria one day when Derek walked up to me. He had flowers in his hands, and his friend from the band was playing the flute. What?
Judah, I know you didn't want to go out with me then, but I can't stop thinking about you. Will you give me a chance?
What are you talking about? You wanted to go out with me?
I asked you out that day, remember? Hottie said you didn't want to go, so she came on our date instead.
She what? I stared at Hottie with my jaw loose. She was already in tears. Okay, fine. Derek asked you out, not me. Happy? I was jealous, so I lied and I went to see him.
Are you serious? You're such a freak. What's wrong with you?
Hey, don't talk to her like that.
We missed our date because of this pathetic loser. Jeez, how desperate can you get?
I just lost it. I flew forward and punched Derek right in the face. It was a total blur, and suddenly, I was at the principal's office. Derek had an ice pack on his bleeding nose, and my aunt and uncle were getting screamed at. I got suspended from school for a whole week. Hottie and I had the biggest fight ever at home. I would never date someone you had a crush on. How How could you be so mean to me over some stupid boy? It's not about the boy. Ever since you came here, you've just taken over. My friends, the cheer squad, the guy I like, you're getting everything. Even my own parents like you better than me. Hottie, don't say that. You're sisters. We're cousins. I'm your daughter, but all you want to do is talk to Judah and buy her crazy presents when I never got treated that way. We're just trying to make up for past mistakes. What mistakes? That was when my aunt told us her final secret. Hottie and I were non-identical twins. They were my parents. I sat there in shock while my aunt explained how poor they were when we were born and how they had to give me away to her rich sister. Why did you keep Hottie? Why not me? You were having a lot of medical issues as a baby. We couldn't manage the bills. I thought my sister would take better care of you. I see. I thought I had one mother who didn't want me. Turns out I had 3 parents, and none of them wanted me. Judah, it's not like that. I got up and ran to my room. I started packing my things through a haze of tears. Judah, no, please don't leave. I'm so sorry. You abandoned me with a monster. You waited 17 years to tell me the truth? Don't pretend you care. I stormed out and didn't look back once. I was done trusting my family. My heart was broken. I sold the car Uncle gave me and used the money to rent an apartment. I got a job and focused on my studies. I turned my heart to stone. So when Hottie tried to apologize to me 100 times, she always failed. I did miss her a lot, especially during the special moments of my life. When I got into the college of my choice, when I got my first job, on the day of my wedding, I almost called her twice. Hottie had become a huge influencer with millions of followers. She was only a DM away, but I felt too guilty for not making up earlier. My husband and I went hiking in a national park for our honeymoon when suddenly a crazy storm hit us and I got separated from the hiking group. I shouted till I lost my voice, but no one heard me. I walked and walked until I realized I was just moving in circles. I'm not giving up. You can't have me, Forrest. I was lost in that jungle for 3 days and 3 nights. I hid in caves when it rained, and I only survived because of the water and food in my backpack. On the 3rd night, I was about to go to sleep when I suddenly heard people shouting my name. Thank God! I raced out of my cave to see hundreds of people walking in the forest with torches, and the person who was running towards me, screaming her head off, was Hottie. No way! Hottie? I found you. I found you. Hottie and I hugged each other so hard we fell to the ground. I'm so happy you're okay. Oh, thank God. How are you here? Who else was gonna find you? My followers work way faster than the police. I burst into tears and hugged my sister tight. Hottie, I don't know what I would have done without you. I'm so sorry. Don't you dare say sorry to me. You were the one who got left with that witch. I was all you had, and I was so terrible to you. Just forget everything that's happened before this. Today, you saved my life, and I'll love you forever for it. I love you too. Oh, I've missed you so much. Just then, Mom saw me, and she broke down crying. Judah, you're safe. I thought I'd lost you forever. I'm so sorry, Judah. I'm sorry I gave you away, my baby girl. I just thought I couldn't take care of you. I loved you too much, and if something happened to you just because I couldn't afford the medical care, I would have... You did your best, Mom. I know you did. Didn't you just say Mom? Yes, Mom. Oh my God. My mom hugged me again, and Dad joined in seconds later. We cried and laughed together, and my family was finally whole. Hey guys, I'm Kaylee from LA. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always loved to sing. My grandma was a professional singer. She sang around the world with the most prestigious orchestras and operas. I miss her and her voice so much. When I got to 10th grade, I became the singer of the family. I went to the most prestigious performing arts school on the West Coast. My favorite class was music, of course, and my favorite club so far was show choir. We had been the best in the state for 14 years, with the trophies to prove it. My best friend Addison is also in show choir with me. He and I met in kindergarten and have been inseparable ever since. He's the funniest guy I've ever known. He's also gotten pretty cute over the years, too. Or at least, that's what all the girls in school think. But I just don't see him that way. Hard to see someone that way when they used to sneak over from next door and put frogs in your bed. Yuck. One day, our show choir teacher, Miss Conrad, had big news for us.
We've been asked to compete at this year's National Show Choir Competition.
All right!
Yeah! But to ensure we get top scores, the soloists will have to be chosen very carefully.
Miss Conrad told us that we were going to have to audition for the big solo right in front of each other in 1 week. My nemesis, Heidi, started bragging in front of the whole group. We all know who's going to get it. Me, of course. Everyone knows I have the stage presence of a star.
I don't know. I think Kaylee might give you a run for your money. She's got star power and the voice to match.
The others' eyes widened. Were they about to fight? Just then, the bell rang. As everyone left the class, I swatted Addison on the arm. Don't start fights with Heidi. She's my biggest competition.
That's exactly why you have to stand up for yourself in front of her.
I just don't want anyone to think I think I'm better than her.
Well then, I guess that's why I'm here. To remind them for you.
What would I do without you?
Good thing we'll never have to find out.
I was so nervous, even though I'd sung in front of our choir before, but the pressure was on. The whole week leading up to auditions, I practiced. In the shower, in the car, between classes. I really wanted to beat out Heidi for the big solo at the end of the show. Finally, audition day arrived. I woke up, put on my cutest outfit, curled my hair, and took extra time with my makeup. After all, if I'm gonna be a big star one day, I might as well start dressing like it now. When I stepped out of my house to walk to school with Addison, his cheeks turned super red.
What's wrong? Nothing. You, just look different is all. Your hair is…
Oh no, does it look bad? Maybe I should have worn it up. I'll just go change.
No, leave it. You look good. Great.
When I arrived in class, Heidi was sitting in the front row looking totally perfect. What was I thinking? With her shiny hair, big eyes, and as much as I hated to admit it, her beautiful voice, why would anyone ever look twice at me? But I just tried to remember what my grandma would always say. It's not about who sings the loudest or looks the prettiest. As long as your song comes from your heart, people can't help but listen. So I took a deep breath and sat down next to Heidi, right in the front row. She gave me a once-over and rolled her eyes. Who cared what she thought? I knew I looked great. Miss Conrad sat down at the piano and called Heidi up first. After she finished singing, I applauded politely, along with everyone else. Then, it was my turn. I stood confidently and turned to face everyone. Addison gave me a thumbs up from the back row. Such a good friend. Miss Conrad played the opening notes for my song when suddenly, the door to the classroom burst open behind me. I turned to look, and standing in the doorway was the most handsome boy I'd ever seen. Tall, with long brown hair that fell perfectly into his eyes. He looked just like a fairy tale prince. My jaw dropped. He handed a note to Miss Conrad.
Class, this is our newest addition, Patrick.
He waved to everyone, then put his hand on my shoulder, looked deep into my eyes and said,
I'm so sorry I interrupted your audition. Knock 'em dead.
Then he took my seat right in the front row. I gulped. Oh, now I was nervous again. I shook off my nerves, took a deep breath, and nodded to Miss Conrad. As she played, I could feel the music filling me up, all the way to the top. I opened my mouth to sing and let my song come from my heart. When I finished, the whole class burst into applause. I felt like I was walking on air. Patrick got up to sing something last minute. He was so good. The next day, Miss Conrad put up the list, and I had gotten the solo. And she'd even added a duet in the middle of the show for Patrick to sing with me.
Looks like it's you and me, Kaylee. I'm so honored to be singing with someone as talented as you.
I felt my cheeks turn red, and he grinned.
You're so cute when you blush like that. Be careful, or I might just fall in love.
He walked away with a wink at me. I couldn't believe he'd just said that, and neither could Heidi, who'd been listening around the corner. Don't get too comfy with that solo. Once Miss Conrad figures out that you'll cave at the first sign of pressure, I'll be ready to step in. Eavesdrop much? Jealousy isn't your color, Heidi. The next day, we started rehearsing for nationals. Everyone was working so hard, and Patrick and I sounded great together. But when it came to our dance, it was like I'd suddenly grown a second left foot. No, Kaylee, no. Once more from the top. Miss Conrad, I'm happy to come up front and show Kaylee how it's done.
Not necessary, but thank you, Heidi.
Just here for the team. After I knocked Patrick over by mistake for the 3rd time, Miss Conrad called it a day.
Kaylee, please go home and practice. Ugh, I could have wiped that smug look off of Heidi's face.
Everyone went to start packing up their bags, and I started to head backstage to get my bag when Patrick came up to me.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to stay and practice a little with me? Then it'll be perfect by tomorrow.
Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. Your toes must be all bruised.
That's okay. I really don't mind. And I wouldn't mind spending a little quality time with my co-star.
Well, if you insist. Just then, Addison came up to us.
Hey, Kaylee, ready to go?
That's okay. I should really practice a little longer.
I can practice with you. I could use a few run-throughs myself.
Oh, well, Patrick already offered to stay behind and practice with me here.
He did he? How are you gonna get home? I can drive her. Oh, do you live in our neighborhood? No, but, I mean, if it's not really convenient for you, I'm not spending time with Kaylee because it's convenient. Neither am I. I'm spending time with her because she's cool.
My face turned bright red. Did he really mean that? Addison, I'm gonna stay here too, just for a bit to practice. I'll see you later, okay?
Fine, if you insist. I'll, see you when you get home.
He turned on his heel and walked out. Patrick turned to me with a grin on his face and held out his hand.
Shall we?
We practiced more and I was finally getting good. Patrick swung me out for our final spin, then pulled me in close and dipped me. That's when I noticed his face was just so close. His ice blue eyes staring deep into mine. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then, all the lights in the theater went out. Patrick dropped me in shock, and I shrieked. All of a sudden, the lights came back on, and Miss Conrad stepped back on stage.
Oh, hey kids. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were still here.
Ugh, I couldn't believe she'd interrupted our moment. Still, we waved goodbye to her and headed out. A little while later, when Patrick dropped me off, he got out of his car to open my door. Such a gentleman.
It was nice hanging out tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, superstar.
Then he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a big hug. Is this what heaven smelled like? Then I headed up the front walk to my door.
So do you like him or something?
I whipped around and saw Addison waiting on our front porch swing. I don't know, maybe. He's so cute and really talented.
Okay. Cool, I guess. Do you still want to practice?
That's okay, I think I got it now.
Okay then. Well, then I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Here, I got you a milkshake.
Hey, thanks. He started crossing the yard towards his house. Is it?
Cookies and cream, your favorite.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow?
You know it.
Then it was finally time for nationals. As we arrived at the concert hall, I was overwhelmed by all the other groups here and overheard one girl say to another, "She was a little flat at the end." I couldn't believe it. What if I lost us the whole competition? All night and throughout all our warm-ups the next day, it was all I could think about. If I messed up again, I'd be letting everyone down, including myself. And there were several famous music industry people judging the competition. What if I ended my career as a singer before it even started? And then, it was almost time to go up. I tried to calm down, but I was shaking like a leaf. Miss Conrad, Kaylee doesn't look so good. Miss Conrad came over. She looked pretty nervous herself.
Kaylee, you look terrible. Are you going to be able to perform?
Of course,
Because if you're sick, I can always put Heidi on.
I'm ready to go, Miss Conrad. Just then, I spotted Patrick warming up down the hall. I just need a minute. I raced down the hall towards him. He was stretching, shaking out his hands, jumping up and down. Patrick? His expression was so strange. Was he nervous too? I'm so nervous. Do you think we could practice?
Kaylee, I'm kind of busy.
What if we...
I really just need some space here, Kaylee.
Yesterday, you said we were a team. That doesn't feel like a team to me.
I can't do this right now. Could you leave me alone?
Fighting back tears, I ran down the hall and found a corner backstage. I couldn't let anyone see me so upset, especially not Miss Conrad or Heidi. What was I gonna do? Suddenly, Addison stepped out of the shadows. He looked so handsome in his costume.
Kaylee, are you okay?
I threw my arms around him. He caught me and squeezed tight. I'm so nervous. I overheard one of the other teams say I sounded bad. Miss Conrad is ready to replace me with Heidi. Patrick isn't any help, and there's amazing industry people out there, and... Ugh!
You sounded amazing in rehearsal. Those other teams were just jealous. Forget about Patrick and Heidi. Remember why you love to sing. What was it your grandma always said?
Sing from your heart?
Exactly.
just do that. I took a few deep breaths, and Addison was right. Will you just run the last part of the number with me? Of course. And there, in our little corner of the theater, we stepped, we twirled, we kicked in time together. Addison took my hand, spun me around, and dipped me low. I felt his arm slip. He was dropping me, but right before I was sure I'd hit the ground, he caught me with a twinkle in his eye. I swatted his arm. You tricked me. I'd never drop you, and even if I did, I'll always be here to catch you. Thank you, Addison. Then he smiled at me so genuinely, and my heart fell into my stomach. What was that?
Places, please, students, places.
Kaylee, are you ready? Yes, Miss Conrad. As we all rushed to take our spots to start our number, Addison shot me a wink.
Knock 'em dead, superstar.
You too! As soon as the lights came up on stage, I felt a little thrill of excitement. We danced, we sang, we twirled. Everyone had brought their A-game. When it came time for my duet with Patrick, we totally nailed it. But any spark that had been there was gone. As the opening chords of my solo began, the lights shined down on me, and I opened my mouth, and the music poured from my heart. I knew my grandma was right there with me. I hit my final note and held it out forever as everyone finished their steps behind me. As we struck our final pose, the crowd erupted into applause. A standing ovation. I beamed. We totally nailed it! That night, after all the points had been tallied, all the teams gathered on stage behind the judges. Addison reached for my hand and I squeezed back. Thanks for the pep talk. I could have never done it without you.
Of course you could have. I'm just here to remind you.
You're always there for me. He leaned in close, and I felt a flutter in my stomach as he whispered in my ear.
And I always will be, if you let me.
I turned to look directly in his eyes.
Kaylee, I have to tell you.
Just then, the announcer started announcing the winners. Second place, runner-up. Our whole team clasped hands and took a deep breath together.
And the grand prize for this year's National Show Choir competition goes to...
As they said our name, the crowd roared. It was so loud I could hardly think. Confetti rained down on us as Miss Conrad stepped forward to accept our trophy. I threw my arms around Addison and he picked me up, swinging me in a circle. We did it! We did it! As we packed up our things in the dressing room and said goodbye to the new friends we'd made at the competition, one of the judges knocked on our dressing room door. He was an exec for a record label back in LA.
I was so impressed with you. Your vocals were so clear, and you've got some real presence up there. Give me a call if you think you'd be interested in recording a single.
He handed me his card, and I shook his hand, totally awestruck. Maybe dreams really do come true. I felt so relieved. Not only had I not let everyone down, but I'd made myself proud. On the bus, Addison dropped down in the seat beside me, running a hand through his hair. When he saw me watching him, he grinned, and the butterflies were back.
I'm totally beat, aren't you?
Definitely. I, got you something.
Oh yeah?
I pulled out a bag of gummy worms. Your favorite.
You're the best, Kay.
He ripped open the bag and dug in. Hey, Addison, what was it you were gonna tell me earlier?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I have something I want to tell you.
Yeah?
I like you.
Really?
Really.
I like you too. I have for a while now.
Really?
Really.
He took my hand and I know my cheeks turned pink.
I got something for you too.
Ooh, okay. I love presents. And then he put his hand on my cheek, leaned in close, and kissed me. It was the perfect end to a perfect day. Hey friends, I'm Esmeralda. I live in a small town in northern Spain. Please like and subscribe. The day I was born, my dad was shocked to see that I had a patch of white hair right in the center. Let me see her. Oh wow, my mom had a white patch too. We've been blessed by Mother Nature. My mom was so different from other moms. She was very superstitious and into exploring the healing power of nature. To protect me from the evil eye, she would cleanse the house with sage smoke and make me wear all types of charms. Well, my dad got sick of all this and left us when I was just 5. Because of Mom's beliefs and my white hair, the town folk were rather mean and called us witches. I always thought these people were so foolish because Mom was the nicest. She never seemed to be bothered by them, so I wasn't either. But things started to change in 7th grade, and I had a crush on a guy at school, Caleb. When I told Mom, she put a charm bracelet around my wrist. Oh, sweetie, take this for some extra luck and ask him out. But when I did, Caleb started laughing in my face. In your dreams, Grandma. Why would I like a freak? You could have just said a simple no, jerk. Oh God, have I made you angry? What you gonna do now? Ask Mommy to turn me into a frog? Or make some love potion for me? And I just saw red and attacked him. We were both sent to the principal's office and ended up in detention. You're such a witch. Oh, yes, I am. And you know what we do with people who know our secret? We curse them in their sleep. So I guess I'll see you tonight. The very next day, something bizarre happened. Caleb wasn't present, and his friend told everyone he'd gotten chickenpox. Suddenly, everyone was looking at me like I had something to do with it. Guess he should have gotten vaccinated. It was a joke, but the others didn't get it and started avoiding me like I had horns on my head. I was in a bad mood all the way home. Can't we just move away from this stupid place? I hate how people see us, Mom. What's important is how you see yourself. We don't run away from our problems, love. Easy for you to say. You don't have to go to school. I stomped out of the car as soon as we got home, when suddenly a ball of snow hit me in the head. It was Mom, and she was grinning at me. Before I knew it, we'd gotten into a snowball fight and we were lying in a heap laughing. Say it. You know you want to. Come on. Okay. You're the best mom ever. I could never be mad at Mom for too long, but soon I started losing the few friends I had because of Mom. She would either make them stupid charms or would do tarot card readings for them, and their parents really had a problem with that. Once at a parent-teacher meeting, Mom walked into the classroom and climbed onto the teacher's desk. The vibes in this room are so negative. Let me cleanse the aura first so we can have a positive, wholesome day. And then she closed her eyes and started chanting something, and everyone screamed and left the room. After that day, I became the school's official outcast. Why did Mom always have to be herself? I decided that things would be different in high school. I told Mom she didn't have to pick and drop me off anymore because I'd be taking the bus. I just wanted her to stay away from my school as much as possible. When I walked into the hallway on my first day, I heard some noise, and I saw a girl dressed as a goth holding Caleb by his collar. Don't mess with me, punk. You think you're really cool for making fun of me, huh? I'll make you scream for your mommy. When she let him go, I couldn't stop myself from clapping, and everyone stared at me. What? That was pretty awesome. Finally, someone showed him his place. I guess she's a witch just like you. Did you both go to the same summer camp for witches? Hey, shh. Do you hear that? It's the sound of me not caring about what you say. Seeing everyone laugh, Caleb looked like a ripe tomato. I'll get back at you both. And he stormed off. What a jerk. Yep, I can't believe I had a crush on him once. By the way, I'm Esmeralda. I'm Aria, and I love your hair, girl. You look like a rock star. OMG. It was the first time someone had complimented my hair, and I freaking loved it. We clicked instantly, and later that day, we even walked home together. We were going through a rich neighborhood, and I was shocked when she stopped in front of the most beautiful mansion on the street. Wow, her house was awesome. In school, Aria was fast becoming one of the most popular girls. Her dress sense was so cool, and she aced all subjects. She was like a beauty with brains. Since we'd become really good friends, I got a taste of what it felt like to be popular too, and I was rather enjoying it. But then one day, Mom came to school to pick me up unannounced. I so wanted to run away before Aria could see us, because if Mom met her, she would say or do something weird for sure. But it wasn't my lucky day. Aria spotted us and came over, and the two started talking. And then, Mom offered her a palm reading. Mom, can we please go? I don't think Aria is into that kind of stuff. No, I'm really curious. Your mom sounds awesome, and I'd love to know. Mom looked at her hand and then spoke. Yes, I see you have a tough life, but I also see something really positive here. Sweetheart, even with all the hardships, you'll make it big one day. Just trust that, okay? Aria was practically living in a mansion. Mom had it so wrong. Gosh, Mom, enough of this, please. No, it's fine. That was really nice. Thank you. Mom offered Aria a ride home, and when we stopped outside her house, Mom said, "Oh, this is where you live? I've come here several times because your mom buys my candles. She never mentioned she had kids, though." I guess she isn't so proud of me. Thanks for the ride. I gotta go. And before Mom could say anything else, Aria walked off and went inside. I wasn't quite sure what she meant by that, but I realized that she hardly ever talked about her parents. After that day, Aria and I grew closer, and she started coming over to my place for sleepovers too. She actually enjoyed Mom's company, and I finally had a friend who didn't find my mom weird. Things were going good, but my happiness was short-lived because just a few days later, I was performing a recital at school, and Mom burst into the auditorium looking panicked. "Esmeralda, you left the house without being blessed." Oh no. And then, Mom lit a roll of sage and jumped onto the stage, circling around me with smoke. That set off the smoke detectors, and we had fire alarms blaring and sprinklers going off everywhere. There was chaos in the entire school. Everyone was screaming and running. It was a wet mess, all because of Mom. Well, that was just a false alarm. Sorry, folks. Mom, are you completely crazy? You ruined everything. Everybody is staring at us now, and I'll be the butt of everyone's joke. Honey, aren't you overreacting a little? No one will even remember this incident by tomorrow. I'm overreacting? Gosh, Mom, you really don't get it. You do weird things and it puts people off, and no one here forgets. We'll just be hearing about this till the end of high school. Sometimes I wish you'd just be more normal. I regretted my words as soon as I saw the hurt look on her face, but I was too mad to apologize. And it was true. I'd had enough. When I went to school after the weekend, I could feel people looking at me. And then Caleb popped out of nowhere. Wow, amazing that you can show your face after the stunt your psycho mom pulled off. But before I could say anything, somebody leapt forward and pushed him hard. Aria, buzz off, jerk, and don't talk about her mom like that. She is 10 times the person you'll ever be. Yeah, 10 times crazier. Better crazy than a loser. Seriously, dude, no one cares about what you have to say. So why don't you just go and get a life? I was really grateful to have a friend like Aria on my side, but it was just her, because everyone else said and thought the same things as Caleb. I tried to ignore them, but at home, I also grew distant from Mom. I just wanted to be 18 and get out of this place, and maybe even from her. It was almost the end of the term, and we were busy preparing for the school's talent show. Aria and I had paired up for a dance-off, but during practice one day, we found out that our favorite music teacher was leaving soon. We all really wanted to get her a farewell gift, so the entire class pitched in money and gave it to the class monitor the next day. During recess, I realized I'd forgotten my lunch in the classroom, and when I went to go get it, I got the shock of a lifetime. Aria was taking out money from the class monitor's bag. Aria, what are you doing? Oh, I found it on the floor. It must have fallen out of her bag. I was only putting it back. Just then, Caleb suddenly walked in, and he started yelling at the top of his lungs. Oh my God, thieves! His yelling attracted some other kids, and he told them he'd caught us stealing the money red-handed. Ultimate jerk! We were both taken to the principal's office, and she called our moms, but only my mom showed up. Stealing? That's impossible. My girls could never do such a thing. I know my daughter. And I can also vouch for Aria. You better check that kid Caleb. He's always been trouble. And what a coincidence that he caught the girls. Mom took my hand and squeezed it gently, and my heart just melted. I'd been such a jerk to her lately, but she was really the best person I knew. She then gently touched Aria's head, and all of a sudden, Aria started crying. What's wrong? I can't lie about this. I did steal the money earlier today when everyone went to gym class, but I realized I was so wrong. So during recess, I decided to put it back. That's when Esmeralda walked in, and then Caleb saw us. He didn't steal anything, and neither did she. It was me, and I am so sorry. What in the world? Before I could say anything, the principal sent me back to class. I didn't know what happened next, but when Aria didn't return, I decided to go to her place after school. But the lady there said Aria wasn't her daughter. She said Aria only came sometimes to mow the lawn. What? Luckily, the lady knew Aria's actual address and gave it to me. And when I got there, I found her sitting on the stairs. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Is this where you live? Gosh, who are you, Arya? And why have you been lying to me all along about living in that mansion? I never said that was my place. I just said I'll stop here. Esmeralda, even this isn't my home. I don't have a home. I'm a foster kid. But why didn't you tell me? And you always wear nice clothes and shoes. How did you manage? If you're thinking I steal regularly, I don't. I work part-time and I shop at thrift stores. And I only took the money this time to buy a costume for the talent show. It was wrong and so stupid. And I never told you about me because I didn't want to be pitied. I just wanted to fit in. I'm sorry. I sat next to Arya and hugged her, and I told her I loved her no matter what. If it wasn't for your mom, Esmeralda, I would have been expelled today. What? And then Arya told me how mom convinced the principal to give her a second chance. As a result, she was just suspended for a week instead of being expelled. I swear, your mom is an angel. At that moment, I felt even worse about all the things I'd said to Mom. I ran home, and the moment I saw her, I hugged her tight. I'm such an idiot, Mom. I'm so sorry I was so awful to you. You know I love you, right? Yes, sweetheart, I know. On the day of the talent show, I was really nervous about dancing alone. But right when I was about to step on the stage, Arya appeared with Mom. You're here! And the hair looks awesome! Well, I did the hair. And I'm here because your mom got me the dress and convinced the principal to let me participate. As the three of us hugged, we suddenly heard Caleb behind us. Oh my god, you aren't expelled? I'll have to take it up with the school board. Zip it, kid. When Mom turned and glared at Caleb, he suddenly stumbled on something and fell on his butt. You're all witches. When did I say we weren't? Charlie took her hand, and then, to her shock, he kissed her. Brianna's mom spotted the two kissing on the porch and stormed off angrily.
I knew these beggars were going to be a nuisance.
Everyone in school was shocked to see Brianna and Charlie walking into the hallway holding hands, and all anyone could talk about at recess was the brand new couple, and Madison and Elijah were pissed.
I always knew Brianna wasn't really one of us, and she's proved how low class she is.
To think that she had a chance with someone like me, and she chose that gutter rat.
Trash likes garbage.
But later in the hallway, Amber caught up with Charlie and Brianna and gave them a hug.
You guys are so cute together, and I'm so happy for you.
Really? I'm pretty sure I heard you call us trash and garbage.
That's just an act from Maddie. You know how she gets? But I always knew you'd end up together. I have an eighth sense about these things, like an octopus.
Just then, Elijah and Maddie walked into the hallway, and Amber jumped back.
Ew, it hurts my face to look at you two. When I become president one day, I will ban scholarships for poor people in rich schools.
She winked at them as she walked off, and Charlie and Brianna couldn't help laughing. A few days later, Brianna and Charlie were hanging out in their favorite park, and Charlie could see Brianna seemed distracted.
Brianna, don't freak out, but there's a giant tarantula next to your head.
Yeah, sounds cool. Wait, what did you say?
I was kidding. Where are you lost today?
It's nothing. Well, it's not nothing. Ugh. Here, read this critic's review on the latest Stargirl episodes. It's awful.
You can't be taking this seriously. You don't sound like you have a half a brain, and your acting isn't underwhelming. Come on, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes, he does. And I know the show isn't the best, but I had to start somewhere, right?
Of course. And people love it.
Except that the show's ratings are tanking, and the next season might be canceled. Maybe Mom was right all along, and I'm just kidding myself with this acting business.
No, you're brave to pursue your dream, and you're lucky you get to do that without worrying about money. Don't give up on it.
Well, there is something I've been thinking about to boost ratings. Don't judge me, okay? I have this doctor who I could pay to make fake medical records and say I have a serious disease. People would feel a lot of sympathy for a young, suffering actress, and it would jump up the views.
It's a reality show, so you'd act like you're sick?
Yeah, just to spice things up. All reality shows do stuff like that.
How much would this cost?
Like $200,000?
Wow, okay, so you'd really just spend so much money on that?
You're judging me, aren't you?
I didn't say anything.
He lay back down and fell quiet, and Brianna looked over at him. If you had $200,000 right now, what would you do with it?
You know when I was away some weeks ago, I went back to my hometown to meet an old friend, friend? Well, we've been working on an app together. I think we have a really good idea, so yeah, I'd invest in that.
Then that's what I'll be doing with my $200,000.
What? No, I wasn't asking for money, Brianna. I don't want charity.
It's a loan. You said the app is promising. I'm sure you'll be able to pay me back.
Do you really mean that?
Please, you're saving me from spending it on something stupid. I really mean it. Charlie stared at her, then let out an excited whoop and hugged her as she laughed. A few days later, Charlie walked into the boys' locker room to find the coach and Elijah sitting on a bench looking pale.
Coach, you called me?
Charlie, I know this is a lot to ask, but we have the season's biggest game next week, and Elijah still can't play. He's hurt himself in practice, and we need a captain. It'd be a huge favor to the team. Otherwise, we're out.
Elijah was seething with rage, but Charlie just couldn't turn down the coach.
Of course, sir. I'll see you at practice.
On the day of the match, Charlie played his heart out as team captain, and when he scored the winning goal against the school's biggest rivals, the whole crowd erupted into cheers. He ran over to Brianna in the stands and kissed her in front of everybody. Then his teammates carried him away on their shoulders while he waved the trophy happily. After celebrating with the team, Charlie headed out of school. He was just a couple of blocks away when someone pushed him into an alley. He looked up to see a couple of thugs, and behind them was Elijah.
What are you doing?
No, Charlie, what are you doing? You've really picked the wrong guy to mess with, haven't you?
I'm not messing with you, man. I helped your team because you couldn't play. Now you want to beat me up for that?
I couldn't play because your girlfriend caused my injury, and you're to blame. She rejected me and insulted me because of you.
She rejected you before she even met me, because you're a jerk.
You little weasel. You might be flying high right now, but I've been trying to warn you, you don't belong here. What makes you think Brianna is so different suddenly? How can you be sure she isn't making a fool of you again?
I'm sure. Now back off. I'm the school's hero right now. I don't think you want to mess with me.
Elijah looked ready to punch him, but some kids passed by the alley just then, and he stepped away.
This isn't over.
2 days later, the school was holding its annual spring dance, and Brianna walked into the gym looking for Charlie, who had said he'd meet her there. She saw Maddie, Amber, and Elijah glaring at her from a corner, then turned away to spot Charlie talking to someone.
Hey, there you are. You look good.
She leaned in to kiss him, but he gently pushed her away.
We need to talk. I can't delay it any longer.
Okay, you sound serious. What is it?
Brianna, I'm breaking up with you.
What? Haha, very funny.
Do I look like I'm joking?
Charlie, come on, what are you doing?
I said I'm breaking up with you.
I don't understand. Can we please?
Are you really as dumb as everyone says? I thought you were the smartest of the Barbie angels. Did you really think I was in love with you? No, Brianna, I was just playing your game. When you told me how you were desperately in love with me, I saw it as the perfect chance to take revenge. I decided to make you believe I loved you too, and then dump you publicly just like you girls did.
Brianna stared at him speechlessly as everyone stared at them. Then Charlie walked closer and leaned in.
How does that feel? Being fooled and humiliated. I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through.
With that, Charlie left while Brianna stood frozen in her spot. Suddenly, she found Amber by her side.
Come on, let's get out of here.
As they walked out into the hallway, they heard Madison cackling loudly behind them.
Wow, that was epic! I've never respected Charlie more in my life. He really played a number on you, Bree. And Amber, get away from her. She's not your friend anymore.
Brianna didn't respond and continued walking away.
We really broke him, didn't we, Brianna? Turned a perfectly nice guy into a heartless jerk. Now that's a high school project I'll always remember.
Suddenly, Brianna turned around and lunged at her. Madison screamed as she tried to fight Brianna off. A few kids, including Amber, finally managed to pull them apart.
God knows I've been wanting to hit you since the day I met you.
And that's a memory I will cherish for years. Brianna turned away and ran out, breaking out into sobs. Brianna refused to go to school and just stayed in bed for days, feeling completely miserable. One morning, a maid brought her a letter. It was from Charlie. She anxiously ripped it open, and the check she'd given him for $200,000 fell out. He didn't even use it. He was just teasing me. I really don't get this jerk. He's completely messed me up. She buried her head in her arms and started to cry, but then she stopped and picked up the check. I don't care what Charlie thinks of me. I'm gonna use this to save my show. She jumped out of bed, stuffed the check in her bag, and put on her coat. A few days later, Charlie and Grandma were watching the local news on TV when suddenly Brianna's face appeared on the screen with the headline saying, "Young TV star diagnosed with Crohn's disease." Charlie stared in shock, then his face darkened.
Poor girl. That's terrible news. Charlie, I don't know what happened between you two, but I think we should go see her.
She's lying.
What do you mean?
She's not sick, Grandma. This is all an act to get ratings and views for her show.
What? No, she wouldn't do that. Why do you have to assume the worst about people lately?
Because they are the worst. She told me of her plan to do this herself.
Well, she must have some reason. Brianna isn't like that.
Yes, she is. Why do you need to see the good in everyone, Grandma? Least of all these people. They're awful and shallow, and they think people like us are more worthless than the gum stuck to their shoes.
I made a huge mistake convincing you to attend this school. I thought nothing could ever change you, but I was wrong. I hardly recognize you these days, Charlie.
Grandma walked out before Charlie could say another word. A few days later, Brianna was told someone had come to see her downstairs. She made sure she looked pale and walked weakly into the lounge to find Elijah sitting next to her mom. "What are you doing here? Mom, I told you I feel too sick to have visitors."
Brianna, please sit down. This is important.
Brianna, we both know you haven't been very nice to me, but I've always cared about you. It just crushed me the way that poor scumbag humiliated you.
What do you want, Elijah?
Oh, I don't want anything, but I brought you something that will really teach Charlie the lesson he deserves. That day at the spring dance, one of the kids standing close to you made a video.
Elijah handed her his phone, and Brianna stared at it in shock to see Charlie caught on camera saying,
"How does that feel? Being fooled and humiliated. I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through."
Brianna, when were you going to tell me about this? If Elijah hadn't shown me this video, I would never have checked your account and known that $200,000 have been withdrawn. How dare he threaten to not return your money?
"Oh God, how can I tell Mom that Charlie returned the money? If she asked me where I spent it, I can't tell her I used it to bribe the doctor."
Brianna, answer me. Has he been making any other threats?
"No, Mom, he hasn't. Please, I'm just too sick to deal with all this. He'll give it back."
Oh, you bet he will. When I sue him, I'll have my lawyer send him a notice today.
"No, I don't want to do that."
Honey, I'm not asking you to be a part of this. You just need to rest. I'll take care of everything. There is no way I'm going to let some good-for-nothing beggar rob us blind.
He's treated you very poorly, Brianna. Don't worry, we'll make him pay.
Brianna got up and left the room, feeling panicked. When Mom accuses Charlie, he'll rat me out. What if the news gets out and everyone discovers that I faked my illness? My reputation will be ruined for good. Oh God, what have I done? The next night, Charlie found a courier at his door, handing him over a legal notice to appear in court the next morning. It was served by Brianna's mother, accusing him of stealing $200,000. He crumpled the paper and threw it aside, holding his head in his hands. Moments later, he got up and looked at himself in the mirror.
I gave her back the money, and she used that to bribe the doctor. But of course she didn't tell her mom, and now she's too scared to tell the truth. So her mom thinks I still have the money and I'm some thief. If I said the truth, Brianna's reputation would be ruined. I won't stand a chance against people like them in court. Why should I suffer anymore because of Brianna? I shouldn't even go. But I will, because I'm in love with her.
The next morning in court, Brianna nervously stole glances at Charlie as she sat next to her mom and Elijah. Charlie just sat there blankly, not turning to her once.
Would the plaintiff's lawyer please read out the charges made against the defendant?
The defendant, Mr. Charlie, is accused of the theft of $200,000 from Miss Brianna. We have submitted video evidence where he admits himself that he has no intention to return money given to him as a loan. The defendant is also accused of bullying and harassing Miss Brianna, causing severe emotional and psychological damage. We have submitted documents of Miss Brianna's recent illness triggered by extreme distress.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there any medical evidence to prove that?
Your Honor, I know it's not my place to speak, but as a mother, I simply cannot stay silent. My only child has fallen extremely sick after being harassed by him. Her school, her work, her health, everything has been affected by his actions. Her doctors will vouch for it. And people like Charlie are predators who prey on the feelings of rich young women to get money out of them. He must be made to pay for it.
Brianna's mom burst into tears as she took her place, while Brianna stared at her in shock. She's a better actress than I am.
Would the defendant like to say something in response to that?
Charlie rose from his seat, slowly.
No, Your Honor.
Did you intend to return the $200,000?
No, Your Honor.
And do you believe your actions have caused Miss Brianna psychological and emotional damage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Young man, do you understand that the charges against you are very serious? If you are unable to return the loaned money as well as damages, you could land for 2 years in prison.
Charlie looked up and hung his head.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. Since you have pleaded guilty on all counts, the court gives you a day to arrange $500,000 or face prison.
No, this is enough.
Brianna, what are you doing?
What I should have done before. Your Honor, I want to immediately withdraw this case. There is no case against Charlie. He returned the money, and I spent it on bribing a doctor to say that I'm sick. I did it to increase ratings and views for my stupid show. Everyone stared at Brianna in shock.
How could you lie to me like this?
Because you've made me feel like I'm a failure as an actress, and I just wanted to fix things on my own. I was feeling down, and I wasn't thinking clearly. It was desperate and stupid, and I would have never told you, but this has gone too far.
Young lady, you will be fined for wasting the court's time.
I understand, Your Honor, and I will pay it, and I am so sorry.
Case dismissed.
The judge walked out of the courtroom, and Brianna held up a hand to her mom. We'll talk, but not now. Please, just leave me alone, Mom. Just go. Brianna's mom and Elijah stormed off, and soon it was just Charlie and Brianna in the room. And suddenly, Brianna pushed him really hard.
Oh my God, what is your problem?
You! I swear, Charlie, I don't understand you one bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect someone like you to.
If you hate me so much, why were you about to go to freaking jail for me instead of telling the truth?
You answered your question yourself, but I'll give you a few minutes to figure it out. I know you're slow.
What are you saying? You don't hate me? Charlie just looked at her and she started to cry. If you don't hate me, Charlie, then why did you break my heart?
Because I became a monster, Brianna. I just couldn't get over how you girls used me for entertainment. I was just so consumed by anger and revenge. But after I broke up with you, I realized that hurting someone you love is the worst feeling in the world. I just couldn't expose your secrets and make you look bad, and I'm really sorry for how I've treated you.
So am I. I hate the things we've done to each other.
Listen, do you think there's any chance that we can start over? No drama, no games, no lies. Because I really love you, Brianna. I know you're way out of my league. I always knew that. And you could find someone else 10 times richer and handsomer, like you deserve to be with some movie star. But I swear I'll try to be cooler and I won't ever hurt you again. And if you let me out...
How do I get you to stop talking?
I'll even work on that. It's a nervous tick. I'll go to a therapist.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and I'm the only child of a rich couple of tech entrepreneurs. They developed some apps that became super popular overnight, and they became millionaires. Sounds cool, right? Well, it wasn't that great for me. My parents were always working or traveling, so I hardly ever saw them. I was practically raised by my nanny, and my best friend was my chauffeur, Thomas. I really wanted to have friends my age to play with. So when I was 5 and starting school, I was thrilled. I put on my new uniform and cleaned my thick glasses. Oh yeah, I have a huge eyesight problem. I'm almost blind without them. When we arrived, I noticed that everyone in the parking lot was looking at me. Just then, I spotted a girl my age standing close by and saw that she was wearing the exact same shoes as me. I walked up to her excitedly and put my foot next to hers. Look, we have the same shoes. We could be best friends. The girl stomped on my foot.
Don't think you'll be popular here just because you came in a fancy car, Four Eyes.
But I
didn't ask, and I don't care. Don't talk to me.
And with that, she flicked her hair and left, and her minions followed. I soon discovered that her name was Cynthia, and she was in my class. She told everyone I was a loser who'd begged to be her best friend, and I instantly became a laughing stock. For the next few years, I just kept my head down and ate my lunch alone in the janitor's closet. In the 2nd grade, I saw a sign-up sheet on the board for dance auditions. I'd been having dance lessons at home since I was a kid, and I loved it. So I immediately put my name down. But just then, I heard Cynthia laughing behind me.
There's no place for you here. Only talented dancers can join the class. The ones who don't wear stupid glasses.
I was so tired of her walking all over me.
I am a talented dancer. You don't get to decide what my place is. With that heavy equipment in front of your eyes? I don't think so. That
That joke about my glasses is now older than my grandma, and I'm bored. Come up with something better already. Her eyes went wide in surprise, and I walked off feeling proud of myself. Maybe she'd let me be now, but I was so wrong. On the day of the audition, she got to dance first. She wasn't bad, but I was better. But when she finished dancing, all the judges got up and clapped for her. Immediately, a woman in the jury said, "That was brilliant. We have the person here for the lead role." Wait, what? I climbed onto the stage immediately. Excuse me, ma'am, but she was only the first dancer. You haven't even seen the rest yet. The woman looked at me with disgust. I can tell simply by looking at someone if they're talented, and you are not. Someone take her away, please. Next. That was so unfair. After the audition, I saw Cynthia hugging that woman and calling her mom. Now it made sense why the judge was so nasty. Well, I couldn't even do the one thing I loved, and Cynthia still kept making my life miserable over the next few years. She spread a rumor that I had a contagious eye disease, and anyone who hung out with me would go blind, and everyone actually believed her. Another time, I'd taken my glasses off during an exam to clean them, and I didn't notice her slipping a cheat sheet on my desk. I nearly got suspended. I spent most of my time denying all these stupid rumors, and it was exhausting. One day in 7th grade, as I was walking down the corridor, Cynthia pushed me and my glasses fell off. I started to crawl, feeling the floor with my hands. As I vaguely spotted the glasses and reached out for them, Cynthia stepped forward and crushed them with her foot. That was it. I attacked her blurry figure, knocking her to the ground. We were wrestling and pulling each other's hair when a teacher intervened, and we both ended up in the principal's office. Cynthia looked totally chilled out, and her mom landed 2 minutes later to defend her. Oh, I know this child. She's a troublemaker. Her mom was on the school board, and the principal seemed to believe her instantly.
Where are your parents? Your father said he'd be here right away.
Before I could answer, Thomas opened the door. Oh, that's not her father. That's her chauffeur.
Clearly, she's not on her parents' priority list. They sent the chauffeur to deal with her.
I blinked away my tears furiously and ran off to the empty school auditorium, one of my usual hiding spots. I put on my headphones and started dancing in the dark. It was the only thing that kept me sane. When I finished, I heard someone clapping. As I looked towards the audience, I saw a boy sitting in the dark. It was Clayton. Clayton was popular and hot, and every girl in school wanted to date him, including Cynthia. And that was reason enough for me to stay away from him. What do you want?
I was just watching you dance. You're really good.
Please, just stay away from me. I stepped down from the stage, and as I was walking past him, he gently took my arm.
Wait a second, okay? I just want to talk.
I stopped, my heart beating a little faster. He removed my glasses.
You're really pretty.
As he pulled me closer, I shut my eyes, waiting for my very first kiss. But before anything happened, he started to laugh and ran away with my glasses. Hey, wait! I started panting and sweating. Everything was dark and blurry. I heard laughs coming from every corner. Loser. Four-eyed dork. I covered my ears and started to cry. Suddenly, Thomas opened the door and shouted,
Natalie, where are you?
Oh, here comes the superhero to the rescue. Or should we say, super chauffeur? Cynthia and her tribe skipped out laughing as Thomas took my hand and then drove me home. I didn't go to school for a few days and stayed in bed, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I felt. I was alone, and my parents weren't going to come bail me out. I had to stand up for myself. It was the only way to deal with these bullies. But when I went back to school, suddenly everyone and everything had changed. Cynthia ran towards me and hugged me like a best friend. Hi, Nat. We were so worried about you.
Yes, where have you been? We missed you.
Even Clayton was there smiling at me. What on earth was happening? What are you up to? Don't touch me. And then I heard a voice behind me. It was my mom.
Natalie, what are you doing?
What am I doing? What are you doing here? Nat, how come you never told us that your mother is the founder of the most successful fashion app in the world? She just gave us a ton of discount coupons for the most awesome brands. And why did I need to tell you that? I don't even use it. You're hilarious, Nat. That's why we're best friends. No, we're not. You're a psycho.
Natalie, you're being so rude. I didn't teach you those manners.
You're right. You didn't teach me any manners. You didn't teach me anything. So go back to making your apps, Mom, and take these psychos with you. Well, maybe having a famous mom would finally help get Cynthia off my back, but that was wishful thinking. Because from that day on, I not only had to deal with her at school, but also in my own home. Since Cynthia had convinced my mother that we were best friends, Mom had a brilliant idea of inviting her home every day and to come with me in the limo. Cynthia and her minions were really enjoying the limo ride, touching every button. Knock it off, you're going to break something. Poor Four Eyes. Her mom likes me more than she likes her. Ugh, I wanted to punch her stupid face. This went on for weeks, but one day, just when I was at the edge of losing my mind, something unexpected happened. As I was coming out of class, I saw Cynthia and her mom arguing. You need to train for nationals, Cynthia. You seem really distracted. Don't worry, Mom. I'm practicing at the studio every day. I know how important the competition is. Okay, just checking. You have to win every competition to get a university scholarship. Your stupid father has left me with no money, and you have to go to Juilliard. It's important for my reputation. I know, Mom. I realized Cynthia had been lying to her mom about going for practice because she was always at my place. Now was my chance to get rid of her once and for all. That afternoon, when Cynthia was at my place as usual, I stole her cell phone, took her mom's number, and called her, acting as a secretary from the dance studio. Hi, I wanted to tell you that your daughter had an accident at the studio and you're her emergency contact. Can you please come over immediately? Oh my God, is she okay? Yes, she's fine, but she's asking for you. I'm sending you the address. I'll be right there. Okay, that was a bit dramatic, I know. When I heard a car screech to a halt outside my house, I went running out. Cynthia's mom was shocked to see me. You? What is this? Some kind of prank? Oh, no, please believe me. You have to come see Cynthia. As her mom looked at me suspiciously, I led her to my bedroom where Cynthia and her minions were reading magazines lying on my bed. Gosh, I think I'll just run away and become a teen model. Or marry some rich billionaire. I don't want to dance and go to stupid college. Mom is really annoying. No wonder Dad left her. You ungrateful brat. Mom, I was just kidding. Shut up. You're coming with me right now. You're grounded for life. She took Cynthia by the ear, like a 5-year-old rascal caught doing something bad by her mommy. It was heaven, and I'd been recording the whole thing on my phone. It was an Oscar-worthy film I could watch on repeat, and then I shared it with the whole school. By the next day, Cynthia was the laughingstock, and that was the end of her popularity. But when I got home that day, Mom was waiting for me with her phone in her hand. You made this and circulated it everywhere? How could you do this to that nice girl? You're a terrible person. I'm glad at least this made you pay some attention to me, Mom. Did you know Cynthia has bullied me from the day I started school? Do you know she's knocked me down, broken my glasses, spread rumors about me, and humiliated me in front of everyone? You wouldn't know because you were never here. Her mom always came to defend her, but mine never showed up for me. I'm sorry, Natalie. I didn't know. I was so busy all these years to build a great future for you. This app, this company, this money, it's all yours. Well, you know what, Mom? I always thought I was angry at you for never having any time for me. But now I think what's been bothering me all along is that I'll grow up to run your company one day and I'll become someone like you. And I don't want to be like you. I don't want to ignore the people who love me the most for some company or money. Oh, I didn't know you hated me this much. Mom, I don't hate you. I hate the fact that I might turn out to be a mother like you. Please, forgive me. Please, give me a chance. I wasn't ready to forgive her right away, and I didn't talk to her for months. But it seemed like my words had really moved her, and she kept trying to make up for all the lost time. And eventually, I decided to give her a chance again. And, well, Cynthia, she never bothered me again. She was now a prisoner of her mother, who didn't take her eyes off her and forced her to dance every single day.
Hi, I'm Tina from New Jersey. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a super rich mom who owned a giant cosmetic company. Dad left Mom when I was 2 because he couldn't cope with her overambitious nature. But to be honest, Mom wasn't so hard to live with, and that was because she was hardly around. Mostly, I saw Mom when she came back from an overseas trip with a gazillion toys for me. I guess that was her way of making up for the absence, but I wasn't complaining. I'd spend hours talking to my toys and pretending they were my best friends. But as I grew up, I started noticing how absent my mom was from my life. She'd miss important events at school all the time. When I was in 5th grade, I was chosen to play Rapunzel in a school play thanks to my silky long hair, and Mom swore she wouldn't miss it. But by the time she reached school, the play was over. I'm sorry, honey, I got stuck with something important. I know, Mom. I can never be as important to you as your work. Sweetheart, I'm doing this for you. One day this company will be yours, but I don't want to work for your stupid company. I want to become an actress. My drama teacher says I'm a natural. I'll talk to your teacher about putting such silly ideas into your head. Acting is for losers who've got nothing better to do. But Mom held up her hand and I knew there was no use arguing anymore. But the acting bug in me never died. I joined the school's drama club and participated in all kinds of plays. Of course, Mom had no clue about it. Once when I was in the 10th grade, I was at the mall when I saw a girl staring at me weirdly. Then she followed me to the coffee shop too. I thought something was fishy, so I cornered her when I got the chance. What's your problem? If you want my autograph, just say so. Why would I want your autograph? 'Cause I'm the future Drew Barrymore. You see these billboards? My face will be all over them in a few years. I don't want you to have any regrets later on. I thought you're the girl my brother's dating, but I guess I was wrong. Oh, so this girl thought I was someone else. Suddenly, the acting bug in me started squirming. Actually, I am Jackie's girlfriend, but my brother's name is Fred. Of course, but I call him Jackie. You know, when we first met, it was raining and he offered me his jacket, and since then, I've called him Jackie. The girl totally bought my lie and even took me to lunch to know more about how her brother and I met. I had an awesome time talking about my imaginary boyfriend and how much we were in love with each other. The next day, I was in the school cafeteria with my best friend Daisy when I saw the same girl walking towards me, looking crazy mad. I had no clue she was in my school. You big fat liar. I thought I'd seen you somewhere before, but that was in a play last month. How dare you pretend to be my brother's girlfriend? No need to get so worked up. You assumed I was her, and I just played along. By the way, don't you think my acting skills are next level? The girl stomped off angrily without taking my autograph. Yet again, Daisy looked at me with a confused expression, so I told her everything. Suddenly, she fell to my feet. How could I be so blind? The answer to all my problems has been right in front of me. Girl, what's gotten into you? I'm the one who's supposed to be melodramatic. Daisy told me she wanted to dump her boyfriend Zach since she'd fallen in love with her new neighbor. Since Zach went to another high school, we'd never met. But weren't you telling me last week how you were deeply, madly, and hopelessly in love with him? That was last week. It's been 168 hours since. You just have to make it look like he's been cheating on me so I can easily dump him. Okay, but what do I get in return? The opportunity to practice your acting skills? Future Scarlett Johansson. You know how to push the right buttons, girl, don't you? Zach was supposed to take Daisy out on a date at a fancy restaurant that weekend. Moments after they were seated, I barged in with a massive curly wig and the ugliest glasses. The love of my life, the apple of my eyes. You said you loved my thick curly hair. Then what are you doing with this witch with a boring ponytail?
Who are you? Do we know each other?
Oh, don't be so cruel, my coochie coo. I know I've put on 25 ounces, but I promised to put in the extra hours at the gym.
Stop it. Daisy, believe me, I've never met this girl before. She's lying.
If you want to dump me, just say so. I'm willing to die for you, my precious, but don't call me a liar. I know your favorite color is blue. You love dumplings. You still watch Popeye. And you fart when you sneeze. Am I lying, Daisy?
Daisy simply shook her head. That doesn't prove anything.
Actually, it does. I can't believe you've been cheating on me with this thing. I'm done with you.
With that, Daisy marched off before Zach could make sense of what had just happened. I quietly snuck out too. The next day at school, Daisy and I couldn't stop laughing about the whole thing. Thankfully, Zach didn't try to contact her again, and she got busy dating her new neighbor. At home, things were going from bad to worse between Mom and me. She wanted me to focus on studies, but my heart was in theater. I wanted to join an acting school in New York, but she just wouldn't let me. One morning after a heated argument with Mom,
I was rushing to my class when I bumped into something rock solid. What the rock? You got buttons for eyes? I looked up and saw Zach. What are you doing here?
I transferred to the school. It was getting hard to stay away from my girlfriend.
Let go, you moron. I am not your girlfriend.
But wasn't I your coochie coo just a few days ago?
Listen, mister, I was just trying to help my friend get rid of you.
Actually, you did me a favor too. I knew Daisy was going around with another guy while we were dating.
What? And you still dated her? Are you a nutcase?
Well, I was about to confront her that day, but you made things easier. You put up a nice act, by the way.
He gave me a lopsided smile, and for some reason, it made my heart flutter. He knew it was me. Zach was actually pretty cute. Then suddenly, he was touching my long, silky hair.
Your hair is gorgeous. It's a shame you hid it behind that ugly wig that day.
I mumbled an awkward thank you and literally ran to my class. The next few days, I had a feeling Zach was intentionally bumping into me. I saw him near the lockers, during lunch, at football practice, in the auditorium. Heck, he even agreed to play the role of a rock in a play I was participating in. One day, I was coming out of the library when I spotted him standing outside, whistling to himself. Are you stalking me?
I could say the same. You were the one falling all over me a few days back.
I angrily walked towards him to give him a piece of my mind, but I slipped on something and landed straight into his arms.
Did you just fall for me? Again?
Before I could respond, he helped me get back on my feet and then gently pulled off the scrunchie I was wearing.
Your hair looks better this way. Free.
Then he simply turned around and left, leaving me stunned. You'll burn a hole in his shirt if you keep staring like that. Whoa! You scared me, Daisy. You like Zach, don't you? What? Nonsense. He's not my type. I would have never dumped him if he looked at me the way he was looking at you. A few days later, we had to go to another school to perform our play, and I got my period on the bus. As I was getting off, Zach pulled me aside and wrapped his jacket around my waist. I rushed to the washroom and changed, and when I came outside, I found him waiting for me. He stayed close to me throughout the day, and I could feel his eyes on me every now and then. I was slowly falling for Zach, and when I told Daisy about it, she squealed with delight. I knew it! I know he feels the same about you. Why don't you ask him out? Mom has a party planned this weekend, so maybe next week? That weekend, Mom threw a grand party for her business associates. I hated being part of these boring parties, but I had to for Mom's sake. I was sulking in a corner when I heard a familiar voice.
Hey, this party just got 100 times better.
Zach, what are you doing here?
I'm here with my mom. What about you?
This is my house. My mom's the hostess. I spent the evening chatting with Zach, and we had an amazing time. Zach was smart and witty, and at one point, I was about to ask him out when I noticed Mom gesturing to me to meet her outside.
Tina, my sweetheart, you're looking gorgeous today.
Cut the drama, Mom. Get to the point. Okay, that boy you're talking to, his mom owns a supermarket chain, and they're one of the biggest potential buyers of our cosmetic products. If you date him, it'll be great for our business. I almost told her that I was going to, but then I had an idea. But I don't even like him. Please, Tina, think about the business. I want to see our products on their supermarket shelves. Okay, but then you'll allow me to apply to that acting school. When Mom reluctantly agreed, my heart did a double hooray. I was gonna ask Zach out anyway, and now I'd also be able to follow my passion. Zach and I started dating, and the next few days were pure bliss. He was even better than I'd expected. I was falling hard for him, and he seemed to like me too. Then on my birthday, Zach planned a surprise party for me and invited the entire school. We were having a blast when suddenly Zach grabbed a mic.
Tina, I have another surprise for you. Here, come take this.
Everyone cheered as I went to him and took the envelope he was holding. But my face turned white when I saw the papers it contained. It was the contract that said his mom's company will be my mom's company's buyer. What's this?
We all know what an amazing actress you are, so you can drop the act now.
Zach, I don't understand.
Okay, let me explain. Friends, Tina was dating me so she could use me to get my mom to promote her mom's business. I just made her wish come true.
That's not true.
You know what? I've had enough of your lies. I'm breaking up with you, Tina. Think of this as a parting gift.
Zach left the party, leaving me completely humiliated. I wiped angry tears and rushed back home.
Honey, how was the party?
What's wrong? Zach broke up with me. But don't worry, he gave me this as a parting gift, so you can do your happy dance. I shoved the envelope into Mom's hands. She opened it and looked shocked. Don't worry, I'll talk to him. You'll do no such thing. I'm leaving for New York right away. The acting school accepted my application. That wasn't true, but I wanted to get away from the city as fast as I could. I spent the next few months in New York doing random acting gigs until I actually joined the school of my dreams. In a few years, my hard work paid off and I became a popular actress. Then one day, I got a call from Mom's doctor who told me her health was deteriorating fast. I immediately rushed back home and found Mom in bed, looking so frail that it shook me. Mom, why didn't you tell me you weren't well?
I didn't want to distract you. I always thought you were wasting your time in acting, but you proved me wrong.
How's the business going?
I don't know.
What?
I know it sounds hard to believe, but I haven't gone to the office for months. The doctor told me to take a break, and I'm listening to him this time.
That's because you've exhausted yourself so much that you can't handle the stress anymore.
Maybe, but I'm tired, Tina. I spent my life running after money, and I didn't value the priceless gift life had given me, you.
I hugged Mom, and it felt amazing. The next day, I went to her office and found out Mom's business had been falling apart for months. But there was one company still buying her products that kept her from completely going bankrupt. Zach's. I decided to meet him and thank him personally. When I went to his office, my heart skipped a beat seeing how handsome he looked.
Tina, I was waiting for you. You look just the same.
He looked at me for what seemed like an eternity, and I felt my cheeks grow red. I wanted to thank you for helping Mom's business. You didn't have to do that.
That was the least I could do after being such an idiot all those years ago. Actually, I heard the conversation between you and your mom at the party where she asked you to date me.
Oh, so that's how you knew. But I was already falling for you by then.
I know. Daisy told me about it later on. She was mad at me for not reaching out to you, but I was so ashamed of what I'd done. I'm sorry, Tina. I was just so heartbroken that the only girl I'd truly loved had been...
There's a saying in our little town. A thread woven wrong can ruin the whole tapestry. Funny, right? A saying about mistakes in a place where everything feels like it's held together by loose stitches. My life? Just one long, fraying thread. I'm Nadia. You've probably never heard of me. No one has. I'm the girl who blends into the walls, the one you forget is in the room. Teachers don't call on me. Classmates don't talk to me. Even my own parents barely notice when I come and go. I didn't always feel invisible. Once, I had someone, my best friend, Sophia. She understood me like no one else. Every afternoon, we'd dream of escaping this little town, imagining a big city life, a shared apartment with a balcony, nights at the ballet, and endless chocolate until we couldn't eat another bite. But then her family moved away, and just like that, she was gone. No more laughter, no more secrets under the oak tree. She left, and the silence felt louder than ever. And my parents? They're not bad people, just exhausted by bills and worries. Dad grumbles about rising prices and factory closures, while Mom stares at the bills, hoping they'll vanish. So here I am, alone, invisible, and wondering if this is all life will ever be for me.
You're too quiet, Nadia.
You just need to make your own destiny.
But how? How do you shine in a world where every chance feels like a thread slipping through your fingers, and the loom of fate is woven by someone else entirely? If I could change one thing, just one thing, I'd want to matter, to be seen, to be someone. The night it began was unremarkable. Just another argument echoing through our paper-thin walls. I was upstairs trying to tune it out when I heard it again, the creak from the attic. For weeks I'd noticed it, faint whispers of wood shifting, or maybe something more. Once, I even thought I saw glimmers of light under the attic door, shadows that vanished when I blinked. I always ignored it, too scared to look. But that night, curiosity outweighed fear. It felt like something was calling me,
pulling me toward the attic with a promise I couldn't ignore. With some faded letters and brittle cloth, but there was something off about it. The threads shimmered like they were alive. As I reached toward the threads, tiny sparks of light burst from the loom, floating through the air like fireflies. They danced around me, filling the attic with a golden glow. Then, as if it carried on the air itself, I heard a faint whisper.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
I wasn't scared. The voice wasn't menacing, and neither was the loom. If anything, I felt drawn to it. The threads seemed to hum softly, almost as if they were... I wasn't sure what I was doing, but when I finished, I felt it, like the world shifted, just a little. The next day, just like I did before, the golden light flashed again, as it had the first time. The next morning at school, something strange happened. A pair of classmates I barely knew waved and spoke to me.
Hey, Nadia. I love how you did your hair.
Thank you. It couldn't be a coincidence this time. The loom? It was real. And it was powerful. Once you start weaving, it's hard to stop. I mean, why would you? I tried another pattern, this time for my mom. She'd been passed over for promotions for years. But within the week...
You're not going to believe it. I got offered a better job with better pay. I never thought this would happen for us.
It's a miracle!
Suddenly, there were fewer fights at home. I even wove something small for myself. A perfect score on my math test. Not because I didn't know the material, but because I wanted to see if I could. And it worked. No matter what I wish I had, it always worked.
Would you want to come to my birthday party, Nadia?
You have to come. It wouldn't be the same without you.
I wasn't invisible anymore. The world was finally bending in my favor, one thread at a time. And the loom? It seemed almost eager, like it wanted me to keep weaving.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
But the thing about weaving destinies, life wasn't just good. It was perfect. Or so it seemed.
Nadia, can you sit with us at lunch today?
We really want to hear about your morning classes.
Sure, why not? I love you guys. Or the loom that I didn't have? After that strange moment with my friends, I couldn't stop thinking about Sophia. Maybe, just maybe, the loom could bring her back to me. That night, I climbed back up to the attic. The loom glowed softly, as if it had been waiting for me.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
I didn't hesitate this time. Yes, I know. I want Sophia to move back.
Do I know you?
She didn't remember me. Not even a little. It was as if every moment we'd shared, every laugh, every dream, had been erased. I didn't know where else to turn. The loom had always worked before, but now Sophia didn't even know me. It was like I'd wished her into a life where I didn't exist. I thought about telling my parents everything. Mom? Dad? Can we talk for a minute?
What is it, honey?
I feel like I've messed something up. I need to talk to someone.
What do you think about getting that grand chandelier from the artisan in town? Imagine how it'll dazzle everyone when they walk in.
It's about the loom upstairs. I think it's changing things, and I don't know what to do.
Let's get the chandelier. I've also been looking into buying a villa by the lake. We can go there in the summers. Would you like that, Nadia? You can bring your friends.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Then it's done. I'll talk to the realtor tomorrow. What did you want to talk about, Nadia?
Nothing! As I listened to my parents excitedly talk about all the new things we could buy, I glanced around and thought about everything the loom had given us. Sure, it still hurt that Sophia didn't remember me, but maybe those memories were meant to stay in the past. I had a new life now. New money, new friends.
Through worse. I'm Mateo, professional book dropper.
Nadia, aspiring flower crusher. Nice to meet you. There was something about him, something different. We started talking, and it felt so easy, so natural, like we'd known each other forever. As we talked, I started to learn more about Mateo. He was new to the city too, chasing a dream of opening his own book. The time I spent with Mateo, the more I realized how much we had in common. He had a way of listening, really listening, that made me feel seen in a way I had never felt before, in a way I hadn't realized I had been missing. I felt like I'd met the perfect guy. And then, one day, he even surprised me by visiting me at work.
So, this is where you disappear to every day? Surrounded by old things?
You say that like it's a bad thing. Some of these old things have more stories in them than we do.
I don't know. I think I've got a few good stories in me.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Like the time I walked into a museum and forced the lovely curator into giving me a private tour.
This was dangerous. Being around him like this, so easy, so natural, it made it impossible to ignore what I really wanted, to be with him. This was woven over 400 years ago. Every thread was placed by hand. The amount of hard work it took to make this, it takes my breath away every time.
Wow, can you imagine that kind of patience?
And I wasn't trying to take something that wasn't mine. Mateo and I were supposed to be together. I just needed things to change a little.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a destiny.
I just want her to leave. That's all. That was it. No harm, no pain, just a shift in fate. The next morning, I wondered if the loom had worked. Would there be some sign? Some shift in the air? Mateo?
Hey, Nadia.
You okay?
Isabella's leaving.
Leaving?
She got a job offer across the country. We talked about it last night. I guess it just made sense to break up.
This is what I wanted. A quiet, mutual parting. No fights, no heartbreak. Just fate gently pulling them apart. And you're okay with it?
Yeah, I think I am. Hey, do you want to take a walk?
I'd love to. It wasn't long before Mateo and I got together. Our connection... But happiness has a way of making you forget the past. And sometimes, the past finds a way of reminding you it's still there.
Nadia? What's this?
Get away from that.
What is it? It looks ancient. Does it still work?
Mateo, please, don't touch it. Please. You don't understand.
Nadia, what is this?
It's a loom. A magical one. I've used it many times in my life.
Used it? For what?
To change things. To fix...
Know if I can believe that.
For the first time in years, I was alone again. No golden threads to guide me. No loom to shape the future. Just me, watching my life unravel thread by thread. And this time, I wasn't sure if even the loom could fix it, or if I even deserved to try. I wanted to take it back, all of it. I wanted to erase the moment I ever touched the loom, to undo every weave, every selfish decision, every golden thread I had forced into place. If I could just go back to before I ever wished for Mateo, before I ever sent Isabella away. Maybe then, he'd still be here. I couldn't let it end like this. I wouldn't. If the loom had unraveled my life, maybe I could unravel what I did.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a destiny.
I don't want to weave anymore. I want to unweave. Tell me how to take it all back.
Begin where you ended. Unravel what was stitched.
I was confused at first, but then I began. I started with putting back the threads I had taken apart from the spell that sent Isabella away. The loom began to hum, and swirls of light glowed all around me. Every thread I pulled felt like a piece of my heart breaking. I undid all the patterns. Sophia moving back, getting valedictorian, my parents' wealth, my classmates becoming my friends. I saw the life I'd built, the one I'd clung to, fall apart moment by moment. But I kept going until... Fate.
So fine and true, pull through time to bring me to you in the attic light where the silence sings. We wove forever with invisible strings.
I'm so sorry. My books don't like staying in one place. Are you okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Rue from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a renowned doctor and loved me to bits, but when I was 6, I fell from a tree and hit my head. And even though I recovered fine, Mom went crazy. She never let me out of her sight after that. When I started school, she hugged me and cried like a baby at the gate, and she'd even drop by during recess to check on me. Blood? Oh my God, what happened? She picked me up and started running to the hospital. Mom, put me down. It's just ketchup. And suddenly, we both went crashing into the food counter. By the time I was in 8th grade, I was super popular and a star player on the basketball team. Once during my match, I fell and bruised my knee, and Mom leapt out of the audience, screaming hysterically. It was so embarrassing. And then she forced the principal to grant me 1 month's leave to recover. Ugh! I spent the next week in bed watching MSA videos about crazy moms like mine. But a few days later, it was my friend's birthday party, and I felt well enough to sneak out. But just as I was about to kiss this cute guy there, Mom barged in and smashed the music system. That music's loud enough to hurt my baby's ears. Mom, are you crazy? How did you even find me? Apparently, she had a tracker installed in my phone to always know my location. On the way home, we had a huge argument. If you ever do something like that again, I'm gonna leave for good, and I'll throw away my phone, Mom. You won't be able to find me. And surprisingly, that worked. She kinda backed off, and I was relieved to be back at school soon. Guys, I'm back! I was hoping for an awesome welcome, but to my surprise, no one bothered to say hi. And just as I was about to sit, someone pulled my seat and I fell on my butt. You can't sit there. It's Sally's seat. Wait, what? This is my seat. And who's frickin' Sally anyway? Me. I'm Sally. And you are? I turned around to see a tall blonde girl offering me a hand. I'm Rue, and I think you're new because I've never... Oh, Rue, the one with the crazy mom. It's nice to finally meet you. I just joined this month, and it's okay. You can take this seat. She smiled and went to another seat, and all the kids followed her. What the heck? A new girl had taken my place while I was gone for just a month? After that, I noticed how everyone was just too pleased by her, even the teachers.
Oh, Miss Olsen, did you get a new haircut? It looks so nice on you.
Thanks, Sally. You're the only one to notice. You aren't just smart, you're kind too.
And she helped the other kids with their homework too. Guys, I got this. You can copy from my assignment as long as you change some things.
Sally, you're the best.
Well, I doubted that. She was just too good to be true and just happened to appear out of thin air and take my popularity. But I wasn't gonna lose to her. A basketball match was coming up and I was gonna show her who the real champ was. But on the day of the match, I could see Sally cheering for me with everyone else. In fact, she was cheering the loudest.
Woohoo! It's nice to have the champion back. Go Rue!
Just then, I slipped on the basketball court and fell flat on my butt with a sprained ankle.
OMG, someone help me pick her up. She's hurt.
Sally made me lean on her and took me to the nurse's room. She stayed with me the whole time the nurse attended to me. And I was beginning to think I'd misjudged her. She really was quite nice. Later when I reached home, Mom came running and hugged me tight.
Oh my God, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital right now.
Ugh, Mom, I'm fine. It's just a small sprain.
That's enough. You're not gonna play that stupid game anymore.
Mom grabbed my shoes to throw them away, and that's when I noticed grease all under my shoe. Oh my God, someone did it on purpose to make me slip, and I knew in my bones it could be none other than Sally. But since I had no proof, I decided to play nice for a while and keep an eye on her. A few days later, there was a big selection quiz for the nationals team, and I saw Sally mixing something in the free juices for all the contestants. Minutes later, the kids were clutching their tummies and running in and out of the bathroom. Ah, that evil witch! Of course she was selected for the finals, but I knew what she had done and decided to confront her. I followed her to the girls' washroom and pushed her to the wall. I'm not fooled by you, Sally. I know what you did there. I saw you mixing something.
Oh, Rue, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting me?
And saying that, she slapped her own face really hard and started crying loudly.
What?
Suddenly, some girls came out of the washroom cubicles and pushed me aside. Gosh, Rue, look at her face. You slapped her so hard. It's all red. We're gonna tell the principal that you're bullying Sally.
No, don't do that. I don't want to cause trouble. We should give Rue a chance to fix this. If she says sorry to me, I'll let it go this time.
What the freaking frogs? Me? Say sorry to her? Ugh, no way. I pushed her harder this time and stormed out of there. But now I knew she was a cunning fox, and I had to play smarter than her. Soon, the elections for the new school president were announced, and I was super excited to participate. But guess who else was running for president? Sally! She already had loads of kids working for her campaign and making her posters. One day while I was in the library working on mine, I heard some noises. I went ahead to check, and I was shocked to see Sally bullying a kid. What do you mean you didn't complete my assignment? I need it back within an hour, or I'll kick your butt, you moron. She took his glasses off and threw them on the ground and crushed them. The guy looked terrified as Sally walked away. Just then, I had a mind-blowing plan. I quickly went in and picked up the guy from the floor. Hey, you don't have to be scared of her, okay? I'll help you get rid of her, but you'll have to help me too. You just have to speak the truth in front of everyone, and I'll make sure she never lays a finger on you again. Deal? The guy looked at me with teary eyes and nodded. A few days later, we had an event where each candidate had to speak up in front of the entire school, and I was all set to see my plan in action. Minutes before Sally was about to come on stage, I was so happy to see the guy she'd bullied standing there already. Sally's whole act was about to be exposed. Yippee!
I need to tell you all something. One of the candidates here is a chameleon who pretends to be your friend, but in reality, she's a bully.
And saying that, he pointed at me. What in the father-frickin' world?
That's her, Rue. She even smashed my glasses the other day and put my head inside the toilet. She's a bully.
What? Have you lost your mind? What are you talking about? It was Sally, can't you remember? She smashed your glasses.
Who's Sally? And please, don't kill me. Please, someone save me from her.
Saying that, he ran and hid behind the other kids, and all of them went bonkers on me. Rue, we already knew you could be a bully, and now you're blaming Sally for this? Everyone knows Sally would never do something this horrible. Yeah, we saw what happened in the washroom the other day. You're the bad person here, and you don't deserve to be the president. And they all started throwing paper balls at me. I ran out of there to save my butt, but I was so gonna kill Sally now. After the event was over, I followed Sally and saw her kissing that jerk who betrayed me in front of everyone. That's how she turned him on her side. She was such a devil. I heard them laughing and talking about how they'd humiliated me in front of everyone. I couldn't take it anymore. I went ahead and kicked him in the butt. You're such a world-class jerk. You lied in front of everyone for a wicked lizard like her. Watch your mouth, Rue, or I'll tear off your tongue. Whoa, look at that. Finally, your true colors are coming out, Sally. But guess what? I've known from day one that you're a witch, and soon I'll prove it to everyone. You recorded us? Oh, yes, I did. You know, I'm tired of pretending to be nice to you. I wish you had slipped and hit your head that day, but you just got away with a little sprain. But today, I'm gonna kill you, squid face. Saying that, she charged at me like a mad bull, and we broke into a wild fight. Within minutes, the cheating jerk came in and held me by my hands. Let go of me, you idiot, or I'll put your face in the toilet seat for real this time. I tried to fight them both, but they locked me inside a small janitor's room. No one's going to come here till tomorrow, Rue, and I'm gonna be the next student president by then. And your little phone? I'm gonna destroy it. Both of them left, and I tried to break open the door, but nothing worked. When I'd almost given up, I suddenly heard a loud thud on the door, and it flew open. Mom! Oh God, I can't believe you found me. I hugged her tight. Are you okay, sweetie? What happened to you? Wait, Mom, how did you find me here? Oh, honey, after you said you were gonna throw away your phone the next time you run, I may have put a tracker device in all of your shoes. Mom! Okay, sorry, but see, it helped. I was able to help you today after you didn't come home for so long. She was unbelievable. I immediately ran out to find Sally and saw she was making a bonfire in the school backyard, and she had my phone in her hand. I went in and hit her from behind, and the guy ran away, seeing Mom with me. What are you doing? Let go of me, you witch! I'm gonna kill you this time. Oh, you can try, but you're not getting away with anything now. This time, I tied her and made sure she didn't run away until we called the principal and her parents. Oh, we are really sorry, but she has a histrionic personality disorder. Because of that, she wants to be noticed and praised all the time. We kept it out of her records when she joined this school. Oh, God. I didn't know I was taking such a dangerous kid. But you've been really brave, Rue. I'm gonna announce you as the next student president tomorrow. No, I'm the best one. I'm the best. She's nothing. Saying that, she broke the ties and leapt towards me. I'm gonna burn this entire school with you in it, loser. Thankfully, the principal had called security and they took her away. After everything was over, I turned to Mom thinking she'd go all crazy again, but she hugged me. Oh, honey, are you okay? I was so scared. I'm fine, Mom. Thanks for saving my life today. I love you, but no more tracking devices, please.
Hi, I'm Abina, and I live in an orphanage in Ghana. And before you start feeling sorry for me and blah, 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 relax, man. Everyone is super chill here. The coffee is bomb, and I have a little brother who worships me. So I guess that's why I've never wanted to get adopted. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I could remember, rich, stupid foreigners would come every month to take one of us home with them. But I knew they were just using us to brag about how they'd done such a noble deed by adopting a poor orphan. So whenever those snobs would drop by with their camera phones and designer clothes, I'd convince my brother Kofi to help me mess with them.
Come see our room. We just got new blankets.
Sweetie, I'm taking a selfie with...
Our new blankets smell like lavender.
Ah! Is that
pee? Silly me. I forgot. We have a bedwetting problem. A bedwetting problem!
The woman ended up bursting into tears from the awful smell.
So
so traumatic. But one day, the warden had had enough of my behavior. You're 14 years old now, and Kofi's 8. It's important for your development to have parents. So the next time a visitor arrives, you better behave yourself. I was about to refuse, but I wanted Kofi to be happy and healthy, so I gave in. Except when a couple finally decided to take us home, I immediately disliked them. Apparently, they were both philanthropists who loved doing charity work. They were just too sweet, and I had a bad feeling about these people. Just like that, they whisked us from our beloved home to some mansion in America. Who wants to see their new room? Do you want to see your big boy bed, my cutie wooty widow mouse? Ew, gross. We hate mice, and don't talk to Kofi like he's a baby.
Of course, dear. I'll try again. Yo, dudes. Who wants to see their billion-dollar golden baller sleeping place? You hear me, bro?
There's gotta be a cliff I can jump off of. At least I had a giant bed with a mattress from heaven. But the next day, things took an awful turn. I discovered that Kofi and I were all over the news, and the paparazzi were right outside our window. Were my new parents famous? How come you didn't tell us you guys were celebrity philanthropists? I don't want to live in the public eye, and I've got an 8-year-old brother. I don't want his picture everywhere online.
Oh, come on. Being a celebrity is fun.
You never have to wait in line. You get free stuff. Give it a chance, Abena.
It's Abena. I've told you 3 times. You know what? Just call me Abby, since I'm an American now. Mom looked hurt when I said that, and from that day on, things went downhill. Mom and I fought about everything imaginable. Like, she'd get mad because I hated being interviewed by reporters, or because I hated the itchy $1,000 clothes she bought me, or the fact that she kept feeding Kofi fancy food that he wasn't used to, even though I told her to just give us something more simple. By the time school started, I was exhausted from all the media attention, and I didn't want a bunch of kids coming up to me since I was the famous Ghanaian orphan that they were fascinated with. So I decided to ditch class and hang out in the school garden. Then suddenly, I heard a voice near me.
Hey, are you okay?
I looked over to see a boy my age with neon hair dressed in rags. Even the clothes I wore at the orphanage were nicer than his. No? I don't know. My parents are annoying. Your biceps are gorgeous. Never mind. The guy just laughed, and suddenly, I found myself pouring my heart to a total stranger about everything that had happened. I found out his name was Carter, and we went to the same school. He apparently skipped classes regularly so he'd have enough energy to work nighttime shifts, and it was all because his parents barely had enough money to buy food. I felt bad for Carter, but I was kind of relieved to finally meet someone here who wasn't rich. He ended up walking me home, but when we arrived, Mom greeted us at the door, and she immediately asked Carter to leave.
Abby, I know that boy. He lives in a trailer outside our neighborhood. I want you to stay away from him. He's a criminal. You'll be in danger, and people will think my daughter's mixed up with a crook.
Because your publicity image is all you care about, right? You don't actually care about my safety. Well, guess what? You're not my real mom, which means I don't have to listen to you. Mom grounded me after I said that, but I didn't let that stop me. Carter and I started hanging out all the time. Sometimes we'd ditch class together, and sometimes he'd sneak in through my window so we could watch MSA videos together on my TV.
I'm so glad you watched these on YouTube instead of TikTok. Promise me you'll never watch MSA on TikTok and fry your brain, please?
I didn't believe Mom about the criminal nonsense until one day I noticed Carter take off his baseball cap to reveal a clump of shiny jewelry. Please tell me he didn't steal all that.
Abby, you know I have a family to support. Yeah, I feel bad for stealing, but a job washing dishes can only pay so much.
Look, I get it, but you don't have to become a thief. No wonder Mom thinks you're a delinquent. Maybe I'll ask her to give you some money. She and my dad love bragging about how they give to charity. Then suddenly, Carter got this really serious look on his face, and then he told me something disturbing. My parents were known for being frauds. Kofi and I hadn't been the first kids they'd taken home. Apparently, they'd foster them for a year or two, use them to get publicity, and then they'd send them somewhere else. That makes no sense. They took me home and signed the papers.
Are you sure? Because they've never adopted an actual kid before. Look, I don't know the logistics. I just don't want you getting hurt. I know it's only been a short time, but I've grown to care about you, Abby.
I was about to confront Mom and Dad when I got home, but when I arrived, I was hit with awful news. Kofi was in the hospital due to food poisoning, and he was really sick. This is all your fault. I told you a million times not to feed my brother fancy food like caviar because he's not used to it. Now he's sick, and it's all because you two were too stuck up to give him something like rice and beans.
Abby, it's not fair to blame blame us for something like this. The food poisoning could have been from anything.
Plus, he'll be fine. Why are you making such a big deal about food poisoning? It's not about the freaking food poisoning. It's about you two being selfish, irresponsible jerks that don't care about us. Mom and Dad apologized and reassured me, but I didn't listen. I knew now that Carter was right. My brother and I weren't safe with these people. So as soon as Kofi was better, I crafted a plan to run away from home. Carter said Kofi and I could stay with his family in the meantime, while he would help find new parents who weren't horribly selfish. So one night at 1 a.m., I turned off the location services on my phone and helped Kofi sneak out the window. I don't want to run away. These people are nice and they take good care of us. They seem nice, Kofi, but they don't really care about us. We'll be living in another foster home in another year. Trust me. Says who? Your new boyfriend Carter, who you've known for like 5 minutes and who also happens to be a thief? I know you're not actually this dumb. It's not like he wants to be a thief. He has a family to support, and I still would trust a thief over any adoptive parents who could hurt us. Carter picked us up in his car a few minutes later, but Kofi wasn't speaking to me. I felt bad, but I was doing the right thing by protecting us, right? Besides, Carter's parents were happy to let us stay with them for the time being. Yeah, they lived in a one-bedroom trailer, and Kofi and I had to sleep on a floor mattress, but it was still so much better than staying with parents who didn't care about us. The next morning, Carter told me that he had disguises in case the cops came looking for us. No, I want to go back home. You can't do this to us. You can't take us away from Mom and Dad just because you heard some rumor to live in a one-bedroom trailer with your boyfriend. It's not like I have a choice. I'm doing this for you and your safety. Mom and Dad are frauds. Why? Because they like bragging to the media about how they adopted us? Big deal. They still care about us, and they're still giving us a great life. You're just trying to find excuses to run away because of what happened 6 years ago. Right then, Carter asked me what my brother was talking about, but I wanted to change the subject. I didn't tell Carter about how my parents had gone missing at work one day, and no one had ever been able to find them. And that's why we'd been at the freaking orphanage in the first place. You'll do anything to avoid being hurt again. You'd even rather live with your criminal boyfriend and believe a ridiculous rumor than let another family take care of us. I knew Kofi was right, and maybe staying with Carter wasn't the best option, especially because as days passed, I learned that he wasn't just poor, and he didn't just steal to support his family. I was drifting off to sleep one night when I heard laughing outside, and I opened the door to find him sitting with a bunch of guys and unwrapping towels filled with money. No, do not tell me you're in a gang.
Well, we all have families to feed, and now that you and Kofi are staying with us, I want to make sure I can support you guys. I don't want all of us to have to live in a one-bedroom trailer. Here, babe, I stole $50,000 just for you and your brother.
Carter, I can't accept this. You can't keep stealing. It's wrong. And I don't think we should be together either. I appreciate what you're doing for me, but I think it's best if Kofi and I leave.
No, please, don't leave me. You're the only thing that makes me happy. Nobody at school wants to be friends with me because I'm a poor loser, and no one in the neighborhood wants to associate with me because I'm a thief.
Before Carter could finish his sentence, I heard police cars, and that's when Mom and Dad came running over and crying. I guess they did care about us after all, and Kofi seemed overjoyed to see them. I started to warm up and apologize to my parents for running away. Then suddenly, a policeman handcuffed Carter and said he was taking him to juvie for 3 years.
It's thanks to you two that we've been able to do an investigation and track down how much money this guy's stolen.
And he dated my daughter and put both her and her brother at risk. My heart suddenly stopped as I saw Carter's parents beg and cry and apologize. I knew it was wrong what Carter had done, but did he really need to be away from his family for 3 years? I tried not to think about it as Mom and Dad drove us home and said we could do whatever we wanted. Watch movies, order in, go to Disneyland. They were good people, and I had been wrong all along. Instead, I'd put my brother in danger and got a boy taken away from his starving family, all because I was too traumatized to trust anyone to adopt me. I felt practically ill with guilt. The next day, I finally went to school for the first time without ditching class, and everyone was interested in being my friend since I'd been all over the news and I'd dated a known delinquent. So what's it like dating a real thief? Have you dated thieves before in Ghana? Is it true all of them have rock hard abs? I don't know. Why would I know that? By the time I got home, I felt like I was literally gonna die of guilt. And then things got even crazier. Mom and Dad called Kofi and I into their study because our old warden had called.
She wanted to check in and see how things were going. We told her we loved fostering you two, and the truth is, we want to adopt you.
What do you mean? I thought you already adopted us. Oh, no. Usually, we foster children for a few years and then we find them a home. Your warden sent you off with us because you'd have better living conditions. But we love you two so much that we want to keep you. So Carter had been right about the whole fostering thing, but he'd been wrong about them trying to hurt us. He'd just been looking out for Kofi and me. He was a good guy. I couldn't let him sit in juvie for 3 years. You guys can adopt us, but on one condition. You have to help out Carter's family. They don't have any money or food. That's the only reason why Carter formed a gang and became a crook in the first place. Yeah, he committed some bad crimes and I won't date him anymore, but he's a good person and shouldn't have to stay in juvie for 3 years. To my surprise, my parents actually agreed, and the 4 of us went together to talk to the police about Carter's situation. My new mom even insisted on buying his family a new house. Thanks, Mom. That means a lot. Did you just call me Mom? Well, you did agree to adopt me, and I've kind of been a jerk to you. We hugged at that moment, and it made me feel warm inside, but there was one more person I needed to talk to. I'm really sorry I got you into this mess. You might still have to go to a disciplinary school, but you won't have to stay here for 3 years.
Don't apologize. That's what you get for forming a frickin' gang. Thanks for looking out for me, Abby. I know we need to break up, but I'm glad we're still friends.
Actually, my real name is Abina. Why don't you call me that from now on? And yeah, of course we're friends. I've never had anyone look out for me the way you did.
So, will I see you again soon, Abina?
You sure will. The couple held each other's hands nervously as they walked into the hospital nursery. The nurse pointed out their baby, and the woman screamed.
No. This can't be. Oh God, she looks like a monkey's butt. I'm gonna be sick. Can somebody adopt her, please?
Ma'am, that's not your child. This one is.
The woman instantly stopped crying and picked up the baby, and the couple stared at her in delight.
Ooh, of course this one's mine. She's beautiful.
And that beautiful baby was me. Hi, I'm Jessie from LA. Please like and subscribe. I was born to parents who'd been pageant kids and teen models, and the first life lesson I learned was that it's really important to be beautiful.
Ugh, our baby has such gorgeous hair. Did you see the poor neighbor's kid? I bet she's got pigeons living in that nest on her head.
And her brother? Ew! That kid has so many freckles.
We should keep Jesse away from him. What if he's contagious? Growing up, I'd always have people telling me how pretty I was, and nothing seemed to make my parents happier. When I was in 6th grade, Mom decided we'd pay her family in Italy a visit.
I can't wait to finally show Jessie to my stupid sister.
She'll be so jealous when she sees her olive skin and her beautiful hair. But when I got there and I met my cousins, I saw they all had skin and hair like mine. Still, Mom shoved me in Aunt's face and said,
"Look how pretty my daughter is. Of course, we know where she gets that from."
Yeah, she's all right. But luckily, her face can be improved with makeup. Mom was furious. She picked up her plate of pasta and rubbed it in Aunt's face.
That just improved yours, and my baby doesn't need any makeup.
But the minute we landed home, Mom's first stop was to buy me makeup. I refused to wear it to school, but in 8th grade, my parents enrolled me in the family business, beauty pageants, and there was no stopping Mom there. Mom, I don't need all this makeup.
Don't be an idiot. Everyone needs it.
If we need it, I guess it means we're not that pretty after all.
If being annoying could win us a pageant, you'd definitely come in first place.
I don't even want to be here. As Mom stormed off, suddenly someone spoke. Do you really hate it? I turned to see a beautiful model who actually looked like she belonged here. I really do. It's just not my thing. Well, try to have fun. I think you could win. She winked at me and left. She seemed really nice, but I never saw her again because it was my last ever pageant. I was walking over to the host when I tripped, crashed straight into her, and knocked her right off the stage. Needless to say, I lost. My parents tried to force me into modeling next, but I just didn't get it.
Can you pout a little, but not like a goldfish? And look bored, but like you're having fun? And can you smile, but only with your eyes? Oh my God, this girl is a moron.
After getting fired from a dozen modeling jobs, I thought my parents would finally leave me alone. But I was so wrong. The night before I started high school, they sat me down for an important conversation.
Jessie, since we're getting older, we're not doing much modeling anymore, and we're running out of money.
And since you're the world's worst model, you've left us with no other choice. What are you talking about?
We have a plan. I recently made a friend at the gym, and he's filthy rich. His son John is going to be at your school. He has a girlfriend, but you can get rid of her. You'll look pretty, get the guy, marry him right out of school, and he'll support all of us.
What? So I don't get to go to college? Oh, honey, I don't think you're smart enough. But also, we just don't have the money. If you want to go, this is what you have to do. I just knew there was no point arguing. So the next morning, I walked downstairs in my prettiest dress and bright red lipstick. But when I got to school, I wiped it off and changed into jeans. I'd study hard and get a scholarship for college. I wasn't following my parents' awful plan. I spotted John pretty quickly, though. He was a grade older than me and really into basketball. And his cheerleader girlfriend, who I called Clownface because she wore too much makeup. But soon enough, my parents were nagging me about my progress, and I had to get a selfie with him. I kept trying to catch him alone, but Clownface never left his side. So one day, I just followed him into the boys' bathroom.
Whoa, what are you doing here?
Oops, is this the boys' bathroom? I can be dumb sometimes, but can I just say, I'm such a big fan of your game. Could I have a selfie with you? He agreed, and my mission was accomplished. But as we stepped out of the bathroom together, someone pulled me by my hair. What were you doing in there with my boyfriend, Witch? Ow, nothing. Get off me, clown face. What did you just call me? She pounced on me and pinned me to the ground. I pushed her off and she was about to attack again, when suddenly a girl stepped in. Hey, leave the new kid alone. If you think my idiot brother is cheating on you, why don't you kick his butt?
Eat glass, Kate.
John led angry clown face away and the girl helped me up. She was beautiful and not wearing a touch of makeup. She looked kind of familiar too. I could have handled that, but thank you. You're John's sister? Yeah, I'm Kate. Wait, have we met somewhere before? And that's when it hit me. She was that model. Did you do pageants a few years ago? Oh, yes. I remember you now. Gosh, we were pageant girls. How embarrassing. After that day, we started hanging out together all the time. Kate was struggling with math, so I went over to her house one day to tutor her, and she seemed to catch on really quickly. Wow, Jessie, you're really good at this. Yeah, I actually love math, but tell that to my parents and they'd laugh. They just think I'm a pretty face. Well, you are pretty, but not just that. Why was I blushing? Just then, Kate jumped up and switched on some music. No way, that's my favorite band. Dance with me then. She pulled my arm to help me up, and the next thing I knew, we were dancing together. We twirled and giggled, and it was the most fun I had ever had. And then suddenly, she leaned in and kissed me. Whoa. Oh, I thought there was a vibe. No, I didn't expect that. I'm sorry, I thought we were on the same page. She started moving away, but I took her hand. And then I said the dumbest thing ever. My parents expect me to marry a boy, a rich boy. Well, your parents aren't here, are they? I pulled her closer till her face was inches from mine. I think you're really beautiful. I'm really good at math too. I lied. I grinned and then I kissed her. Kate and I started dating and it was amazing. We kept a low profile in school, but we met afterwards every day. One night I got in really late, and as I sneaked in, I found my parents waiting for me in the lounge.
We know what's going on, Jessie.
What are you talking about?
You come home late every day, you're texting all the time. I know you're dating my friend's kid. We're so proud of you, honey.
Oh, yeah, of course. Your friend's kid. That's who I'm dating. It's going great.
Honey, you have to tell me how you got rid of John's girlfriend.
Oh, she was just so much uglier than me. She didn't stand a chance.
That's my girl. You can have whatever you want for dessert.
I was just having the time of my life. But it was all starting to get so complicated soon. A few days later when I got home, my parents told me that we were going out for dinner to John and Kate's house. Oh my God, no! I frantically called Kate, but she just wouldn't pick up her phone. I left her a text saying, coming over with my parents. They think John is my boyfriend. I'm so sorry. I hoped she'd see it before I got there. Her parents welcomed us warmly, and just as I stepped inside, John walked into the hall, and I ran to him and hugged him. Please, act like my boyfriend. I'll explain everything.
Babe, hi, I missed you, even though we met in school a few hours ago.
Oh, young love, so precious. The parents smiled at us and walked off, and I pushed John away.
What was that?
So, here's the thing. I'm gay, and I haven't told my parents yet, and they think I'm dating you. It's just something I said to make them happy. I'm gonna tell them the truth soon, but please play along tonight.
Ugh, fine. But I love my girlfriend, so don't fall for me or anything.
I just told you I'm gay, you moron. Kate walked in just as we were sitting down for dinner, and she winked at me, so I knew she'd read my text. Whew. But as I acted lovey-dovey with John, I could tell it was bothering her. And when he and I snuggled close to each other on the couch after dinner, she looked mad. After a few minutes, she just stormed off. Didn't she know it was just an act? She wouldn't even reply to my texts later that night. Ugh, I just had to go see her then. I sneaked back to her house and found her window open, so I quietly climbed in. But the second I landed, I bumped into someone who let out a horrible scream. Ah! Someone switched on a light, and I saw frickin' Clownface and John glaring at me. Oh my god, I can explain. What are you doing in my boyfriend's room, you witch?
I told you not to fall for me, Jessie.
What? Just then the door burst open and Kate walked in. I heard a scream. Jessie? Why are you in John's room?
My question exactly.
Everybody shut up! I'm in love with Kate. I'm here for her. I got the wrong window. Everyone looked shocked, and I just took Kate's hand and led her to her room. Why haven't you been replying to me? I don't know, Jessie. I know you were acting, but when I saw you with John, I just got jealous. That's what your parents want, right? They want you to date a boy. What if you want that too?
I really don't want your brother.
And I think I just said I'm in love with you for the first time, in front of those idiots. Kate's face lit up. Yeah, you did say that. I'm in love with you too, Jessie. And we kissed, and it was a perfect moment. My parents were all praises for John after that dinner, and they were already dreaming about my wedding and how he'd take care of us. I had to end this act and tell them the truth, and an opportunity turned up soon. John's parents had invited us all to his big basketball game, and Kate and I decided to tell everyone afterwards, as my parents wished John luck before the game. Suddenly, Clownface came over and pushed them aside.
Good luck, my little smooch monster. Break your legs.
And she kissed him smack on the lips. My parents nearly fainted.
Jessie, do something. I thought you got rid of her.
Rid of me?
As if. I'm marrying John one day, and we're having so many babies together. As the two walked off, Mom turned to me, horrified.
You broke up? How could you let him go?
Mom, we were never dating.
Never dating? But we saw you two together.
Who have you been dating then? That would be me. Kate stepped forward and took my hand. I wish I could have made it less shocking for my parents, but this was happening now. Mom, Dad, Kate's my girlfriend.
You're dating a girl? I did not spend my whole life making you presentable so you could date a girl. This is humiliating. How will you go to college now, huh?
If you stopped treating me like a dumb Barbie doll, you'd know I'm smart enough to get a scholarship.
We'll talk about this at home.
There's nothing to talk about. And to make my point, I kissed Kate. Mom got so mad, she walked out of there. I was waiting for Dad to scream next, but he leaned in and whispered,
Jessie, I'm okay with this. She's gotta be as rich as John, right?
Of course, Kate was loaded. I didn't care, but it was good enough for Dad. And he eventually convinced my mom that having a rich daughter was more important than having a straight one.
She started crying, like a little girl. "Don't leave me," she said. I rolled my eyes. If she believed what I said, that's her problem. But then again, I wasn't really surprised. Girls are always like this. They believe me every time. I left her house, then headed back to mine. There, I saw my parents fighting. Again. Mom was holding up her phone and showing Dad a picture. It was Dad, with a very hot girl. "Who is she?" my mom yelled. She wanted to know the details every time Dad so much as breathed near another woman. Give a man some space to breathe, my dad yelled back. I defended him. I was always by his side. He was the coolest and smartest man ever. Well, for God's sake, Mom! You're being dramatic for no reason. He's not cheating. Just get over it. Mom looked at me, coldly, and then said that I was just like Dad. With that, she walked out. Thanks for the compliment, I called out after her. Then Dad turned to me and said, now that she's gone, son, I have a very important task for you. I'm going to meet a very important man. He said that this person was one of the most important businessmen in the state, that he wanted to convince him to become his business partner. Now, this man has a very lonely child who he loves a lot, and your mission is to make her fall madly and deeply in love with you. You have to make her convince her dad to sign the deal. I grinned. Piece of cake, Dad. Consider the deal sealed. The next evening, we went to a restaurant. My dad had created the most romantic atmosphere. He really wanted this. My parents met her parents cheerfully, and I tried to flirt with her. But damn, she was ugly. Her mom, though, she was gorgeous. To make matters worse, Dad kept elbowing me and winking at me to approach the girl. He even told her mom we'd make a great couple. Ugh, there was no way I was doing it. She also kept batting her eyelashes at me. I was really creeped out. Just then, Josh, a close friend, walked into the restaurant with his parents. As soon as he spotted my date for the night, he really couldn't stop grinning. This was so bad for my reputation. Hey, he said, walking over to our table. Introduce me to your lovely new girlfriend. Gross, Josh. She's not my girlfriend. She's, my sister. Her stupid smile disappeared in a second, and she looked like she was about to burst into tears. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, but instead, I just slipped out of the back exit. What did they expect setting me up with someone like that? I called up one of my girls, and we met to party. When I got home, my parents were in the middle of a fight. I saw the way you were looking at her. She was yelling at him, but just then, Dad saw me and turned his anger on me. He was furious and said that I embarrassed him. If you really want to make the deal, why don't you go out with her? Why set me up with her? I yelled at him. It's just one stupid deal. And she was too ugly. My mom was stunned as she figured out what we were talking about. Oh, so this is how it goes. Dad told her to shut up, and things really escalated between the two of them. Mom kept saying that Dad was a monster, and Dad kept telling her to shut up. Then Dad said, "Get out of my house! Both of you! Leave! Now!" At first, I thought he wasn't serious, but in a few days, we moved into a small apartment. I knew that I pissed off Dad, but I was sure he would take us back. At least, he'd take me back. I didn't really care about Mom, but days turned to months, and we heard nothing from him. Mom didn't talk to me either. She said she was ashamed of me. "I'm just letting you stay because I feel sorry for you. You're an embarrassment," Mom said. Well, yeah? Who cares? I did the only thing that made me happy. Going out with girls. I called my friends over. We had a wild party. Mom got really mad and kicked everyone out. One day, Dad called and said he misses me and wanted me back. "I have so many important tasks for you," Dad said. I was thrilled, but he said he didn't want my mom. "I'm tired of that ugly woman," he said. I know, right? I grabbed my stuff and left to live with him. There, I saw something that thrilled me. He had a new maid. She was around my age. She was gorgeous. Her name was Stella. I was sure Stella would fall for me in no time. So I flashed her my most charming look. "Hey, how are you doing?" I asked. She looked at me and then looked away, like she'd seen a car crash or something. For a moment, I didn't know what happened. Had she just ignored me? She probably doesn't speak English, I thought. But then she said something to the housekeeper in fluent English. I gasped. Was she ill then? Terminally ill? But the way she worked, I knew she wasn't. Then what is it? I couldn't stop wondering. Meanwhile, when I wasn't completely distracted by the gorgeous Stella, Dad kept giving me all these missions to make wealthy men's daughters fall for me. I did it every time, and I gained my dad's trust again. But I just couldn't stop thinking about Stella. I saw her everywhere. Every brown-haired woman reminded me of her. She even popped up in my dreams. I kept trying to talk to her, but all she did was look at me like I was an idiot. One day, Dad called me into his room. He looked deadly serious, as he told me he had a crucial task for me. "There's this man from New York, and he's willing to make $1 billion investment in our company," he said. That was great news. why did Dad look so worried? He said that the trouble was this man's daughter. She was really nosy and always trying to influence her dad's decisions about the company to favor her boyfriends. Her dad listens to everything she says. I knew my job without him having to say anything else. Don't worry, Dad, I said. I won't embarrass you again. The girl I was supposed to flirt with was pretty and all, but man, she was insane. She was super jealous. The most jealous girl I've ever been with. She was so crazy. She would come to my house without telling me, and when I asked why she didn't call before coming, she would say, I just wanted to surprise you, babe. I missed you, and I needed to touch you. Well, that was a lie. She came over to make sure I wasn't cheating on her. She didn't know that she was dealing with an expert. One night, she came over unexpectedly. I was with another girl. She caught me and started screaming like a banshee. We're so over! She yelled over and over again. Whatever, just leave, I said. I was so tired of her drama. But then she looked at me with her big eyes and said, aren't we going to make up? Damn, we love each other. Ugh, I didn't want to deal with this crackpot right now. Just then, Stella came in with some soda. My super crazy girlfriend took one look at her, and she freaking blew up. She just went insane. She grabbed the can and threw it at Stella, saying, what the actual hell are you doing here? You disgusting gold digger! Stella looked shocked as my girlfriend kept saying she was planning to steal me from her. I jumped to my feet and yelled at my girlfriend to stop and told her that Stella has nothing to do with this. But my girlfriend wouldn't stop yelling and pushing Stella away. Suddenly, Stella looked super pissed, and she pushed her back. My girlfriend fell to the floor. Damn! Stella was so hot. I loved a girl who could fight. Get out of my house right now, I said to my girlfriend. She looked so shocked. She got to her feet and threatened me, saying that her dad wouldn't be happy about this, and she left. I approached Stella and gently told her that I was sorry for my crazy girlfriend's behavior. Then I made an offer I knew she couldn't resist. Would you like to spend the night hanging out with us? She looked at me and rolled her eyes. No, she said. Damn. She wanted me all alone for herself. I turned to the other girl and said, you heard her. She doesn't like sharing. Get out. But Stella said, God, no! Again, what was wrong with this girl? She tried to walk away, but I grabbed her hand. Are you into girls? I hope she was. At least, that would make me feel better. But she looked at me like I was a dumb kid and said no. I asked her if she had a boyfriend, but she said no. With that, she pulled her hand away and left. I stood in shock as she coldly walked away from me. This was the first time I'd been rejected, and I had to admit it. It broke my heart. I was devastated and lost. I went up to my room and slept early, thinking about my beautiful, cold-hearted Stella. In the morning, Dad burst into my room, screaming and threatening me. I knew you were stupid, but I never thought you'd be such a royal idiot, he yelled. I told him that my ex was a pain, and that I just couldn't deal with her. Is that why you got her pregnant? My dad suddenly started to laugh. What? He was thrilled and said he was kidding about me being dumb. You're the smartest kid in the world. They're signing the deal right after you two get engaged. I was so confused for a minute. I couldn't understand what he was saying. He saw my confusion and figured I was too sleepy. Then he explained how my girlfriend had told her dad that I proposed to her. She said that since she was pregnant, she'd say yes. Both our dads were thrilled. When I tried to tell my dad she was lying, he wouldn't believe me. I called her, and she laughed. You're mine now. For a few weeks, she made my life hell as she dragged me around to shop for our engagement. On the day that they threw us an engagement party, she said, "Are you ready to be my slave for life?" Suddenly, I flipped and started screaming at her. I told everyone that she wasn't pregnant, and especially not by me. I have no plan of marrying this nightmare, I yelled at Dad. Everyone stared at me in horror. Her dad had me and my dad kicked out as she burst into tears, crying about how I could say such terrible things. You're the one having an affair with your maid, she sobbed. I tried to deny it, but no one believed me. Dad didn't speak to me the whole day. The next day, I couldn't find Stella anywhere. When I asked my dad about her, he calmly said, I fired her. I was furious. How could he do that? I'm not your freaking employee. You don't own me, I yelled. I told him that I've had enough of him, and I was leaving. I went to my mom's. To my surprise, I found her with another woman. Meet my girlfriend, Anna. She lives here now, Mom said. I asked her what the hell was wrong with her, and she said that Dad had made her hate all men. As much as Mom loved Anna, she was a real pain in my butt. She didn't like me. At all. Apparently, Mom had told her what I used to do with girls, and she thought I was a jerk. And man, was she crazy. "You're the scum of the earth," she said to me every time she saw me. She would go into my room when I wasn't around and leave notes on the desk. Mirror, walls, every freaking where, saying that I was a cheater, a player, a rat. This one time, she said she had a surprise for me. I thought she was finally warming up to me. She gave me a jacket that had the words, "I am a rat," printed on it. Mom thought it was hilarious. A few weeks later, one of my girls came over. I was so psyched because I really needed to stop thinking about Stella. As I was getting ready in my room, my mom's girlfriend told my girl that I needed to change my clothes every 2 hours because I sometimes soil my pants. I had just stepped out when I heard her say it. The girl looked at my new clothes, and with a very disgusted look, she left. "Mind your own freaking business!" I yelled at Anna, but Mom jumped in to side with her. "Shut up! Don't talk to my girlfriend that way. This is my house, and here we respect women," she yelled. I was so incredibly pissed. I wanted to leave, but I had no place to go, so I decided to try to reason with my mom's girlfriend. "I'm really not as heartless as you think I am," I said, with the biggest puppy dog eyes I could manage. I told her she didn't know what it was like to grow up with parents who were always fighting. "And you think I can't love? Oh, I've loved. I've loved and lost." I said my heart was broken, and all these girls were just soothing balm for my aching heart. I kid you not. I saw some tears in her eyes. She said she would do anything to help me find Stella. So she suggested I go to the police. "They'll help you find her. I have a friend in the police. I'll talk to him," she said. I went to the police station and asked about Stella's address. The guy helped me, and in no time, I was outside her shabby little apartment. Her crazy father opened the door. He immediately figured out that I was some rich guy. He took one look at me and said, "Wrong address. Leave." "I know Stella," I said, just as he was about to slam the door in my face. He was surprised and looked at me again, more carefully. Behind him, I was able to see Stella with a lot of kids. She was trying to calm them down while she chased after them. She was feeding one and scolding another. Apparently, they were her siblings. "Stella!" Her dad screamed and demanded she come over. She came to the door, and immediately, her dad went inside. But I could see him trying to eavesdrop from behind the door. I took her hand and said, "I am so sorry, Stella, for everything. I love you. Will you be my girlfriend?" She pulled her hand away and shut the door in my face. I heard her dad yelling, "You crazy brat! Are you out of your mind? He's rich! Marry him!" He opened the door again. Stella looked at me and said, "I can't be with someone like you. No matter how rich you are, I want a guy who will love and appreciate me and stand by my side no matter what." Then she closed the door. Again, I couldn't believe it. For the first time, I cried. I headed back home. I knew my heart would never be the same again. But while I was walking along the street, I saw a very beautiful girl. She had black hair, gorgeous legs, and when she spoke into her phone, I could hear her lovely accent. Man, she was hot. I wiped my tears away and gave her my charming look. She smiled back. I headed straight over to her and offered her my hand.
Hi, I'm Nadia from New Jersey, and My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. I was born to filthy rich parents and a sister who was 5 years older than me, Angela, and I discovered early on in my life that they just weren't very nice people. Like once when I was 5, we were all walking out of a shopping mall when suddenly a lady holding grocery bags tripped over something and fell face forward. I ran to see if she was okay, but my parents and Angela burst out laughing.
Why are you guys laughing?
Because it was so funny the way she fell.
No, it wasn't.
You must have missed her face. She looked so dumb as she went flying.
And they started laughing again. I felt so mad as I helped the lady gather her stuff, and she quickly walked away looking embarrassed. My family could be such a bunch of jerks. They weren't even nice to people related to them. When I was in the 2nd grade, Mom's poor sister came by one day and asked her for help.
I can't even make rent this month.
If I lend you money once, you'll just keep asking for more. Why don't you get off your lazy butt and go get a job?
I work 2 shifts at the supermarket.
I mean a real job. I'm sorry, sis, but we really don't have extra to spare. We just put a lot of money into our vacation home in Italy. My aunt had a daughter my age, and I signaled her to follow me quietly. I took her to my room and gave her all the money I'd saved in my piggy bank. She hugged me tight and said she hadn't had anything to eat properly in 2 days. So I snuck down to the kitchen and filled her backpack with food, and she was so happy. But Mom found out, and they were banned from ever coming by again. And I was grounded. For what? Being nice? Angela wasn't much better than Mom and Dad. She was spoiled and rude, but she never got grounded. I just stayed out of their way as much as I could because she could be really mean, especially when I didn't follow her crazy orders, like sorting out her 900 pairs of shoes or cleaning her insanely messy room. All my parents cared about was making money, so they hardly paid attention to me and Angela growing up. But I was pretty popular in school. I was that go-to girl whenever anyone needed help with their homework, or if they didn't have lunch money. They'd come to me, and I really liked that. One day in 10th grade, I was walking down the hallway when I saw a bunch of girls from class surrounding a new girl, and they seemed to be mocking her. Hey, what's going on here? Are you guys bullying the new girl? Oh, we're not bullying. You know we just like to have fun with the newbies. It doesn't look like she's having fun. So how about you guys back off? I thought we had a deal. I help you with your math homework and you don't bug anyone. The girls walked away and I helped the new girl pick up her bag and things lying around on the floor. Thanks a lot for that. They were making fun of my Hello Kitty bag. Like, what's wrong with that? Nothing wrong at all. The new girl's name was Shirley. She wasn't in my class, but we started hanging out at lunch every day and we really clicked. I had plenty of friends at school, but no best friend, and I really felt Shirley could be the one. One day when we were sitting together, a few kids from my class joined us, and I could sense Shirley looked uncomfortable. So, what's your deal, Shirley? Haven't you made friends with your classmates? Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's your problem? No problem, just asking. Jeez, your face is as red as your hair. You look like you're about to burst. Oh yeah? Well, maybe I am. Shirley suddenly grabbed a plate of pasta and rubbed it all over the boy's shirt. He jumped up looking really pissed off and left the table, and the rest followed him. Hey, come on, Shirley. He was just joking. Yeah, so was I. Look what I posted on Instagram this morning. Shirley was a strange girl who didn't get on well with anyone except me, but I enjoyed her company and she made me laugh a lot since she always had the best jokes to share. One day, I'd invited her over and Angela walked into the lounge and looked at Shirley with disgust. Gosh, my eyes are hurting looking at 2 redheads. Nadia, do you have to bring your lame friends to the house? Well, you bring your loud friends around all the time, so buzz off, Angela. Shirley didn't say a word, but once Angela left, she asked to see our garden. I thought it was strange, but I took her outside anyway, and her eyes scanned the yard. Suddenly, she started running towards something and sprang forward. When she got up, I saw that she was holding a rat in her hands. Shirley, what are you doing? I think it's time we teach your sister a lesson. No, I'm used to her being that way. She's always mean to me. Not anymore. Shirley sneaked the rat into Angela's room, and moments later, we saw her running out like her pants were on fire. Rat! Shirley and I quickly became best friends, and we'd do everything together. We had a school dance coming up, and we went shopping and picked out some lovely dresses. I was really excited to wear the royal blue one I'd bought, but when I reached the dance, I saw that Shirley was wearing the exact same one. Hey, you look good, but didn't you pick out a green one? Yeah, but when I got back home, I didn't like it as much and returned it. You don't mind that I got the same one, right? Of course not. But when I got home, Angela was waiting in my room with her phone in her hand. I just saw your pictures on Instagram. Why are you and Shirley twinning? She bought the same dress as me. No big deal. This girl just gives me the creeps, Nadia. I'm telling you, she's not normal. She's a little different, but there's nothing wrong with her. Who buys the same dress as their friend and wears it to the same party? And she's here all the time, and when she leaves, she keeps calling you. That's just crazy. It doesn't bother me, and I don't even know why you care. I just ignored Angela. She'd never liked me since we were kids, and of course she was gonna pick faults with my best friend. My 16th birthday came around soon.
and my parents announced that they were throwing me a huge birthday party. I knew they were only doing it to show off to their friends, but I didn't care. I invited loads of kids from school, and we were having a really good time when suddenly, Shirley climbed onto the stage where the band was playing. Nadia, you've been the bestest friend to me, and I wish that all your dreams come true. And I hope that I'm with you every step of the way. Happy birthday, my dearest friend. I was touched by how much she cared for me, but just then, Shirley stumbled and fell off the stage. I ran to help her up, and she said she felt really dizzy. She asked me to take her home, and I called the car around immediately. When I got to her house, I was surprised to see that her house was huge, way bigger than mine. I realized just then that she'd never invited me, and she hardly ever spoke about her family. It turned out neither of her parents were home, and she begged me to stay. Please, don't go. I really don't feel well, and I don't want to be alone. Seeing her so sick, I just couldn't leave her. So I called my parents and told them to send everyone home because I had to stay with Shirley. The next day when I woke up in her room, I nearly fell off the bed in fright. Shirley was sitting by my side, watching me with a smile. Oh my gosh, you scared me. Were you watching me sleep? I was just waiting for you to wake up, silly. Here, I made you coffee, and breakfast is waiting for you downstairs. Oh, and you can wear my clothes. I've laid them out for you. It looked like her chef had cooked up a feast for a party, but it was just the two of us. Her parents still weren't home. As I was heading out, Shirley hugged me warmly. I'm so glad you stayed. I feel so much better now. Yeah, I'm glad too. Shirley had her driver drop me home, and 5 minutes after I'd left, she sent me a text saying that I was the most caring friend ever. I felt sorry for her. It seemed like her parents were even more neglectful than mine. The year flew by, and soon we were graduating high school and going to different universities. Shirley was really quiet during the graduation ceremony. After it was over, we walked out of school and carved our names on a tall oak tree outside the gates. Promise you'll call and text me every day? Every day? I'm gonna miss you so much. Me too. We hugged and she held me so tight, I thought she wasn't gonna let go. Soon after I joined university, Angela started working in Mom and Dad's insurance company, and they moved to Europe to set up another branch there. It was just me and Angela now, which wasn't that different from before. I started interning at their company during my free time. One day I was walking out of the office kitchen with my coffee when a guy bumped straight into me, and it fell all over his shirt. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, it's my fault. I wasn't paying attention.
He took his shirt off right there to wash it in the sink, and boy was he ripped. When he turned to me again, I tried really hard not to stare at his abs. He introduced himself as Ryan, one of the general managers in the company. He seemed to have no idea that I was the boss's daughter, and I didn't mention it. We kept bumping into each other at the office every now and then, until one day he asked me out on a lunch date.
So, how come you didn't tell me you were the boss's daughter?
Oh, so you knew all along?
No, but I asked around about you right after the first time we met.
Well, I didn't want to scare you away. Ryan was sweet and funny, and I had a really great time with him. As we walked out of the restaurant, he gently helped this old woman with her heavy bags to get onto the bus, and my heart totally melted. We started seeing each other often, and once we took a selfie at the park that I posted on Instagram. Shirley immediately sent a heart reaction to my post and said she missed me and would come to see me soon. But later that evening when I got home, I found her sitting outside on our porch. She was crying non-stop, refusing to tell me what was wrong. I took her inside and made her a cup of tea, and she calmed down. Okay, are you ready to tell me what happened now? I had a fight with my parents, and I don't want to talk about it. I just don't want to go back there right now. I hugged her and told her she could stay for the night. Just as the two of us had settled into bed to watch a movie, Angela walked in and stopped short when she saw Shirley.
You again? When are you gonna leave my sister alone, weirdo?
Angela, can you not be a jerk for once? Angela stormed off, and just then my phone rang.
Hi, I was just thinking about you.
I couldn't stop smiling when I heard Ryan's voice. We'd just started talking when suddenly, Shirley started choking on popcorn. I quickly hung up and ran to the kitchen to get her some water. Oh, thank you. I don't know how that happened. Who was that on the phone? It's this guy I met recently. You know, the one I posted a selfie with? Oh, you have a boyfriend now? Yeah, I think you could call it that. And suddenly, Shirley looked mad. And you didn't think I deserved to know about this? Best friends are supposed to tell each other everything. And this is why you haven't been calling me like you promised, right? I'm sorry, Shirley, but I have other things to do in my life. Not everything can revolve around you. Shirley started crying again, and I felt bad. Please, don't cry. It's not like you care. With that, she just ran out the door. I didn't stop her because she needed some space to clear her head. After some hours, I called her to check if she was okay, and she didn't answer. But the next day at work, I received a bouquet of flowers from her with a card saying that she was sorry. Her behavior was getting really weird. And one day when Ryan and I were having lunch at our favorite restaurant, she popped out of nowhere like a rabbit. Hey, Shirley, what are you doing here? Oh, I was just passing by and I saw you guys. I'm Shirley, Nadia's best friend.
Oh, yes, she told me about you.
But she's hardly told me anything about you, and I'm dying to know more. Tell you what, I'll buy you guys lunch today. Ryan and I were lost for words as she just joined us. Shirley went on and on about how close we were in high school, and then Ryan said,
I haven't known Nadia for that long, but yeah, she's amazing. I think I'm in love with her already.
I blushed as he spoke and took his hand. I think I'm in love with you too. When we looked up at Shirley, her face seemed to be twisted in rage. What? You just met the guy. How can he love you so fast? I think he's a psychopath. Shirley, tell me you're joking. No, just look at him. He's too good to be true, which means he's totally fake. I'm only trying to look out for you, Nadia.
What the heck?
I don't need you to do that, Shirley. In fact, I think you should leave. Shirley looked at us like a crazy person and then left. But a few days later, I received a call from the police station that Ryan had been arrested for attacking a woman. When I got there, Ryan said the police had picked him up from his place because Shirley had complained that he'd attacked her in the park. I got him out on bail, and then I told Shirley to meet me. Shirley, are you insane? Why are you doing this to me? Ryan attacked me. You're gonna take his word over mine? Yes, I will. You have a problem, and I need you to stay away from me and my life. After that, Shirley dropped the charges on Ryan and started sending me cards and flowers to my house, telling me how sorry she was. One day, she even came by my house at midnight and started screaming and crying outside, begging me to talk to her. But she went running when Angela got up and chased her away.
I told you this girl was crazy, Nadia.
I know, and I don't know how to stop it. I broke down and started crying, and for the first time ever, my sister comforted me.
It's okay. I won't let anything happen to you. Promise.
Angela took me to the police station that very night to get a restraining order against Shirley, and I blocked her from all of my social media accounts. After that, I never heard from her again, which was a huge relief. Soon after, I graduated university, and Ryan and I got married. Angela was my maid of honor, but my parents didn't even bother showing up, and I really didn't care. A year later, we had a beautiful baby girl, Rose. She had red hair like mine and Ryan's beautiful blue eyes. My life was going good until one day, while I was pushing Rose in a stroller in a store, Shirley appeared in front of me. Hi! My heart started pounding because a part of me was scared of her, but I tried to calm myself down. Hello, how have you been? I got myself into therapy, and since then, I've been great. Is this your baby? Oh, it's your hair. I mean, our hair. Yeah, I'm in a hurry. We'll catch up soon. I quickly went up to the counter to pay, and just then, a couple of girls behind me started screeching as they looked at their phones. OMG, a new episode is up on My Story Animated. I was waiting for it all day. It's my favorite channel on YouTube. As I looked away from them and turned back to my stroller, I froze. My baby was gone. Just then, I spotted Shirley outside, running away with Rose. I screamed and went after her, but she got into her car and started reversing. I managed to catch up and opened the back door and jumped in. What are you doing, you crazy witch? You never should have left me, Nadia. I was your best friend, and I would have done anything for you. Best friends don't hurt each other. Stop right now. Shirley drove the car faster, and I secretly dialed a call to Angela. Thankfully, she answered, and I kept it on speakerphone so she could hear everything. Where are you taking us, Shirley? We're going to our high school, so we can show little Rose where we first met. And when we got to the school, she took my baby and walked to the tree where we'd carved our names. You see, This is where your mom and I made a promise to stay friends forever. And then she broke that promise. I couldn't bear to see Rose in her arms, and I leapt forward and attacked her. She let go of Rose, and as the two of us fought, we suddenly heard police sirens. The officers quickly arrested Shirley, while I held Rose tightly to my chest. Just then, Angela arrived on the scene too, and she threw her arms around us. Oh my God, I was so scared. I just knew you'd pick up my call and would know exactly what to do. You were always right about Shirley. You've been trying to look out for me since then, and I ignored you. I don't blame you, Nadia. I wasn't the best sister growing up, but you're an amazing sister and aunt now. I'm just glad you're both fine. Rosie, are you okay? Rose pulled a strand of Angela's hair and said, "Ooh, gaga," and we both started to laugh. Hi, I'm Joy from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My parents always loved to call me a unique child. When I was little, I was always making toy buildings out of random stuff. Seashells, bottles, cereal boxes, anything I could get my hands on. I was also kinda shy and found it more fun to help out with chores at home than play with other kids. One day, Mom was teaching me how to make pancakes when she suddenly stopped and stared at me. Sweetie, what's the matter? Am I going too fast for you? No, Mommy, everything's fine. But you keep blinking a lot, like there's something wrong. I hadn't even realized it, so Mom took me to a doctor, and I got diagnosed with an excessive blinking condition. It was nothing serious, but in school, kids started making fun of me for it, and I'd mostly just stay away from them and sit alone. One day in 3rd grade, I was making a presentation and this stupid boy kept interrupting. Miss Brown, why does Joy blink so much? Just keep quiet and listen to Joy's presentation, please. But how can I listen when Joy's eyes are doing all the talking? The whole class burst out laughing. Just then, this kid Martin walked over to the annoying boy's table. Hey, don't talk about Joy like that. Oh yeah? Who are you, her boyfriend? Martin jumped on him and the two started wrestling like crazy. They both ended up in detention for a week. So after school, I snuck into the detention room and sat next to Martin. Hey, thanks for sticking up for me. I hate when people tease you. You're like the awesomest, smartest girl in our class. I joined Martin for detention every day, and after that, we hung out all the time. It turned out he even lived in my neighborhood. I'd always been a loner, but for the first time, I had a best friend, and it was amazing. Having Martin in my life made me less shy, and I changed a lot. We stayed super close through the years, but when we reached high school, Martin gave me some news one day. My dad's business really took off, and we're moving to another neighborhood. I'm also going to a private school. Wow, that's super cool, but I'll really miss you. Hey, why don't you apply for a scholarship? Then we can still be at the same school. My parents were happy for me to try to get into a better school, so I applied for the scholarship, and I got in. Little did I know that it was the worst decision ever. On the first day of 9th grade, I almost fell over when I saw Martin there. He was dressed head to toe in designer clothes and was wearing a gold watch? Who are you and what did you do to my friend? And how much gel is in your hair, dude? This is just how the cool kids dress nowadays. You didn't know that? No. Should I? Yeah, you should. You need a makeover, girl. I just laughed and punched his arm. Later at lunch, a bunch of rich kids walked by our table. Hey, Martin. I've seen you around my neighborhood. Want to come to my party this Friday? Sure. Can I bring Joy with me? She'll have to buy new shoes first. I bet the one she's wearing right now came from a garbage dump. Hello, I'm right here, and I love these shoes. Joy, she's joking. Calm down. The girl walked away with her minions, and I felt so annoyed at Martin. How could he think that comment was a joke? Apparently, there were lots of kids at school who lived in Martin's neighborhood, and it seemed like he was becoming friends with them overnight. That next Monday, I didn't see Martin until lunchtime, with his arm around a really pretty girl. Hey, saved a seat for you at our usual table. Actually, I have a girlfriend now, so I'm gonna go sit with her. Oh, okay. Well, have fun. I went to sit by myself and watched Martin from afar. He looked happy, but he just wasn't acting like himself. As weeks went by, Martin got super handsome and muscular and really popular. I missed my friend, but I gave him his space. But one day, I caught Martin and his friends surrounding a younger kid, and Martin was reading his diary out loud. Stephanie Twain, the love of my life since 5th grade. I ran forward and snatched the diary from him. What are you doing?
What? I'm just here to entertain people. Reading idiots' diaries is my opening act.
Martin, why are you acting like this? Just because you're rich now doesn't mean you have to be a jerk. You know what? I think you're just jealous because I have other friends now and I'm not a nerdy loser like you.
Look at me. I'm Joy and all I do is study in the library because I have no life.
Then Martin started blinking really fast and shaking his head. Are you making fun of me? Before I could stop myself, I slapped Martin hard across the face and ran away from there. The whole rest of the day, I had to fight from crying. What a jerk! But when I got home, I forgot my troubles when I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, looking really worried. What's wrong, Mom? Joy, your dad and I are in serious debt. If we don't find a way to get some money soon, we could lose the house. Lose the house? Are we gonna end up homeless? No, I shouldn't have said anything. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it, honey. But I did worry about it. I watched MSA videos on YouTube to take my mind off of things, but I didn't get much sleep that night. Weeks went by and things kept changing. I just focused on my studies and saw Martin from a distance, turning into a completely different person. Then one day, a new guy named Cameron arrived at school. He looked like Harry Styles, and based on his Lamborghini, he was clearly rich. All the girls were drooling over him, but I just rolled my eyes and walked away. He was probably just another snooty brat. But I was surprised when Cameron came and sat next to me in my robotics class. He seemed super impressed with the robot hand I was building. I've been working on it for almost a year.
Are you like a genius? You can tell me the truth. You don't have to be modest.
I laughed and ended up sitting with Cameron for lunch, and he never once made fun of my blinking or even asked about it. We were having a great time until Martin walked over.
Dude, what's a guy like you doing with someone like Joy? I'll introduce you to my friends. They're more your type.
Martin, why are you such a...
Sure, I'll come and say hi right now.
Cameron leaned over to me and whispered,
Trust me, you just sit back and enjoy the show.
I wondered what he was up to as he walked over to Martin's friends. And when Martin introduced his girlfriend, Cameron suddenly took her hand and kissed it.
I'm heading to a yacht party tonight. I'll offer you $500 to be my date.
His girlfriend instantly pushed Martin away and put her arm through Cameron's.
You got yourself a deal, cutie.
Wait, what the heck? I thought you really liked me.
Cameron pulled away from Martin's girlfriend.
Your friends really are something. I just wanted to show you that. And I don't like hanging out with fake people. Don't ever come near me or Joy again, okay?
Cameron walked back to me, and I saw Martin's face had turned really red as he stormed off furiously. I hoped he'd had some sense knocked into him. Later that week, I got some amazing news. My teachers wanted to enter my robot hand into a huge science fair with a big cash prize. If I won, I could help my parents out.
Your hard work is finally gonna pay off, Joy. I wish I were as talented.
Wait, what if you enter the science fair with me? You can help me with the finishing touches.
Are you serious? You're the coolest girl ever.
Cameron and I worked hard on it all month. The night of the fair, I reached the venue before Cameron, who was bringing the project, but hours passed and he just didn't show up. I called and texted frantically, but he wouldn't answer his phone. I was called to the stage empty-handed. The judges couldn't wait any longer. I was disqualified. But just as I was leaving the venue, Cameron showed up. Oh my God, where were you? How could you let me down like that?
Joy, I'm so sorry. When I left the school with the project, all my tires were flat 10 minutes later. I couldn't even call you because my phone wasn't in my bag. I don't know who stole it or slashed my tires, but I can make a guess.
Martin? I was burning with rage. The next day when I saw Martin in school, I walked up to him and grabbed his collar. You heartless jerk! You did that to Cameron, didn't you?
Hey, back off. And yeah, I did. But why are you so worked up? So your lover boy had to wait on the road for a while. Big deal.
It's not just about him. Martin, I missed the science fair because of what you did. You know I've been working on that project for a year. Doesn't that mean anything to you? For a second, he looked taken aback, but then he just shrugged.
How was I supposed to know all that? Anyway, I did you a favor. You've been a nerdy loser since I met you. It's time you found a new hobby, Blinky.
I sprung forward and pushed Martin to the ground. I'm just through with you. I used to think you'd be the last person to ever hurt me, but I don't even recognize you now. You're just a big jerk bully. I turned around and fled from there. At that moment, I hated him so much. A few days later, I was studying at the library for exams and realized it was really late. As I walked out of the building, I heard laughter coming from the back alley. I went over to see what was going on and nearly fell backwards. Martin and his friends were spray painting the principal's brand new car. Are you crazy? What are you doing?
Ugh, what are you doing here, Joy?
Martin, just please stop this. You could get in so much trouble.
As if you care. Just keep walking and pretend you never saw this.
I had no choice but to leave, but seeing him this way was so frustrating. The next day when I went to school, all everyone was talking about was how the principal's car was wrecked and he was raging mad. But in the third period, I was shocked when I was called to the principal's office.
I saw on the CCTV footage that you were on the premises last night when my car was destroyed.
But sir, I had nothing to do with it, I swear.
Oh, I know that, but I think you saw who did it.
I just stared back at him and then spoke. It was really dark. I wouldn't be able to tell you who it was for sure.
Joy, you're here at this school on a scholarship. If I don't have a name by Monday, you'll lose it for next year. I suggest you be smart and think about your future.
I walked out of the principal's office in shock. Just then, Cameron caught up with me.
Joy, what's going on? Why were you called to the principal's office?
I told him everything that had happened.
You can't just throw away your scholarship like that. You have to turn Martin in.
How can you even suggest that? He used to be my best friend, and I'm not a snitch.
He's not your best friend anymore. He's a jerk, and he deserves this. If he was a nice guy once, he's changed, Joy.
But I didn't change. I just can't do this, Cameron. I won't do this. I'll go to another school. It won't be as great as this one, but I'll be okay. Tears stung my eyes. I thought about the colleges and opportunities I'd never have now, but I was doing the right thing. That Monday, I went to the principal's office with a heavy heart, ready to lose my scholarship, but he told me the most shocking news. Martin had come to his office and confessed to destroying his car. So what's gonna happen to him now?
He's already expelled, of course.
I couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly confess? And he even took the fall for his friends. I found the other two brats who were with him that night snickering in the hallway, and I asked them,
"We don't know why that loser did it. We'd all gotten away with it. It wasn't his idea. He just does whatever we tell him to, always trying so hard to be one of us."
I've known Martin for years, and trust me, he's 10 times better than all of you. I shoved them aside and left. I was totally off the hook, but Martin was gone for good. My head was spinning, but when I got home that day, I found my parents in the living room with huge smiles.
"Joy, we have the most wonderful news. We're not in debt anymore."
Are you kidding? That's amazing. But how? Some anonymous donor paid off all the money we owe for the house. We have no idea who did it. It was probably Cameron. He's an amazing friend. I just know it was him. I rushed to my phone to call Cameron and thank him, but suddenly, I realized Cameron didn't know my landlord or anything about my house. There was only one person outside my family who did. The next morning, I took a bus to Martin's new place and knocked on his door. Hey, I have a weird question. Did you pay off our mortgage?
Yeah, I did. But hey, don't worry about it. Our moms ran into each other, and your mom told my mom everything. I told my parents I'd help them out at work every weekend if they paid your loan.
Martin, I don't understand. I thought you hated me now.
Why would I hate you? Cameron told me what you did for me. After how horrible I've been, you were gonna give up your scholarship and ruin your future for me. I guess I'm not really surprised, because that's just who you are. The best friend one could ask for. I couldn't let you do that, though. I got expelled because I deserved it. And I'm really sorry about everything.
I was so touched to see Martin's teary eyes. Hey, don't make me cry, bro. It's okay, and thank you for apologizing. I'm just glad to see my old friend back.
Me too. And for the record, Cameron's a really good guy. You have my blessing to be with him.
Yeah, I didn't ask for your blessing, but thanks anyway.
Hi there, my name is Penny. I'm 13 years old, and over summer break, my whole life changed. All because I found a way to get anything I wanted off of Amazon for free. Alright, I think I should start by mentioning that I've always been poor. Like, sometimes my mom and I are homeless, kind of poor. And I'm pretty sure it's part of why I've always been super unpopular at school. Anyways, we were recently kicked out of our last spot and moved in with my aunt, which is great for me because at her house, I always get my own room with a TV and a computer in it and everything. Well, one day, I was on my computer surfing around on YouTube when I came across an interesting video. The title said, "How to Get Everything for Free from Amazon." I didn't really think it would work, but I was interested. I clicked in and began watching. "If you're watching this video, you must be ready for your whole life to change," the guy started. I was hooked. "This video is brought to you by a bug in Amazon's system." The guy continued with a sly wink. As he went on, I followed along, making sure to copy each step exactly. The whole process didn't take long at all, and before I knew it, I was at the last step. Enter. Nothing seemed to happen. Just as I figured. I sighed. It must have been some weird hoax. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit bummed. I had tried not to get my hopes up. But I mean, after living a whole life of having nothing, the thought of being able to get anything I wanted delivered to me, for free, on demand, was like a dream. While I was already on Amazon, I figured I might as well order some new school supplies. School was just around the corner and I would be going into the 8th grade. Like every other year, I wouldn't be able to afford the new cool clothes that all the popular kids would have. But my mom always saved up just enough so that I could buy some brand new school supplies. She felt it was important, and it was special for me. "Education is your golden ticket to creating a better life for yourself, Penny Pie," she would always say. Now, don't get me wrong. I loved learning, but I hated going to school. I was always mocked for wearing the same clothes or looking like I hadn't showered, which, to be fair, I often hadn't after a night of sleeping in Mom's car or something. Anyways, I browsed around Amazon, putting things in my shopping cart, careful to stay on my budget of $15, which for us is a lot. Once I had found everything I needed, I went to pay. But where there should have been a price, there was only the word "free" in all caps. "No way," I whispered to myself. I couldn't believe my eyes. Had it really worked? My heart was racing a little bit with some newfound excitement. Carefully, as I might mess something up if I moved too fast, I dragged the mouse to where it said "Confirm Order." Click. Off my order went, and up came a notice saying that my package would be delivered in 2 days. Only 2 days? I looked at the top corner of the screen and noticed that I somehow had Amazon Prime. I checked on my subscription, and it said my Prime membership had just been activated for $0 per month. The code must have automatically given me free membership. Suddenly, my mind was filled with all of the possibilities, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself or get my hopes up just to be let down. So I decided to place another order for a slightly bigger purchase, and I knew exactly what I wanted. It was a super trendy backpack that I knew all the cool kids would have this year. I had seen it while browsing for supplies, but it was $50, so I didn't even bother clicking on it. Until now. I found the exact backpack I wanted, and I picked my favorite color, which made the price jump up to $57. It felt weird not to care. I went to pay, and there again was the word "free" where the price should have been. Click. Order confirmed. 2-day delivery. Woohoo! I was ecstatic. I wanted to go bonkers, ordering everything my heart desired. But I figured it would be best to wait and make sure the orders actually arrived first. Sure enough, 2 days later, while my mom and aunt were out job hunting for my mom, there was a knock on the front door. I opened it up to see 2 packages by my feet and an Amazon Prime truck driving off. I could hardly contain my excitement. I quickly grabbed both packages, slammed the door shut, and raced off to my room. I wanted so badly to just tear them open right then and there, but this moment was too sweet. I looked the packages over and ran my fingers over my name. My name on a package sent to my house. Well, my house for now at least. But still, it was something that I couldn't recall ever experiencing before. After taking it all in, I slowly unsealed the first package and pulled out each item. First, it was the pencils and school supplies. There it was, the smell of fresh plastic and the subtle squeak of newness in my hands. I opened the next package and slid the backpack out. For a moment, I was just frozen, staring at the thing that symbolizes so many things I had always wanted. I hugged the backpack and cried. At first, I cried for all of the things I had never gotten, for the pain I had felt for being made fun of and isolated. And then the tears turned into tears of happiness, and I began to laugh just thinking about how different life would be from here on out. And then, in a craze of emotion, the real shopping spree began. I bought new clothes and jackets, cool accessories and makeup, hair extensions and fake nails, all the latest gadgets and tablets. Whatever I wanted. I would go to school this year as a whole new person. Nobody would even recognize me. I suddenly had a new confidence about me that I had never known before. On the first day of school, sure enough, nobody recognized me at all. Not even my best friend Claire. She couldn't believe it when I told her it was me. We walked together in the hall and everyone stared, even the cool kids. At lunch that day, one of the most popular girls in school, Jade, even sat down next to us. "Hey, new girl," she said. "Cool backpack. I have the same one, but in Jade, which is my name. What's yours?" I laughed and said, Jade, it's me, Penny. As she looked at me with recognition, I started to feel self-conscious. Penny? No way, she said, her whole demeanor changing. I seriously didn't even recognize you. What happened? She said it in a way that I knew very well. It made me feel small. I wanted to curl up and hide, but then I remembered the reflection I had seen in the mirror. I held my chin up high as I replied, "Things have changed for me, Jade. It's a shame that I can't say the same for you." Both Jade and Claire's jaws dropped. This gave me even more confidence. Anyways, I have a new connection. I can basically have anything I want, just like that, I said as I snapped my fingers. No biggie. This got both of their attention, but Jade was now taking over the conversation, asking all sorts of questions. I just acted cool, calm, and mysterious, and answered with super short responses to keep her guessing. She called a couple of her other cool friends over to the table and filled them in. When they all started to chime in, asking questions too, I hooked arms with Claire and said, "This is a little annoying, don't you think? Let's go." As we walked away from the most popular girls in school, who were all staring in awe after us, we laughed as we turned the corner. Just like that, we were the girls the popular girls wanted to talk to. Once we were completely alone, I explained everything to Claire. And after school that day, she came to my house so we could order a bunch of cool new stuff for her. Soon enough, we were both the most stylish and trendy girls in the whole school, and I started to love going. Every day, the popular kids all wanted to hang out with us. Just to keep them happy, I even bought some things for them. And you should have seen how happy and grateful they were. They were practically bowing down to me as their queen. Within weeks, I was receiving between 20 to 30 packages a day. On some days, the other kids would even line up in gym class as Claire and I would sit on the bleachers, passing out gifts like a modern-day Lady Santa Claus. Of course, while school life was getting better and better, things were becoming more and more difficult back home. As my mom and aunt became more suspicious, I had to lie and tell them that all the packages were for a job I had found on Amazon. I told them that companies were paying me to test out all sorts of products in exchange for my raving reviews. I almost felt worse when they believed it, but I couldn't stop now. I was the happiest I had ever been. That is, until one day, when along with around 35 packages, I received a letter from Amazon. It was laid out for me on the kitchen table when I got home from school. I guess my mom had gotten it first, but it was still sealed. She trusted me too much. I was nervous as I opened it. Amazon had never sent me a letter before. I read in horror as the letter explained that I had been the biggest spender that month. They were wanting to know how I had been receiving all of those shipments, stating that they were unable to track any of the receipts. In a panic, I tore the letter up into tiny little pieces and buried them deep in the bottom of the trash can. My whole body felt like it was in knots, but I tried to shake it off and tried to get it out of my head. There was no time for worrying about that now. Not when I was the most popular girl in school and had the life of my dreams. But I couldn't just ignore it completely. Amazon was obviously onto me, and I was worried that my free-for-all shopping spree could soon come to a halt. So that evening, I started buying some of the big-ticket items. I wanted to make sure I had all of the best and most expensive things that I knew I may never be able to afford again. I ordered laptops, expensive watches, beautiful porcelain chandeliers, and even spendy decorations for my room. I even bought all sorts of nice things for my aunt's house and nice jewelry for my mom. I had been too nervous to shop for them before, but knowing that this may be my last chance, I went wild and would just tell them that they were also given to me for reviews. To no real surprise, within just 2 days, I logged in to find that I no longer had all free access. I didn't even have Amazon Prime anymore. And just a day after that, I got another letter in the mail. This time, Amazon told me that they had found the bug in their system and fixed the issue, and that they would be in touch soon. I honestly didn't think about it too much. I was just happy that I had gotten all the really expensive stuff before it was too late. Well, let's just say that my happiness about that pretty quickly turned into a total freak out, because now I was getting tons of letters from Amazon every day. Between 20 to 30, as a matter of fact. They were all receipts for every single purchase I had made, along with the occasional letter threatening a lawsuit if I didn't reimburse them by the end of the month. Now that I was no longer receiving packages and only letters, I had to come up with another lie for my mom and aunt, who were becoming more and more suspicious. I told them they were just thank you letters from people I had written reviews for, or more people asking for my endorsements. I also told them I had decided to quit my job and asked if they could just throw the letters away if they saw them. But one day, I caught my mom starting to open one of the letters when I got home from school. I caught her just in time and she apologized for almost invading my privacy. "I'm just worried about you, Penny Pie," she said. "Something just seems off with you lately." I told her that everything was okay and that I was sorry for making her feel worried. and I meant it. "You don't have to worry anymore, Mom," I said. "I told them to stop sending me stuff and that I quit for good, so we shouldn't get any more letters or packages anyways." Of course, this wasn't anywhere close to true. I had an unimaginable amount of money to still make in a very short period of time before they would stop sending those letters, but I had to deal with one thing at a time. I knew I would really be toast if my mom ever found out, so I made that a priority and started skipping my last class every day, just to get the mail before my mom or aunt could. In the meantime, I was selling everything I could on Facebook Market and Craigslist, anywhere I could think of. I even explained what was happening to Claire and all of my new friends, and how I was in serious trouble. I asked if they could give back the stuff I had bought for them so I could make back that money. Of course, Claire did this without any hesitation and even helped me sell some of it, but everyone else just laughed at me. Jade even called me pathetic in front of everyone. "I knew you were an imposter," she said, and then she started to chant, "Penny is a loser!" And all of the other cool kids, who I thought were now my friends, joined along. But at that moment, I was too worried about getting the money back to even care. At this point, Claire and I had scrounged up a whopping $1,000, which was practically a nickel compared to what I had spent. And to make matters even worse, when I got home that day, after skipping class to get the mail, my mom was on the phone with the principal. Now I was in real trouble. Surely he would be informing her of all of my recent absences. I had to think quick. She hadn't heard me come in the house, so I snuck upstairs and quietly shut my bedroom door. I had nowhere else to turn. So I hopped on my computer, I wrote in the search bar, "How to make money fast." The first video I saw was one that said, "How to make money fast with a Craigslist scam." I was totally desperate and freaking out.
Hello, my name is Simona and I'm from Spain. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, what I hated most was when my parents argued and yelled at each other. And it happened a lot. But there were some moments when we'd all laugh together. Like when I turned 3, Dad came home with the biggest unicorn doll for me. And Mom baked my favorite vanilla cake. It was the happiest day of my life.
Simona, you're the best thing that's ever happened. When you were born, our world changed.
Yes, darling. You mean everything to us. Mom worked as a secretary at a big insurance company, and Dad worked at a local store. So we lived a pretty average life. But then one day when I was 4, Mom came home driving her boss's expensive car and told Dad that she was leaving him. "Please don't go, Mom. I love you." Oh, my baby. Tell you what, you will visit me at my new house every weekend. I watched Mom pack her bags and drive away, and Dad was so sad. He told me that he and Mom were now separated. Months later, he took me to visit her at her new fancy house, and she was sitting with her boss carrying a new baby. "Simona, I'd like you to meet your baby sister, Luisa." Luisa was the luckiest little baby because her dad bought her all the toys in the world. I liked going to their mansion, and Mom would be so happy every time I visited. But soon Luisa started crying so hard for Mom's attention that it became difficult for us to spend any time together. Once when I was 5 and Luisa was a toddler, Mom took us to the zoo and bought us both candy. But Luisa threw hers into the baboon cage, and then she started crying hysterically for more. She even started pulling Mom's hair, and I gave her my candy so she'd calm down and give Mom a break. Oh, Simona, thank you so much. You've always been such an understanding child. I hope your sister grows up to be just like you. Thanks, Mom. We just want you to be happy. Since Mom had left, Dad always tried to hide his sadness and make me laugh with his jokes and dramatic bedtime stories. And I tried my best to always make him proud and happy too. Once in 2nd grade, Dad came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting, and my teacher, Esmeralda, told him all sorts of nice things about me, since I was the top student in her class.
Wow, I'm so proud of you, darling.
You should be. Simona is a very special little girl. Right after the meeting, Dad invited Esmeralda to come with us for pizza. He looked really happy around her, and soon after, he started seeing her more often. And I didn't mind at all because she was very nice to me. Once in 4th grade, we went to the ice rink together, and Esmeralda showed me how to skate. Okay, I'm not letting go of your hand until you're strong on your feet. I think I can skate on my own. Look! I let go of her grip and twirled around, feeling like I was flying. And then suddenly my leg twisted and I fell down hard. I felt dizzy and I saw Esmeralda running towards me as I blacked out. I was rushed to the hospital and my leg was put through so many scans and then bandaged up. Esmeralda couldn't stop crying. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Simona. No, please, don't blame yourself. I wanted to skate on my own. Dad hugged Esmeralda to make her feel better. And just then, Mom barged in with Luisa. How could you let this happen? She started yelling at Dad, and they both got into a big argument, forgetting all about me. Guys, stop! Everyone looked at me, and then Luisa came closer to my bed, looking angry. I had a big concert today, and I was the lead, but now I'm here because Mom was worried about you. You ruined my concert. Luisa, you can't speak to your sister like that. She just got injured. Luisa pulled an ugly face at me, and just then the doctor walked in with some bad news. He told my parents that my leg would never be normal again. I walked with a limp, and at school I couldn't participate in any sports, but I still remained the top student in the class. And everyone was so nice to me since I'd never had trouble making friends, and I always helped them with their homework. One day when I was in 7th grade, Esmeralda watched how I helped some kids understand a math equation, and she was so impressed. Simona, you would make a really good teacher one day. Yes, I would love to be a teacher one day, just like you, Esmeralda. Esmeralda really cared about me, and when I was in 8th grade, Dad told me that he wanted to marry her. I was so happy for them. Dad even invited Mom and her family. This was his way of finally making peace. Just before the event started, I found Luisa standing and glaring at the big wedding cake. What are you doing here, alone? Whatever I want. This cake looks so delicious. Yes, it is, but don't stand too close. We don't want any accidents. She smirked at me, and then suddenly, she stuck her finger out and scooped the frosting off the cake. Hey, you can't do that. But she just laughed and reached for the cake again. I ran forward to pull her away. As she tried to push me off, we both started wrestling and crashed straight into the cake. Just then, Mom and Dad appeared, looking speechless. What have you girls done? It wasn't me, Dad, honest. Mom surprised me when she yelled at Luisa. I'm so tired of your behavior, Luisa. Your father has spoiled you so much that everywhere you go, you ruin things. Simona was such a good child compared to you. Well, maybe I should tell Dad to send you back to your poor family. Both Dad and I were so shocked at the way Luisa spoke to Mom. And after the wedding, when I visited Mom again, I noticed that Luisa was awful to Mom all the time and bossed her around because her dad gave her the power to do so. Mom, my Prada jacket still has a stain. Get it cleaned right now. I need it for school. Okay, dear. Why are you so mean to Mom? Because she never does anything right. And if she doesn't listen, my dad will kick her out. She's our mom. Don't you love her? Well, she loves you more, so I guess I love my dad more. When I tried to talk to Mom about what was going on in her life, she told me not to worry and said she could handle it. There wasn't much I could do to help her. One day in 10th grade, I was studying in the school library when a boy came out and sat on the table opposite to me. I knew exactly who he was. Jared. He was one of the hot, popular guys at school and was reading one of my all-time favorite books. My eyes kept wandering to him now and then, and I tried not to make it too obvious. But he was just so gorgeous. And while I sat zoned out in my fantasy, he suddenly started waving in my face. Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't staring. I was actually, It's okay. I'm used to it. That's why I sometimes come in here to hide away from the girls coming after me. My parents wanted me to be a model because of all the attention I get. Yes, you're very good-looking. Modeling would suit you. I actually like books and reading. I don't like being in the spotlight. I was so surprised because I always saw him surrounded by girls. I was never after him because he was way out of my league. But after meeting him in the library, we actually became good friends because we had so much in common. One day, he asked if I'd like to see the latest Star Wars movie with him, and I was so excited that another kid in school liked that kind of stuff. We even dressed up like the characters and had the time of our lives. I'm so happy to finally have a Star Wars partner. Me too. You're such a cool person to hang out with. He looked deep into my eyes, and then he leaned over and kissed me. I was so shocked because it all felt like a dream. And then I looked down at my leg and started doubting myself and wondering if any of this was real. Hey,
What's wrong?
Jared, you're like the hottest guy on this planet, and there's so many pretty girls without any issues like mine. So why me?
There's nothing wrong with you, Simona. You're perfect.
Jared liked me just as I was, and I learned to love myself with my brokenness. Life at school felt great until one day Mom called me with some surprising news.
Honey, Louisa will be joining your school. She got expelled from her fancy private school because she was bullying kids.
But Mom, she won't fit in at my school.
No other school will accept her. Please look out for her and show her around. Maybe she can learn something from you.
The next day, Louisa walked into my school wearing a white fluffy coat and black shades. Just as she approached me, a group of girls snuck up behind her and spray painted her coat. What is wrong with you fools? This is Dolce & Gabbana. Oh my gosh, you ruined it. The girls went ballistic and lifted her off her feet.
What did you call us?
Put me down! When I told the girls that she was my sister, they let her go. What is wrong with the people in your school? This is not one of your fancy schools. And all the newbies get spray painted. It's tradition. That's why I hated the idea of a public school. Poor people have no class. Ugh, she was such a snob. While I was showing Louisa around, we bumped into Jared and he kissed me before running off to class. Louisa looked at me, stunned. Oh my God, how did the hottest guy in school end up with you?
Why? What's wrong with me?
Everything. You're boring, you dress like a granny, and you have a broken leg. You're just a very ugly person inside and out, Louisa. I'm going to steal him from you. Watch and see. I wasn't threatened by my stupid sister. After school, when Jared walked me out to the gate, Louisa ran after us and slipped her number into his pocket. Before I could say anything, Jared spoke up.
Louisa, what's wrong with you? I'm with your sister and I'm crazy about her. Please, just stay away from me.
I smiled widely as Louisa turned red, and just then Esmeralda came to pick me up. We had to wait till Mom came for Louisa, and she yelled on the phone at Mom for being late.
Hey, you can't speak to your mom that way.
Mind your own business, lady. You are not my stepmother. Louisa was just out of control. I decided I was done with her. I completely ignored her for the next day at school, and during recess, she insulted some girls by calling them poor, and they all surrounded her, but I didn't run to her rescue.
Hey, aren't those girls hurting your sister?
Yes, but she can't control her awful mouth. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it.
Yeah, but she's still your sister.
Jared always had a way to make me think twice, so I stepped into the circle of girls and found my sister crying. Simona, please tell them to bring back my bag. Not until you promise to change your ways, especially how you speak to Mom. I promise. Please, please save me from these mean girls. It's not so nice when it's done to you, right? I told the girls to leave my sister alone, and then she joined me and Jared for lunch. And to my shock, she actually apologized for being a jerk. I'm really sorry, Simona. I've always been mean to you and Mom because I always felt she loved you more. But today, when those girls were mean to me, I felt what it was like to be the weak one. I've hurt so many people already. Well, it's never too late to change. Later that day, when my stepmom and Mom came to pick us up, Louisa apologized to both of them too. And then, Esmeralda told us some thrilling news. She was pregnant. Oh my God, what? I'm gonna be a big sister again. That baby's lucky to have you, Simona. And you, Louisa, will be the best big sisters ever. I was in my room catching up on MSA when my parents had their 100th argument of the day.
You bought a neck cream for $1,000?
Yeah, so? You know how delicate the skin around the neck is? Staying in this stupid village stresses me out. I have wrinkles now. I'm officially unlovable.
I still love you.
Like that matters.
Outer beauty is just a lie, Mother. It's what's inside that counts. If you really want to be loved, you need to fix your personality. And while you're at it, please fix your posture too, or you'll have a hunchback soon.
Mom stared at me before bursting into tears and running away.
Okay, maybe it was a bit harsh, but hey, that was me trying to help Mom become lovable. It was a good deed. Hi, I'm Julia, and I'm about to tell you how my parents ruined my life. But before I do, please hit like and subscribe. I knew very early on that I wasn't an ordinary kid. By 3, I could use a knife and a fork to cut apples to perfection. By 10, I could recite Shakespeare word for word. By 13, I could bake pastries that could give a French baker a run for his money. I've always wondered how I turned out to be so amazing. Maybe my great-great-grandma or grandpa was an extremely responsible, talented, sophisticated person, and I got my unique genes from there. Because my parents were a total mess. Dad owned a vineyard, and every year he would struggle to create a new wine variety. And every year he'd fail. Mom was a self-involved ex-beauty queen who kept complaining about how she gave up everything for her marriage. Now her only talent was blowing up money we didn't even have on makeup and skincare. Like this one time when I was 16, Mom bought some anti-aging cream off the internet that gave her a bad reaction, and Dad had to pay a lot for her skin treatment. My face looks like a swollen monkey's butt. This is all your fault. If only you were rich and I could afford plastic surgery. If only you were smart enough to read the label, darling. Did you just call me dumb? If you keep screeching like a banshee, Mom, we'll have to get you new vocal cords too. But before I could finish, she picked up a tray next to her bed and flung it at Dad. Dad ducked, the tray hit the TV screen on the wall, and he ended up paying more to the hospital. Even though Dad was pissed, he went home early and arranged a surprise welcome home party for Mom. But she decided to surprise him instead by packing her bags and leaving for good. And divorce papers soon followed.
How could she leave me like that? I've done nothing but love her.
Please compose yourself, Dad, and let's not cry over spilled milk.
What?
You'll get over it. I'm not some stone-hearted witch, trust me. I missed my mom too, but I wasn't gonna bawl my eyes out like a silly baby with no self-control. One of those in the house is enough. Dad threw himself into work after that, while I focused on school and picked up baking full-time. By 18, I got a job at a small cafe, and life went back to normal. Then one evening, Dad told me excitedly that he'd finally found an investor, Mr. Sharman, for his new wine batch, and he had invited us over for dinner to talk further. That evening, we were welcomed warmly by Mr. Sharman. He was showing us around his mansion, when suddenly, my world kind of stopped. This really gorgeous guy walked in, sadly with the prettiest girl on his arm. Apparently, he was Mr. Sharman's nephew and financial manager, Darren, and it was hard to keep my eyes off of him. At one point, he was feeding her grapes when one fell down. He bent to pick it up, and I saw the girl staring at me, staring at his butt. I got so flustered that I stepped back and knocked over a huge bowl of punch, getting plenty all over myself. So humiliating. As I cleaned myself up and walked out of the bathroom, I crashed into Darren in the hallway.
Wow, are you always this clumsy? Or do I have this effect on you?
I am not clumsy. I am the very picture of grace, and you have no effect on me.
My date said you were staring at my butt when the accident happened.
That's a false accusation, a blatant lie. Why would I be staring at your rear end?
It's okay, I don't blame you. I work out a lot.
Yes, it shows, and your behind is perfectly sculpted like a Georgia peach. But what does that have to do with me? Your girlfriend sounds like an insecure lady just making up nonsense.
I doubt that you would make her insecure. She's a model and you look and talk like you're Mary Poppins' daughter. No offense.
With that, he grinned and just walked off. I loved Mary Poppins, but it didn't feel like a compliment coming from him. I joined Dad and Mr. Sharman, but minutes later, someone tapped on my shoulder, and I nearly passed out when I saw Mom?
Surprise! What is happening?
Mom told us how she'd met Mr. Sharman on a cruise and they'd fallen in love. They'd been dating for a few months and she only recently moved back to the city.
I went to the house and saw that your dad was still poor as a street rat, so I thought of investing in his business and helping him out. Am I not the best ex-wife ever?
This is certainly unexpected, but calling yourself the best ex-wife is an exaggeration, Mother. My father and I have something called self-respect, and we'd like to keep it, so please excuse us. I grabbed Dad's hand and we left. We were still reeling from the shock of meeting Mom, but the next evening she showed up at our door begging us to hear her out. I wanted to turn her away, but Dad gave her a chance.
I know I left you too abruptly and hurt you, and I'm really sorry. But despite everything, you're still my family. I have a chance to make things right by getting your father the break he deserves, and I'd love to reconnect with my only daughter too.
I wanted to be less cynical and believe this was an unselfish act, but I wasn't convinced. Dad, however, was staring at her with stars in his eyes, and he agreed to take Mr. Sharman's investment. After she left, I turned to Dad. I know you want to succeed, but is this really a good idea?
Trust me, I know it is. Also, I think your mother's still in love with me, and I have another shot.
What? Dad? No, she's happy with her rich boyfriend.
We'll see.
Good Lord, was this gonna end up with Dad as a weeping disaster again, and I'd be picking up the pieces again? But I couldn't do anything to stop it. Soon, Dad and Mr. Sharman were meeting regularly and getting to know each other before making the deal, while Mom wanted me to hang out with her so we could bond, which meant I had to see a lot more of Darren every time I went over to their house, or when Mom took me to some fancy party. And to my dismay, he even started visiting the coffee shop I was working at every time with a new girl. Can't you find another cafe as your saliva-exchanging rendezvous spot?
Your mom told me you're the baker here, and I thought I was doing you a favor by bringing you business. But I get it. Seeing me with all those girls makes you jealous. Do you wish you were one of them, Julia? You can be, you know. I've got 20 minutes before my date turns up.
As if I'd ever want to date an insufferable Neanderthal who thinks he's God's gift to women.
One kiss from me, and you think I'm God's gift to women too. I'm curious, have you ever kissed anyone? I mean a boy, not your cat or your grandma.
Of course I have. I have a very steady boyfriend of 2 years, and I'm wildly in love with him.
Wow, does he also talk like he has a stick up his butt? I'm dying to meet him now. Let's have a double date tomorrow. How about a movie and dinner? I'll text you the details.
Just then, his date of the day turned up, and I walked off. I had to find myself a boyfriend by tomorrow. I asked one of the newest interns at the cafe to be my date and showed up at the movie theater the next evening. After I'd introduced my boyfriend happily, we took our seats and the movie started. But Darren and his date kept giggling and whispering like teenagers. Sorry to disturb you guys, but my boyfriend Billy—
Actually, it's Bobby.
Billy, Bobby, tomato, tomato. Anyway, Barry and I are trying to watch the movie and would appreciate it if you guys could keep it down. Darren simply smirked and looked away, but minutes later he started making out with his date. You're still noisy.
You're still annoying.
Cut it out.
Bite me.
I grabbed Darren's soda and spilled it on his head. He got angry and knocked down my tub of popcorn, and we got into a huge argument. Soon enough, we were thrown out by security.
Wow, this was a terrible date.
I'm so sorry. Let's part ways with these two and grab some burgers?
Sure, if you can tell me my name.
You're so funny. Baby?
It's Bobby.
My date stormed off angrily, and I caught one look at Darren's smug face and fled the scene. But the next morning, as I was walking to school, a car slowed down by me, and I saw it was Darren.
Hop in, I'll drop you.
No thank you. I do not need you to rub last night in my face.
You're clearly troubled if you can't manage to have a real boyfriend. But I don't have time for that right now. I need to talk to you about your mom.
That caught my attention, and reluctantly, I got in.
I've been working with my uncle for years, but ever since he started dating your mom, things have been a mess. The business is running in losses, and the accounts are all over the place. I can't help thinking she's stealing from my uncle.
How are you so sure?
Call it a hunch. She has really expensive taste, and she's not really rich, so...
So, just because she doesn't have your kind of money, you think she's a thief? Have you ever thought that maybe your accounts are a mess because you're too distracted with your girlfriends and you're bad at your job?
Julia,
This conversation is over. Stop the car. He did, and I got off. I was so annoyed at Darren for accusing Mom, but I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that he might be right. Mom had always valued money more than relationships. Could it be true? I didn't have to wait too long for an answer, because late that night, I woke up from my sleep when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I looked outside and spotted Mom and Dad talking in the garden. I went out the back door and crawled behind a bush close to them.
Darling, I was a fool to let you go, but now everything will be perfect. Once we have the money, we can leave this place and go anywhere. But what if we get caught? My boyfriend's an idiot. I've been stealing money from him for months now, and he has no idea. By the time he realizes it's me, we'll be long gone. And baby, don't you want Julia to have a better life?
Dad nodded, and then they kissed. Mom left, and as soon as Dad walked in, I cornered him. Hello, Dad.
Oh my god, Julia, you scared me.
You can't cheat Darren's uncle. He's willing to invest in your business, and you're just gonna take off with his money? Why are you ruining this amazing business opportunity?
Because your mother and I love each other, and that matters more than anything else. Once we have the money, we can start over and be together anywhere we want.
It's still illegal and criminal. This isn't who you are, Dad. And what makes you so sure she won't leave you again?
Because she's changed, and I know things will be different this time. She really loves me.
The only two things Mom loves are money and herself.
I have a big day tomorrow, Julia, and I would like you to stay out of it.
I tried talking to Dad again the next day, but he just blew me off. So I went to Darren's place and told him everything. We needed proof, and I started with searching Mom's room. I was going through her stuff when I found a bunch of fake passports and IDs at the back of the drawer. I shoved everything into my pocket and was leaving when my foot got caught in the carpet and I fell flat on my face. Just then, Mom walked in.
Julia, what are you doing in my room?
I came to see you, and I was just admiring this carpet. The thread count is amazing. The embroidery is exquisite. So elegant. Your taste is so chic, and you passed it all to me. I am so thankful to you for making me the lady I am today. I kissed Mom's hands, hugged her tight, and ran out. Right outside the room, I caught Darren snickering and pulled him into an empty room.
Admiring the carpet? How'd you come up with that?
Quick thinking, and I found something. But before I give anything against my mom, promise me that Dad will not face any criminal charges. I know he's at fault too, and I'm asking a lot here, but he's just an innocent man who is blindly in love with the wrong woman, and he's the only family I have left. Darren touched my cheek gently, and suddenly I felt hot tears rolling down my face.
I get it, Julia. My dad left when I was really young, and it's not easy dealing with something like that. I promise you, I'll keep your dad safe.
You really mean it? Darren nodded and pulled me into a hug, and it felt amazing. He dropped me home, and that night, I slept with Darren in mind. The next morning, Darren called me up and told me that he was chasing some lead and would meet his uncle at a golf event to tell him everything. I wanted to talk to Dad one last time before Darren exposed Mom, but he wasn't around. That's when I noticed an invite to the same golf event on Dad's table. I quickly took a cab and reached the venue. The place was huge, and I was running out of time, and that's when I spotted an old lady climbing onto a golf cart. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm really sorry for what I'm about to do, but it's an emergency. With that, I shoved the lady aside, slid inside the cart, and zoomed off, despite her screams and protests. Please ignore my driving skills here. I'm actually a very safe driver. You can ask my friends. They say I drive like a grandma, and that's a compliment. Anyway, after crushing a bunch of feet and getting chased by a mad golfer, I finally spotted Dad and Mom in a corner talking to Mr. Sharman. Dad pulled out some papers, and Mr. Sharman was about to sign them when I got out of the cart, lunged at him, snatched the pen, and threw it away.
Julia, what are you doing?
Sorry, where are my manners? I apologize for the outburst, Mr. Sharman, but your girlfriend, and unfortunately, my mother, has been stealing from you. And now she wants you to sign over money for Dad's business so she can steal that too and leave forever.
What is this rubbish? Darling, don't believe her. She's lying. Oh, no, she's not.
I turned around and saw Darren walk in with all the evidence we'd collected and some papers. He told everyone how Mom was actually a con woman who'd been running around conning millionaires the last couple of years, and her latest target was Mr. Sharman.
I always had my doubts about you, but I had no proof. But then, you booked this one-way flight leaving for Ibiza tonight, and I chased that transaction to find out about the secret account where you've been stashing away my uncle's money. Wait, you were gonna leave for Ibiza without me? You just bought one ticket? Julia was right. You were gonna take the money and just leave me.
I tried to warn you, Dad, but why did you come back, Mom? You could have conned anyone. Why Dad? Suddenly, Mom looked like a raging madwoman. Because he was such an easy target. Your dad needed money, and I wanted an exit from this miserable relationship with his old hag Sharman. So I decided to use him to get the money and leave the country. I would have been successful if you hadn't butt in, Julia. Seriously, why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you, Mom. I feel sorry for you because you're doomed to stay alone. Have fun in jail. Mom got arrested that day, and I never saw her again. Darren convinced Mr. Sharman to not press charges against Dad, and it took some pleading, but thankfully he agreed. Dad and I were on our way out when suddenly I heard Darren calling my name. Dad left to wait in the car as Darren caught up with me.
I just wanted to say thank you. That can't have been easy for you, watching your mom being taken away.
Honestly, it wasn't that hard, and thank you for not sending Dad to jail. Actually, I wanted to tell you that I like you, Julia. I kinda have from the first moment we met. Do you think you could go out for a movie and dinner with me as my date? So I can be another trophy in your Playboy Hall of Fame? I politely decline. Will you listen for a minute? All those girls you saw me with are blind dates my mom set up. She's dying for me to find a girl I can settle down with. I clearly don't like her choices because I've had eyes for you only. Oh, well, that's flattering. But you'll have to woo me and treat me like a lady and work your way to my heart. Darren's still trying his best to impress me. And I'm almost in love with him. Okay, fine, I am in love with him. We're getting engaged soon, and all of you are invited to the party. Hey everyone, I'm Nia. Please like and subscribe. Most stories around here start off with unhappy families. Growing up, I always felt like I'd lucked out with mine. We weren't very rich, but we were always comfortable. Mom and Dad completely doted on me, and even after being together since high school, they were still crazy about each other, which they didn't hide. Even though I sometimes found them embarrassing, I secretly loved how in love they were. The only thing they ever disagreed on was me playing soccer. I'd always been sporty, and when Dad enrolled me in the local girls' football club at 10, the wires in my brain connected the second I kicked the ball.
2 extra hours of training every day till the big match, okay?
You're pushing her too hard, honey. She needs to focus on school right now.
She's born to be a football star.
Once in 7th grade, I was walking back home from practice when I spotted 2 older boys roughing up a skinny boy my age.
Well, hello, Mr. Lame. Looks like you're a poet. What's that around your neck? A woman's necklace?
Please, give it back. It's my mom's.
As they kept teasing him, I charged towards them, kicking one bully hard in the knees and headbutting the other. Don't you morons know there's some lines you just don't cross? Then I grabbed the skinny boy's things, took his hand, and made a run for it. The bullies came after us, but we hid behind a garbage dump as they ran past. Hey, you're okay now?
Oh, yes, thank you. It's just that you remind me of my goat octopus who used to headbutt everyone and died from a concussion.
I remind you of a dead goat named Octopus?
Yeah, your eyes are just like hers, even your voice.
How about you just say thank you and stop talking? That was the day Zeke and I became friends. In fact, he just moved with his single dad into the house next to ours. He couldn't kick a ball to save his life, but he was sweet and smart, and he seemed to really enjoy doing all my homework. And because we were super close, I started getting teased about him in high school.
He, likes you. It's all in the signs, babe. His eyes sparkle when he looks at you. His voice gets deeper when he says your name, and he always notices small things about you. And have you seen how his feet are always pointing at you when he's talking to you?
Where else would they be pointed? You're being ridiculous. But those comments got under my skin, because after that, I kept seeing the stupid signs. Was I imagining them now, or had I missed them all along? I had a really big match soon, and before it started, I was sitting on the side bench and fidgeting with my hands when Zeke sat down next to me.
Nia, you've got nothing to be nervous about. You're gonna win. We'll go out to celebrate afterwards. And there's, also something I need to tell you.
What is it?
It can wait a few more hours. Just came to wish you luck.
He gave me this strange look as he left, and my heart fluttered. Jeez, what was that? But all thoughts vanished as soon as the match started. It was an intense one, with our team having a slight lead. But as I was hovering near the goalie, an opponent kicked the ball hard and sent it flying at my face. I was knocked back, and my head hit the metal goalpost. Then everything went black. When I opened my eyes next, I found myself alone in a hospital room. I couldn't recall why I was there. Feeling panicked, I tried running out, but my legs felt like jelly, and I found myself falling face forward, straight into someone's strong arms. I looked up into the warm brown eyes of a tall, really cute guy who instantly pulled me into a tight hug.
Nia, oh my god, I can't believe you're finally awake.
Nia? How do you know my... Oh my god, Zeke? Is that you? Why do you look so different?
I just upgraded my wardrobe a bit.
A bit? You look like the lead singer of a boy band. Also, how are you suddenly taller?
Nia, you might want to sit down for this.
And what he told me next knocked the wind out of me. 3 years? I've been in a coma for 3 years? I didn't even know how to begin processing this. And when I asked him to call my parents, Zeke went pale.
I don't know if I should tell you this, although it's kind of important. Okay, I should, but don't get upset, because you might.
Spit it out.
I don't want to send you back into a coma.
I swear to God, I will twist your arm so hard.
Okay, your parents got divorced and your dad has a girlfriend who seems to be a total witch.
What? I'd lost 3 years. My parents were divorced. My dad had a witch girlfriend, and my geeky best friend had become hot. After the doctors had run all their tests, I was told I'd need physiotherapy, but I was ready to be discharged. Soon after, Mom and Dad both arrived at the hospital, and we had a teary reunion. Mom said she'd take me home with her and answer all my questions about their divorce. As we went down to the hospital entrance, suddenly, 4 men in black suits surrounded us, but no one else looked surprised.
I think I'll leave this first. I wouldn't want the crowd outside to overwhelm Nia.
Did I miss something here?
You know how you said earlier I looked like a lead singer of a boy band? Well, actually, I am. I'll tell you all about it later, okay?
And the minute the hospital door opened, the crowd broke out into frenzied screams. I looked on in complete shock at Zeke smiling and waving while his bodyguards escorted him to a car, and then he was gone. Holy mother of what? On the way home, Mom explained that a year ago, Zeke had joined some neighborhood kids to form a band. They'd won a talent competition with a song Zeke had written, which shot them to instant fame.
His fans are usually camping outside the hospital because they know he visits often.
His fans? Man, I was not getting over this anytime soon. It also turned out that he no longer lived in the house next door. And then, Mom finally explained everything that happened with Dad.
After you went into a coma, I started getting really angry at your dad. I knew it wasn't his fault, but I kept blaming him because he'd always pushed you to play soccer. We were fighting all the time and growing distant. Then one day I received pictures in the mail of him and a woman from work looking like a couple, and that was the last straw. He denied having an affair, but I had proof. And soon after the divorce, he started dating that same woman. Maybe it wasn't fair to blame him for your accident, but he betrayed our marriage.
My heart broke at how my perfect family had been torn apart, but somehow I was having trouble believing that Dad would cheat on Mom. Adjusting to my new life was quite tough over the next few days. I had to get used to Dad not being around, and he couldn't even visit immediately because his girlfriend Rachel had a family emergency out of town. I couldn't play soccer till I was done with physiotherapy, and I was 3 years behind everyone in high school, which also meant that Zeke and I were no longer in the same class, and it was almost impossible to even have a conversation with his bodyguards lurking in the background, or his fangirls all over him. Just a week later, Mom suddenly had to go overseas on a business trip and was worried about leaving me alone, and I suggested I could stay with Dad.
I can't leave you with him and that woman.
Mom, I haven't had any time with him since I woke up, and I miss him. Mom reluctantly agreed to arrange things with Dad, and the next day, she dropped me off at his mansion. Apparently, his company had skyrocketed to success while I was in a coma. Dad greeted me with a bear hug, and just then, I saw Rachel walk in. She was pretty, but like a witch.
Oh, I finally get to meet Nina.
It's Nia, sweetheart.
Close enough, my. You look just like your mother, don't you?
Definitely didn't sound like a compliment.
I'll get Nora settled in, babe. Why don't you order something nice for dinner?
Yeah, of course.
Not so fast. You forgot to hug me when I came home earlier, honey buns.
Oh, sorry about that, sugar booger.
Ew, I was about to vomit. As soon as Dad left the room, Rachel turned back to me with a cold smile.
Oh, darling, isn't it just divine how fate brings people together? Here I am, the new beacon of light in your dear father's life. And there you are, the previous light. But let's not dwell on the past. We must look to the future. And sweetheart, the future is Rachel.
Previous light? I'm his only daughter.
Yes, but till last week you were a vegetable, and people move on. One must keep up with the times, mustn't one? Oh, and speaking of time, I imagine you'll be wanting to spend a considerable amount of yours at boarding school, summer camps, perhaps even a nice long exchange program. Oh, the places you'll go.
I'm not going anywhere. And why are you talking like that?
I don't think you're listening to me, my little chickadee. While you were sleeping, a new world order was established. There's room for only one queen bee in this hive, and you're looking at her. Oh, but don't worry. I'm sure we'll find a lovely little worker bee role for you.
Good job, Aunt Rachel. You've been practicing that speech all morning, and you nailed it.
A boy my age walked in behind us, and he was drop-dead gorgeous. Rachel just made a face and introduced him as her nephew, Brian, who was staying with her for some modeling gigs in town. As the two of us talked. I felt rather relieved that Brian was around. He seemed cool and fun, and easy on the eyes, too. Later that evening, we decided to play Twister, and we couldn't stop laughing as we got tangled up. Left foot yellow. As Brian reached over awkwardly, his elbow bumped into a table, and the huge vase on it wobbled. We both jumped up to catch it, and Brian ended up wrapping his arms around me instead of the vase before we collapsed on the floor. Just then, the door opened, and we found Zeke looking down at us.
Am I interrupting something?
Oh, no, nothing. What are you doing here?
I dropped by at your place and your mom was just leaving for the airport. She told me you were here, and I thought you could use some company.
Well, luckily for her, I'm staying with my aunt here for the next few weeks too. Wait a minute, you're that boy band singer, right? I'm shooting a shampoo commercial with you tomorrow.
Ah, right. You're the model. A small world.
As Brian excused himself, I told Zeke about how weird Rachel was. I just don't know what Dad sees in her. Also, I'm finding it hard to accept that Dad cheated on Mom. I want to find out more about how exactly Rachel ended up in Dad's life.
Yeah, she's shady. Don't worry, if there's some dirt, we'll dig it up.
We? I doubt a celebrity like you has the time.
I'll always make time for you, Nia.
I remembered what Mom had said about him visiting me in the hospital often, and my heart skipped a beat.
I'd be careful of Rachel during your stay. And maybe you should stay away from that Brian dude, too. I mean, he is her nephew.
He seems nothing like her, though. Wait, you're not jealous, are you?
No, why? I mean, that would... Of course not.
How does a famous pop star have so much free time?
It's called time management. I can give you some tips.
Won't you have paparazzi or fans following you here?
Oh, no. I have a foolproof plan. I went wearing a mask to this small cafe no one visits, then changed my outfit there and my car too. Then sometime later, I ditched my car for a scooter my bodyguard was waiting with. And we zoomed on our way through some quiet back alleys, and here I am. Can we rewind the movie to the start? Hey, Nia, I thought you'd like to go watch a movie, so I booked the whole cinema for us. We'll go through the back entrance. No one will know I was there.
That sounds amazing, dude. Can't wait.
I meant me and Nia, us. There isn't space for you.
It's a whole cinema. Of course there is. You look a bit cranky. Here, have a cookie. Dude, did you follow us here?
Of course not. It's my favorite place. I practically live here. Nia, you've got to try their slushie.
Can't you see we've already ordered them?
Oh God, brain freeze, brain freeze!
I've got thighs of steel. You can't beat me.
Watch me, buddy. I can do this all day while singing.
Do I need to be here for this? They seemed to be fighting for my attention, but I was beginning to feel rather ignored. And worse, whenever I tried to spend any time alone with Dad and talk to him about what happened between him and Mom, Rachel made sure I couldn't.
Sorry, honey. A bee slipped into Rachel's dress and the poor thing's traumatized. We'll go to the mall another time. Sorry, honey. Rachel didn't receive an important package and she's very upset. Rain check on the breakfast plan?
Soon, I was cleared by the physiotherapist for some light soccer practice, and Dad was so happy that he wanted to accompany me to the club. Of course, Rachel had to tag along. Just as I was exiting the girls' locker room, I found Rachel outside pinching her nose.
Ew, you'd think the girls' locker room would smell a little better. Ugh. Anyway, I just came by to say good luck. Break your arms and legs.
I just rolled my eyes and kept walking.
Oh, also, your dad and I are getting married soon.
My heart dropped to my stomach. You're making that up. Dad wouldn't just ask you to marry him without telling me about it first.
Yes, he would, Nancy. Just like he got divorced while you were sleeping. Now, don't you want your dad to be happy? He certainly wasn't with your mom.
You don't know the first thing about my parents' relationship.
Oh, trust me, I know more than you think. And if you're harboring any secret desire to go all parent trap on them, don't think for a second it'll work. It's so over between them. So over.
She walked away smirking, and I was trembling with rage. I had to go join the game right after, but my focus was totally shot, and I was terrible on the field. I left the game midway and marched over angrily to Dad. Are you two getting married?
What?
She said you're gonna get married soon.
Nia, sweetie, I said your dad and I are going to Maryland soon. I was only asking if you wanted to come along.
What? Gosh, you're such a creep and a liar. But Rachel burst into tears, and Dad looked rather displeased with me as he consoled her. She was evil and manipulative, and I had no idea how to make Dad see that. But then one evening, Zeke called me up to give me some news. Apparently, he'd hired a private investigator to look into her, and he was still working on it, but he'd found out that Rachel had grown up in the same hometown as my parents. Their town was small, all, but neither of them ever said anything about knowing Rachel from before. They're even the same age, and there was one high school there.
Maybe we need to look for a yearbook.
The next evening, Dad and Brian were both working late, and Rachel had her Pilates class. So Zeke and I started snooping around her room, hoping to find something from her past. We'd looked all over and found nothing, when suddenly we heard the front door open. It's Rachel. She wasn't supposed to be back so soon. Suddenly, Zeke grabbed my hand and dragged me into the bathroom, then pulled me into the shower and drew the curtain. Don't you think she'll come straight to shower after an exercise class?
Oh my god.
We held our breath as we heard her walk into the room, mumbling something to herself, then straight into the bathroom.
Ugh, who does that woman think she is? Telling me I can't attend class because I was late? Oh, she's crossed the wrong blonde. Maybe her gym will be infested by rats soon. Or maybe it'll catch fire. The fun is in the mystery.
She cackled like a maniac, let out a loud, stinky fart, and left. We waited a few more minutes, and then thankfully, we heard her car pull out of the driveway. Just then, I noticed Zeke was still clutching my arm.
That was super close. Why are you looking at me like that?
Sometimes, I still can't get over how much you've changed. How come I never knew you had all this talent?
Well, I never let you read any of the stuff I wrote, and I always liked singing, but not in front of anyone. I guess after your accident, when more time went by and you didn't wake up, I felt depressed and alone. Joining a band really helped me.
Helped you get tons of fangirls. That cheerleader in school who's always clinging to your arm is very pretty.
She really is. Yeah, here I am, hiding in a bathtub of a weird woman with you.
Suddenly, he leaned closer, and I could feel my heart beating faster. But then, he just reached over and pulled the shower curtain open and stepped out. What was I thinking?
Maybe we should check the attic.
As we were rummaging boxes, we suddenly stopped short when we heard someone coming up the stairs. Oh god, she's back? What are we gonna say we're doing here?
I have an idea.
And just as the door burst open, Zeke pulled me in for a kiss.
Am I interrupting something here?
Oh, it's just you. Yeah, duh, clearly. Can you please go away?
Nia, are you okay? You look flustered. He didn't force himself on you, did he?
Are you serious right now, dude?
I'm talking to her, Nia.
Before I could say anything, Zeke pushed Brian. Brian pushed him back, and the two started fighting like crazy.
Ow! Stop! My face is my job! My face is my job!
Don't touch mine either. I have a concert tomorrow.
Deal.
And then the two went crazy again. I tried to stop them, but they suddenly went crashing into a pile of boxes, and some things fell out that caught my eye. There were pictures of Mom and Dad sitting next to me in the hospital. Who took these? And when? And there were more pictures of Mom and Dad from before. All of them with Mom's face crossed out. Oh my god! Can you two cut it out and shut up for a minute? As they both calmed down and looked at the pictures, I filled Brian in on what we were actually doing here. We found Rachel's yearbook as well, and Mom's face was crossed out there too, but I couldn't find Rachel.
No, look, that's her!
It was a plump, brown-haired girl with glasses and acne who looked nothing like the Rachel I knew.
She lost a ton of weight and got a lot of work done on her face. Obviously, I'm not allowed to ever bring that up. And I've always known she's crazy, but I didn't know she's some weirdo stalker.
I don't know what all of this means exactly, but we're gonna find out. And later that evening, while she was cuddled on the couch with Dad watching a movie, the three of us confronted her.
What are you doing?
What are all these pictures?
You'll have to ask Rachel. Also, did you know she used to attend high school with you?
What?
As Dad looked at Rachel, she suddenly lost it and wiped everything off the table.
Of course you wouldn't remember me. You wouldn't even look at someone like me in high school. I've loved you since we were kids. But you were always so obsessed with Nia's stupid mother. I've kept tabs on your life since you left town. And I heard your kid had been in an accident and your marriage was on the rocks. I hired a private investigator to find out more. I just wanted to be near you, darling, to comfort you. I still loved you so much. So I joined your company and we instantly got close.
I was going through an awful time, and I appreciated having a friend. But that's all it was back then. I never understood who would Photoshop pictures of us holding hands and send them to my wife. That was you?
Why does that change anything? You guys were already at the edge of the cliff. I just gave you to the last push. And see, you've been so much happier since then. Honey buns.
I want you to leave right now. Go to a hotel or wherever and I'll send you all your stuff. You can't stay here another minute.
Rachel looked at him in shock, then screamed and lunged forward to attack him. But Brian and Zeke dragged her away. Dad collapsed on the sofa in shock.
I can't believe this.
Me neither. She broke up you and Mom. Dad lifted his head slowly.
Not really, Nia. I can't believe Rachel sent those pictures to your mother. But the truth is, we were already broken. Your mom couldn't stop blaming me, and I should have been patient and comforted her, but instead I lashed out too, and she just wouldn't believe that I didn't cheat, so things had to end.
Maybe we can fix everything now.
Don't get your hopes up, love. Yes, we can start to forgive each other, but it may never be what it used to be. I still love your mom, and we both will always love you.
Things slowly started to mend between my parents after they talked things over, but I wasn't sure if the old spark would return. But I was glad they could be friends. And a month later, when I was back at my first friendly soccer match, it warmed my heart to see them both in the stands, along with an unexpected visitor. What are you doing here? I thought you were still on tour.
I canceled some shows. I couldn't miss this. So is Brian here?
No. I mean, we're still friends, but I didn't think he'd come right after he asked me out, and I turned him down. I could literally see Zeke's eyes light up.
Aw, poor guy.
You're not fooling anyone. I gotta go. The match is about to start.
How about this time you finish it and let me take you somewhere to tell you that I like you, and have ever since the day we first met.
I'm picking the restaurant. Hi, I'm Clarissa, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My twin sister Bella and I look identical in every way, right down to the dimple on our left cheeks, and I hate it. Anyone who thinks it's cool to be identical twins is stupid. Mom and Dad thought it was super cute to dress us up in matching outfits all the time, but growing up, it started getting so annoying. No one could tell us apart, not even our parents, so they just called us the twins or the girls. It's like I had no identity of my own. I was just part of a pair. Yeah, we got a lot of buy one, get one free jokes too. Also, it was everyone's favorite game to try and spot any differences. I think this one's shorter. Her nose is bigger, right? Her ears stick out more. Also, if I pinch your cheek, will your twin feel it? If I punch your face, will your mother feel it? You're basically a part of her. We were in the same class in school, and we did all the same extracurricular activities, and there was always so much pressure not to be the worst twin, because everyone made that instant comparison.
Clarissa got an A on her maths test. Why do you have a C, Bella?
Bella beat you in that race by a mile, Clarissa. Aren't your legs just as long? Why was it so hard to understand that we didn't have matching abilities to go with our matching faces? But by 4th grade, our personalities started changing. I was academically stronger, but Bella was more athletic. We'd both been attending dance classes since we were kids, but I eventually dropped out because she was clearly better. I started slipping into the quiet nerd mold, while she was more outgoing and loud. So she always got more attention. Like on our 10th birthday, Bella got her way, and the whole party was Hannah Montana themed. All my Harry Potter requests were ignored. Mom had baked our birthday cake, and it read, "Happy birthday to our beautiful beauty, Bella and Cla." Mom, what happened to my name?
Bella told me she wanted this text on the cake, honey, and there just wasn't enough space left.
Our classmates were gathered around Bella as they danced away to her playlist. I spotted a new kid sitting in a corner and playing some game. Hey, you think this party sucks as much as I do? Yeah, kinda. Sorry. Wanna play? I was having a really good time, till Bella and her friend started a crazy water fight and attacked us too. And they ruined the boy's gaming console. He left the party crying and never talked to me again. Yeah, Bella always found a way to ruin things for me. Then one day in 7th grade, we found Mom waiting for us at home with an envelope each. OMG, no way. You signed me up for the tween beauty pageant? Oh, thanks, Mom. A flyer for the middle school mathletes?
Well, what do you think? One for my beauty and one for my brainiac.
It's perfect. It's fine, I guess. From then on, my sister got more and more popular, and I became more invisible. By the time we were in high school, Bella's pageant trophies were on full display all over the house, while my mathlete trophies collected dust in my room. My parents clearly loved to show her off more. Well, at least my mathlete's teammate Eugene thought I was really cool. The way you gave that answer right before the buzzer went off, what an adrenaline rush. You're so smart. You're too nice, Eugene.
And you're like a 45-degree angle. You know, 'cause 45 degrees is an acute angle. You're a cutie.
Yeah. Good one.
So I was thinking, maybe you'd like to have my phone number?
I was only half listening because just then, the football team captain Mika walked into the cafeteria. Man, he was some descendant of Hercules. Just sheer perfection. I'd never have the guts to say hi to him, and he'd never notice me.
Clarissa?
Yes, sure. I'll take your phone number.
So you'll call me then?
If the need ever arises, then definitely yes. Thanks, buddy. I gotta go to class now. Then one day, things took a bit of a turn when Bella came down with the flu. Oh, my head hurts, and I have a fever. I can't perform at the mall pageant today.
Oh, no, my poor baby. Go lie down, and Clarissa will bring you some tea.
She can make her own tea, and I'm busy. She's unwell, and you're not doing anything important. Now go. I was so sick of being second to my sister, but when I got back with the tea, I found her snoring, and then I got a crazy idea. Next to her bed was her pageant bag, all packed and ready to go. I grabbed it and snuck out the front door. I was just as beautiful as Bella, and I was gonna prove it. When I got to the mall, everyone was smiling and waving at me. I felt like a movie star. Her dress fit perfectly, and the show went super smoothly.
And the winner is Bella!
Just as I was accepting the trophy, I heard the most annoying voice in the world. She isn't Bella, I am. Mom couldn't find you at home, and when I saw my bag gone, I knew exactly where you were. How dare you? So what? You're just mad that I could be as good as you any day. Shut up, loser. You mean winner? Bella leapt onto the stage and attacked me. The fight not only lost us the trophy, it also got us banned from all pageants in the area for life. Our parents were furious with me. I was grounded for 2 weeks, and Bella basically pretended I didn't exist after that. She even blocked me on all social media. But at school, it seemed like everyone had heard the pageant fight, and people were noticing me more. And I almost turned to jelly when Mika approached me.
Hey, not Bella, right?
Right. I'm, what's my name? I forgot. Clarissa.
I'm Mika, the football captain. I loved that gutsy stunt you pulled at the mall yesterday. We're having cheer tryouts tomorrow. Why don't you come too?
Cheer tryouts? Sure. I'll be there.
Perfect. But, change your look or something. I want to be able to tell you apart from Bella, okay?
Sure, Mika. I've wanted to change my look anyway. I was so excited for a fresh start. At home, I looked up some videos online on how to cut my hair. I decided bangs would be easiest. So I went to the bathroom, plugged in my dad's electric razor, and cut myself some bangs. And they turned out super cute. That was until they moved a bit, and I saw that I'd shaved off my eyebrows too. I was horrified. There was no way I could go to tryouts looking like that. I couldn't even leave the bathroom looking like this. I started rummaging through the cabinets to find something that could help fix my eyebrows. I found a bottle of spray-on hair that my dad sometimes used to cover his bald spot. I aimed it at my forehead and sprayed, but it made me look like a caveman with a bushy unibrow. I scrubbed it off just as there was a knock at the door.
Clarissa, are you in there? You better not be stealing my makeup again.
Just washing my face, Mom. I'll be right out. Oh, I could use my mom's makeup to hide the damage. I found an eyebrow pencil and quickly scrawled them on as best as I could. Then I brushed my bangs over my forehead and snuck quietly out of the bathroom.
There you are. Wait, did you just cut your hair?
Some people are just desperate for attention. So pathetic. Just trying something different. Mom, I have to go run to the store and get some things for a school project, so bye. At the store, I was lucky enough to find the perfect solution. Tattoo sticker eyebrows. I rushed home with them and went to my room to try them on. Just put them on, spray a little water, and voila! I set the timer on the phone and laid back with the washcloth over my forehead, awaiting my beautiful new eyebrows. But when I looked at the results, I almost fainted. They looked super crooked. I scrubbed and I scrubbed, but they just wouldn't come off. I laid in my bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Why are you making sounds like a dying whale? OMG! What happened to your face? I just wanted to change my look for the cheer tryouts, but it's all gone so horribly wrong. What am I gonna do? Well, maybe if you hadn't pretended to be me and ruined my pageant career. Wait, that's it. You can pretend to be me. Oh, please, Bella, I need this. Mika himself asked me. You know I've always had the biggest crush on him. Yeah, I've read your Dear Diary sob stories. What? Not important right now. And okay, since you're begging and you look so ugly, it's almost sad. I'll do it. But only if you do my homework for a whole year. Are you kidding? Ugh, fine. I'll do it. Just get me the cheerleading spot, okay? You got yourself a deal. Go. Mom let me stay at home for a few days when she saw what I'd done, and Bella left for school the next morning. But I didn't really trust her not to mess things up for me at the tryouts. I needed a spy. So I called Eugene. Hey, I know this is a lot to ask, but I'm really unwell. And I asked my twin Bella to do the cheer tryouts for me. Could you just go and see how she does? I don't know who else I can trust.
Of course I'll do it. Want me to drop by later with some soup too? We could watch some MSA videos, or I could show you my cat's pictures.
That sounds amazing, but what I have is really contagious. So you'll report to me soon, right?
You betcha.
You're the best, Eugene. Eugene's report tallied with what Bella told me. She'd performed a flawless audition, and I was in. I couldn't wait to go back and spend time with Mika. Thankfully, the tattoos wore off in a few days, and my eyebrows were coming back, so I could fill in the rest with pencil. I was ready to return to school, but that evening, Eugene told me that he'd seen Bella and Mika kissing, and when she got home that day, she was getting out of Mika's car. I ran down to the living room and opened the window to eavesdrop.
Ugh, it's so hard to say goodbye to you, babe.
It's only till tomorrow, coochie poochie poo.
And that'll feel like an eternity, my Bella baby boo.
Ew! And what the heck? The minute Bella walked in, I jumped in her way like an angry lioness. What in God's name did I just see? Oh, you mean me and Mika? Silly. Didn't you want to ask him out? I just did it for you. As you. No, don't lie to me, witch. I heard him say, Bella boo boo boo. He knows you're Bella and not me, Clarissa. And then her face turned totally evil. Yeah, okay, whatevs. I took a picture of you in your sleep and showed him your freaky eyebrows and told him you'd sent me in your place. We had a really good laugh and we just bonded. You took away my pageant life, I took away your guy. Trust me, he's way out of your league anyway. I let out a snarl and attacked her. My parents came running when we crashed into a table and pulled us apart, and I swore I'd never speak to her for the rest of my life. But watching her and Mika together in school and thinking of how they must have made fun of me made my heart burn. And then I found something in the mail one day that gave me the perfect opportunity for revenge. I knew I was successful when Bella screamed at me in the school hallway one day. Clarissa, what did you do? What are you talking about? Something boring, probably. Why do I have a rejection letter from the dance academy of my dreams, which says that my audition was way below their standards? I never went to any audition. Oh, yeah, that. See, I received the invitation for the audition and I decided to go as you. Now, I haven't danced in a really long time, so I was kinda rusty, but I thought I did an impressive chicken dance. I will kill you! Well, that was effectively the end of our relationship. Somehow, it didn't feel as good as I thought it would. No one at home was talking to me now, and even Eugene seemed distant. Hey, am I imagining it or are you avoiding me?
No, Clarissa, you're not. I just don't like what you did to your sister.
What? She started it?
No, you started it when you went to the pageant as her.
You don't really know everything about us, Eugene. It gets really tiring being overlooked and invisible.
Actually, I do know something about that. I literally joined the mathletes to get close to you. I've dropped every possible hint that I like you, and you're not so dumb that you didn't pick up on it, but you just used me when you needed me. And now you need me again because I'm guessing other people in your life aren't talking to you. Well, I have a little more self-respect than that. Goodbye, Clarissa.
The last few months of high school were really lonely. Bella got into an amazing dance school across the country, but she still didn't seem willing to forgive me. And even though we hadn't gotten along in a really long time, I felt sad that she'd be out of my life soon. But during the summer break, Bella suddenly fell really sick. After a number of tests, the doctor told us that both her kidneys were weak and she needed a healthy one soon. And of course, I was a perfect match. No freaking way. I am not taking her kidney. Are you crazy? Listen, guys, can you give us a minute? When my parents and the doctor left, I turned to her. Look, you need this, okay? I know I did some awful things, and I'm really sorry. And for better or for worse, you're my other half, and I can't lose you. So just shut up and stop smirking, and you're taking my kidney. Say, you're my better half, Bella. Don't push it, okay? Okay, I know I haven't been very nice to you either, and I'm sorry too. I didn't even like Mika that much, so thank God he cheated on me and we broke up. Serves you right, which reminds me, I gotta call Eugene before the surgery and apologize to him too. What kind of name is Eugene? That's Latin for ugly, girl. Well, Latin is a dead language, Bella, much like your love life. Some things never change, do they? A large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Souffle, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kinda stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you, dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days, so we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves! Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Ellie, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay. You're out, fatty! Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it, and we heard a loud crack. Oh my god, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it, but what was I thinking? You made us lose the Frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things, unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about Frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot, and I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. I tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my god, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. I pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us, and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about a break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently, nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to. Whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my god, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, we took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them, it's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a pina colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head, but I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome, welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddie doing here?
Hi guys, I'm Freddie, old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune, and you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith, we practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them. But of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire, will will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire. And you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moon sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
Hi, I'm Blake, and this is my story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My childhood was pretty weird. My mom could be a little dramatic. She was either very happy or very sad. She would do cartwheels on the lawn just because the sun was out, and cry like a baby waving the trash goodbye on garbage day. On the first day of school, she strung balloons in my hair. Everyone made fun of me. This one boy, Sam, made a game out of who could pop the most of my balloons while they were still attached to my head. I went home crying.
They're just jealous of you. You're the prettiest girl in your class.
But I didn't like the way people looked at us and talked about my mom behind her back.
I heard she serves candy for dinner. So irresponsible.
That poor child, stuck with a crazy mother like that. I didn't want anyone talking about us like that. So I started dressing myself for school and packing my own lunch. I was super serious about my studies and tried to be as invisible as possible. But Sam made it his mission to make my life miserable.
Where'd you get that dress, loser? Because it's screaming for some color.
What did you do to your face, dingbat? Because it looks good enough to punch. I didn't want to give kids like Sam more stuff to use against me, so I purposely didn't invite anyone to my 10th birthday.
I have a surprise for you. Come out to the garden and see.
My entire class was there. Mom dressed up as a clown and danced around. She even had one of those comically large flowers on her coat that squirted water on people. It was so humiliating. Everyone was laughing at her. It was so cringe that I ran to my room and refused to come out.
Honey, what's wrong? Is your tummy hurting? Is it gas? Do you need to poop?
Mom, please leave me alone.
Oh, I guess it's the hormones.
My little girl is growing up. Other than Sam always torturing me, life was going as well as it could. Years went by and I was acing my classes and even volunteering at the library when a transfer student from LA joined us in the middle of 11th grade. Kiara was something else. She had the most ridiculous hair and wore super bright colors in every shade. But somehow she thought I was the fascinating one. Why is your hair tied up so tight? Aren't you afraid you'll pull the skin right off your skull? Whoa, what's the prescription for your glasses? Are you like legally blind? No, I'm not blind.
Yes, she is. She uses echolocation like a bat. See? That's why she has massive ears.
Get lost, Sam. Oddly, it was our combined hate for Sam that brought us together as friends. We got closer over spring break, and Kiara told me about her parents, who both owned a tech company. They think I'm a weird hippie. We have nothing in common. I visited her house for dinner once. The place was so huge, I got lost twice looking for the bathroom. Despite what Kiara said, I thought her parents were awesome. They even had vegetables for dinner.
What do you plan on doing after high school, Blake?
I was hoping to study law at Harvard.
That's amazing. If only Kiara had some ambition too. Her only talent right now seems to be inhaling food.
Ugh, Dad. Honestly, I felt like someone had switched me and Kiara at birth and we ended up in the wrong families. Apparently, Kiara thought that too. I bet my parents wish they had you as a daughter and not dumb old me. See, that's the thing. I had succeeded in making everyone think I was this straight-A kid who didn't do anything ridiculous. But I had one dark secret. I was obsessed with mermaids, and I secretly drew comics about a mermaid archaeologist who discovered shipwrecks, and I never wanted anyone to find out. I felt bad for Kiara, so I invited her over to my place because I knew she and Mom would get along really well. Kiara, you're like the daughter I never had. Hello? I don't get it. How could a cool mom like you have a boring daughter like Blake? It's a mystery. Marshmallow stuffed cookies and pixie dust sandwiches for dinner? I was cleaning the dishes after dinner when I heard a squeal from my room, and I found Kiara going through my drafts. OMG, these are so cute. Who made them? Why are you going through my private stuff? Why are you getting so mad? It's not like you made these. Wait, you made these? Stop shouting, the neighbors will hear you. They should. These are awesome. Why don't you have these published? Do you really think they're that good? I'd pay serious money to follow the adventures of Memphis the Mermaid. Mom's always on the lookout for unique content like this. You could save up for Harvard with that kind of money. I don't know, Kiara. Just think about it, okay? I tossed and turned all night thinking about it. I'd built up a spotless reputation over the years, and no one could call me a freak anymore. Was I willing to risk all of that now? But what if it paid for my dream education? And suddenly, I had a great idea. The next day, I met Kiara in the library. I'm in, but I have a condition. You have to give the draft to your mom and say you made it. Are you nuts? No, think about it. Your parents want you to succeed, and I need the money, but not the fame or publicity. This could be a win-win for both of us. Well, if you're sure. The plan was a huge success. Kiara's parents were over the moon at her hidden talent, and the comic books were an instant hit. Kiara was called on all the morning shows and did a countrywide tour promoting the book. Back in school, she was suddenly this huge celebrity. Can you sign my copy, Kiara? Do you like my Memphis hairstyle, Kiara? Suddenly, Kiara didn't have time for me. She was too busy with her fans and new friends. I tried telling myself I didn't care, but a part of me was hurt and a little jealous. But wasn't this what I wanted? No one to notice me? Smellogram. Sam, you moron. I'm gonna end you. Like your friendship with Kiara? That must have been rough. I guess I'm your only friend now. You're not my friend. Your words hurt me, Blake. Haven't I always made you smile and brightened your day? You've made me think of several ways to end you. See? I provide motivation and creativity. Now, how about as a thank you, you get me a date with Kiara? Why was stupid Sam interested in Kiara? And why did I care? He was a pain in my butt, but he was also really good looking now. Why do you want to date her anyway? Why do you care? Are you jealous? As if. Well, I want to date her because she's awesome. Have you read the comics? They're epic. I've heard several Hollywood producers are interested in the movie rights. I pushed Sam away and walked off. It was my idea to put Kiara's name on my work, but I still hated every minute that she got glory when I knew I would have gotten shame for it. It just wasn't fair. A few weeks later, Kiara suddenly showed up at my house asking for new drafts. I need to publish teasers on my stories. Hi to you too, Kiara. I'm fine. How are you? I know, I'm sorry. I've been busy. You have no idea what a creative person's life is like. Sure, I have no idea. And I haven't had time to draw up anything new. Are you serious? You must have something. A sketch? An idea? Here's an idea. How about you do something yourself for once? What's gotten into you? You're the one who practically begged me to take the credit. And now you're acting like I stole the idea from you? You know what? You're right. It was a stupid idea, and I'm glad it stops now. No! What will I tell my parents? It's the first time they've thought I'm good at something. I don't see how that's my problem. You can tell them the truth, that you have no talent. You're a horrible person, Blake. I wish we'd never met. I felt terrible for all the hurtful things I'd said. Just then, Mom came into my room wearing a hollowed-out watermelon as a helmet. Is everything okay? I was already upset, but Mom's ridiculous hat made me ballistic. She was the reason people thought I was weird, and that made me insecure about my art. How can you ask that with that thing on your head? Jeez, Mom, when will you act your age? I'm sick of being the adult around here.
Why are you speaking to me like this?
Because you're an embarrassment. I regretted my words instantly. Mom looked so deeply hurt that I wanted to hug her and apologize, but she immediately left. What had I done? Mom didn't kiss me goodbye the next day, and Kiera didn't show up at school. I skipped lunch and drew a quick outline for Kiera when a shadow loomed behind me.
Is that Memphis the Mermaid? You're the original artist?
Are you nuts? I was just copying Kiera's work. She's really talented.
Nah, I don't believe you. No one's that good at copying stuff. Wait till I tell the whole school.
What do you want, jerk?
Just the truth, actually. Why won't you take credit for your own work, loser?
It's because of you and other people like you. My whole life, you haven't missed any chance to ridicule me, and I've worked so hard to seem normal. I was afraid everyone would think I'm a dork or a freak for writing those comics. So, yeah, I asked Kiera to put her name on it, and now it's ruined everything, and I don't need you making things any harder for me. For the first time ever, Sam actually shut up and looked guilty.
I'm really sorry, Blake. You always seemed tough, and I never realized how much my jokes actually affected you. You're amazing, and you shouldn't have to hide who you really are because of me or anybody.
He leaned in and gently kissed me on the cheek before running off. What just happened? And why was my heart racing? After school, I went to Kiera's house, but I was in for a shock.
Kiera left for Japan this morning. I don't know what happened, but she was really upset and said something about not having any talent. She's gone to study anime drawing for a year.
I was heartbroken to learn that my words had affected Kiera so much. My best friend was gone, and she'd probably hate me for the rest of her life. When I got home, I was in store for an even bigger surprise. Mom was in a boring dress making a roast dinner with vegetables. Welcome home, Blake. I'm sorry for making your life tougher than it is. You're such a good, hard-working daughter, and I'll try my best to be like other moms. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I was so obsessed with being normal that I pushed away the two people I love the most. And you're awesome, just as you are. I told Mom everything that had happened with Kiera. People make mistakes, honey. Write to Kiera and explain everything. I'm sure she'll forgive you. Want to have chocolate cake for dinner? That sounds perfect, Mom. That night, I wrote an apology email to Kiera, but I never heard back from her. I still visited her parents once a week, and they'd tell me about her life in Japan, but I really missed having her around. Soon after, Sam asked me out and we started to date. He was still annoying, but he also knew how to make me laugh. A year flew by, and I started working on a new comic about a unicorn girl with rainbow hair and a habit of wearing every color at once. I was nervous about handing it to Kiera's mom for publishing, but Sam encouraged me, and she loved it. She said it reminded her of Kiera. My life turned upside down after the comics became a success. I sent Kiera a signed copy with a note saying it was inspired by her, but I never got a reply. One day, I was drawing in my room when there was a knock on my door. It was Kiera. Kiera, I'm so sorry. I was such an awful witch to you. I'm sorry too. I took credit for your talent without even thanking you. It was never going to last, and I'm glad it ended when it did. But I'm sad that our friendship got caught up in the mix. I needed to get away to figure myself out. I've missed you so much. I know, and I guess I missed you too. It was a novel about a prim librarian that looked a lot like me, cataloging in the mornings and hunting vampires by night. I guess I am very inspiring. Don't push your luck.